Chapter 2.22, Part 3 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.22, Part 3. The night of the 30th of April was sufficiently fine for observing the meridian heights of X of the Southern Cross and the two large stars in the feet of the Centaur. I found the latitude of San Balthazar 3 degrees 14 minutes 23 seconds. Horary angles of the sun gave 70 degrees 14 minutes 21 seconds for the longitude by the chronometer. The dip of the magnetic needle was 27.8 degrees cent div. We left the mission at a late hour in the morning, and continued to go up the Atabapo for 5 miles. Then, instead of following that river to its source in the east, where it bears the name of Atacavi, we entered the Rio Temi. Before we reached its confluence, a granitic eminence on the western bank, near the mouth of the Guasacavi, fixed our attention. It is called Piedra de la Guahiba, Rock of the Guahiba Woman, or the Piedra de la Madre, Mother's Rock. We inquired the cause of so singular a denomination. Father Zia could not satisfy our curiosity, but some weeks after, another missionary, one of the predecessors of that ecclesiastic, whom we found settled at San Fernando as president of the missions, related to us an event which excited in our minds the most painful feelings. If, in these solitary scenes, man scarcely leaves behind him any trace of his existence, it is doubly humiliating for a European to see perpetuated by so imperishable a monument of nature as a rock the remembrance of the moral degradation of our species and the contrast between the virtue of a savage and the barbarism of civilized man. In 1797, the missionary of San Fernando had led his Indians to the banks of the Rio Guaviare on one of those hostile incursions which are prohibited alike by religion and by Spanish laws. They found in an Indian hut a Guahiba woman with her 3 children, 2 of whom were still infants, occupied in preparing the flour of cassava. Resistance was impossible. The father was gone to fish, and the mother tried in vain to flee with her children. Scarcely had she reached the savannah when she was seized by the Indians of the mission, who hunt human beings like the whites and the Negroes in Africa. The mother and her children were bound and dragged to the bank of the river. The monk, seated in his boat, waited the issue of an expedition of which he shared not the danger. Had the mother made too violent a resistance, the Indians would have killed her, for everything is permitted for the sake of the conquest of souls, la conquista espiritual, and it is particularly desirable to capture children who may be treated in the missions as poitos, or slaves of the Christians. The prisoners were carried to San Fernando, in the hope that the mother would be unable to find her way back to her home by land. Separated from her other children, who had accompanied their father on the day in which she had been carried off, the unhappy woman showed signs of the deepest despair. She attempted to take back to her home the children who had been seized by the missionary, and she fled with them repeatedly from the village of San Fernando. But the Indians never failed to recapture her, and the missionary, after having caused her to be mercilessly beaten, took the cruel resolution of separating the mother from the 2 children who had been carried off with her. She was conveyed alone to the missions of the Rio Negro, going up the Atabapo. Slightly bound, she was seated at the bow of the boat, ignorant of the fate that awaited her, but she judged by the direction of the sun that she was removing farther and farther from her hut and her native country. She succeeded in breaking her bonds, threw herself into the water, and swam to the left bank of the Atabapo. The current carried her to a shelf of rock, which bears her name to this day. She landed and took shelter in the woods, but the president of the missions ordered these Indians to row to the shore and follow the traces of the Guahiba. In the evening she was brought back. Stretched upon the rock, La Piedra de la Madre, a cruel punishment was inflicted on her with those straps of manatee leather which serve for whips in that country, and with which the alcaldes are always furnished. This unhappy woman, her hands tied behind her back with strong stalks of mavacure, was then dragged to the mission of Javita. She was there thrown into one of the caravanserais called Las Casas del Rey. It was the rainy season, and the night was profoundly dark. Forests, till then believed to be impenetrable, separated the mission of Javita from that of San Fernando, which was 25 leagues distant in a straight line. No other route is known than that by the rivers. No man ever attempted to go by land from one village to another, but such difficulties could not deter a mother separated from her children. The Guahiba was carelessly guarded in the caravanserai. Her arms being wounded, the Indians of Javita had loosened her bonds, unknown to the missionary and the alcaldes. Having succeeded by the help of her teeth in breaking them entirely, she disappeared during the night, and at the fourth sunrise was seen at the mission of San Fernando, hovering around the hut where her children were confined. What that woman performed, added the missionary, who gave us this sad narrative, the most robust Indian would not have ventured to undertake. She traversed the woods at a season when the sky is constantly covered with clouds, and the sun during whole days appears but for a few minutes. Did the course of the waters direct her way? The inundations of the rivers forced her to go far from the banks of the main stream, through the midst of woods where the movement of the water is almost imperceptible. How often must she have been stopped by the thorny lianas that form a network around the trunks they entwine? How often must she have swum across the rivulets that run into the Atabapo? This unfortunate woman was asked how she had sustained herself during 4 days. She said that, exhausted with fatigue, she could find no other nourishment than those great black ants called vachacos, which climb the trees in long bands to suspend on them their resinous nests. We pressed the missionary to tell us whether the Guahiba had peacefully enjoyed the happiness of remaining with her children, and if any repentance had followed this excess of cruelty. He could not satisfy our curiosity, but at our return from the Rio Negro, we learned that the Indian mother was again separated from her children and sent to one of the missions of the upper Orinoco. There she died, refusing all kind of nourishment, as savages frequently do in great calamities. Such is the remembrance annexed to this fatal rock, the Piedra de la Madre. In this relation of my travels, I feel no desire to dwell on pictures of individual suffering. Evils which are frequent wherever there are masters and slaves, civilized Europeans living with people in a state of barbarism, and priests exercising the plenitude of arbitrary power over men ignorant and without defense. In describing the countries through which I passed, I generally confine myself to pointing out what is imperfect or fatal to humanity in their civil or religious institutions. If I have dwelt longer on the rock of the Guahiba, it was to record an affecting instance of maternal tenderness in a race of people so long calumniated, and because I thought some benefit might accrue from publishing a fact which I had from the monks of San Francisco, and which proves how much the system of the missions calls for the care of the legislator. Above the mouth of the Guasucavi, we entered the Rio Temi, the course of which is from south to north. Had we continued to ascend the Atabapo, we should have turned to east-southeast, going farther from the banks of the Guaiania to the Rio Negro. The Temi is only 80 or 90 toises broad, but in any other country than Guyana, it would be a considerable river. The country exhibits the uniform aspect of forests, covering ground perfectly flat. The fine pirijao palm, with its fruit-like peaches, and a new species of bache or mauritia, its trunk bristled with thorns, rise amid smaller trees, the vegetation of which appears to be retarded by the continuance of the inundations. The Mauritia aculeata is called by the Indians huria or quavaja. Its leaves are in the form of a fan, and they bend toward the ground. In the center of every leaf, no doubt from the effect of some disease of the parenchyma, concentric circles of alternate blue and yellow appear, the yellow prevailing towards the middle. We were singularly struck by this appearance. The leaves, colored like the peacock's tail, are supported by short and very thick trunks. The thorns are not slender and long like those of the corozo and other thorny palm trees, but on the contrary, very woody, short, and broad at the base, like the thorns of the hura crepitans. On the banks of the Atabapo in the Temi, this palm tree is distributed in groups of 12 or 15 stems close together, and looking as if they rose from the same root. These trees resemble in their appearance, form, and scarcity of leaves, the fan palms and palmettos of the old world. We remarked that some plants of the Huria were entirely destitute of fruit, and others exhibited a considerable quantity. This circumstance seems to indicate a palm tree of separate sexes. Wherever the Rio Temi forms coves, the forest is inundated to the extent of more than half a square league. To avoid the sinuosities of the river and shorten the passage, the navigation is here performed in a very extraordinary manner. The Indians made us leave the bed of the river, and we proceeded southward across the forest through paths, sendas, that is, through open channels of 4 or 5 feet broad. The depth of the water seldom exceeds half a fathom. These sendas are formed in the inundated forest like paths on dry ground. The Indians, in going from one mission to another, pass with their boats as much as possible by the same way, but the communications not being frequent, the force of vegetation sometimes produces unexpected obstacles. An Indian furnished with a machete, a great knife, the blade of which is 14 inches long, stood at the head of our boat, employed continually in chopping off the branches that crossed each other from the 2 sides of the channel. In the thickest part of the forest, we were astonished by an extraordinary noise. On beating the bushes, a shoal of toninas, freshwater dolphins, 4 feet long, surrounded our boat. These animals had concealed themselves beneath the branches of a fromager or bombax ceiba. They fled across the forest, throwing out those spouts of compressed air and water which have given them in every language the name of blowers. How singular was this spectacle in an inland spot, 300 or 400 leagues from the mouths of the Orinoco and the Amazon. I am aware that the Pleuronectes, dabs, of the Atlantic go up the Loire as far as Orleans, but I am nevertheless of opinion that the dolphins of the Temi, like those of the Ganges, and like the skate, raya, of the Orinoco, are of a species essentially different from the dolphins and skates of the ocean. In the immense rivers of South America and the great lakes of North America, nature seems to repeat several pelagic forms. The Nile has no porpoises. Those of the sea go up the delta no farther than Bayana and Metonbis towards Selamun. Note: those dolphins that enter the mouth of the Nile did not escape the observation of the ancients. In a bust in cyanite, preserved in the museum at Paris, the sculptor has represented them half concealed in the undulatory beard of the god of the river. End of note. At 5 in the evening we regained, with some difficulty, the bed of the river. Our canoe remained fast for some minutes between 2 trunks of trees, and it was no sooner disengaged than we reached a spot where several paths or small channels crossed each other, so that the pilot was puzzled to distinguish the most open path. We navigated through a forest so thick that we could guide ourselves neither by the sun nor by the stars. We were again struck during this day by the want of arborescent ferns in that country. They diminish visibly from the 6th degree of north latitude, while the palm trees augment prodigiously towards the equator. Fern trees belong to a climate less hot, and a soil but little mountainous. It is only where there are mountains that these majestic plants descend towards the plains. They seem to avoid perfectly flat grounds, as those through which run the Cassiquiare, the Temi, Inirida, and the Rio Negro. We passed in the night near a rock called the Piedra de Astor by the missionaries. The ground from the mouth of the Guaviare constantly displays the same geological formation. It is a vast granitic plain, in which from league to league the rock pierces the soil and forms, not hillocks, but small masses that resemble pillars or ruined buildings. On the 1st of May, the Indians chose to depart long before sunrise. We were stirring before them, however, because I waited, though vainly, for a star ready to pass the meridian. In those humid regions covered with forests, the nights became more obscure in proportion as we drew nearer to the Rio Negro and the interior of Brazil. We remained in the bed of the river till daybreak, being afraid of losing ourselves among the trees. At sunrise we again entered the inundated forest, to avoid the force of the current. On reaching the junction of the Temi with another little river, the Tuamini, the waters of which are equally black, we proceeded along the latter to the southwest. This direction led us near the mission of Javita, which is founded on the banks of the Tuamini, and at this Christian settlement we were to find the aid necessary for transporting our canoe by land to the Rio Negro. We did not arrive at San Antonio de Javita till near 11 in the morning. An accident, unimportant in itself, but which shows the excessive timidity of the little Saguin, detained us for some time at the mouth of the Tuamini. The noise of the blowers had frightened our monkeys, and one of them fell into the water. Animals of this species, perhaps on account of their extreme meagreness, swim badly, and consequently it was saved with some difficulty. At Javita we had the pleasure of finding a very intelligent and obliging monk, at whose mission we were forced to remain for 4 or 5 days, the time required for transporting our boat across the portage of Pimichin. This delay enabled us to visit the surrounding country, as also to relieve ourselves from an annoyance which we had suffered for 2 days. We felt an extraordinary irritation on the joints of our fingers, and on the backs of our hands. The missionary told us it was caused by the aradores, note, literally, the plougers, end of note, which get under the skin. We could distinguish with a lens nothing but streaks or parallel and whitish furrows. It is the form of these furrows that has obtained for the insect the name of the ploughman. A mulatto woman was sent for, who professed to be thoroughly acquainted with all the little insects that burrow in the human skin, the chego, the nuche, the coya, and the arador. She was the curandera or surgeon of the place. She promised to extirpate, one by one, the insects which caused this smarting irritation. Having heated at a lamp the point of a little bit of hard wood, she dug with it into the furrows that marked the skin. After long examination, she announced with the pedantic gravity peculiar to the mulatto race that an arador was found. I saw a little round bag, which I suspected to be the egg of an arracas. I was to find relief when the mulatto woman had succeeded in taking out 3 or 4 of these aradors. Having the skin of both hands filled with acari, I had not the patience to wait the end of an operation which had already lasted till late at night. The next day an Indian of Javita cured us radically and with surprising promptitude. He brought us the branch of a shrub called uzao, with small leaves like those of cassia, very coriaceous and glossy. He made a cold infusion of the bark of this shrub, which had a bluish colour and the taste of licorice. When beaten, it yields a great deal of froth. The irritation of the aradors ceased by using simple lotions of this uzao water. We could not find this shrub in flower or bearing fruit. It appears to belong to the family of the leguminous plants, the chemical properties of which are singularly varied. We dreaded so much the sufferings to which we had been exposed, that we constantly kept some branches of the uzao in our boat till we reached San Carlos. This shrub grows in abundance on the banks of the Pimichin. Why has no remedy been discovered for the irritation produced by the sting of the zancudos, as well as for that occasioned by the aradors or the microscopic acari? End of section 2.22, part 3. Chapter 2.22, Part 4, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.22, Part 4. In 1755, before the expedition for fixing the boundaries, better known by the name of the expedition of Solano, the whole country between the missions of Javita and San Balthasar was regarded as dependent on Brazil. The Portuguese had advanced from the Rio Negro by the portage of the Cano Pimichin as far as the banks of the Temi. An Indian chief of the name of Javita, celebrated for his courage and his spirit of enterprise, was the ally of the Portuguese. He pushed his hostile incursions from the Rio Jupuru, or Caqueta, one of the great tributary streams of the Amazon, by the rivers Uaupe and Xi, as far as the black waters of the Temi and the Tuamini, a distance of more than 100 leagues. He was furnished with letters patent, which authorized him to bring the Indians from the forest for the conquest of souls. He availed himself amply of this permission, but his incursions had an object which was not altogether spiritual, that of making slaves to sell to the Portuguese. When Solano, the second chief of the expedition of the boundaries, arrived at San Fernando de Atabapo, he had Javita seized in one of his incursions to the banks of the Temi. He treated him with gentleness, and succeeded in gaining him over to the interests of the Spanish government by promises that were not fulfilled. The Portuguese, who had already formed some stable settlements in these countries, were driven back as far as the lower part of the Rio Negro, and the mission of San Antonio, of which the more usual name is Javita, so called after its Indian founder, was removed farther north of the sources of the Tuamini, to the spot where it is now established. This captain, Javita, was still living at an advanced age when we proceeded to the Rio Negro. He was an Indian of great vigour of mind and body. He spoke Spanish with facility, and preserved a certain influence over the neighbouring nations. As he attended us in all our herborizations, we obtained from his own mouth information so much the more useful, as the missionaries have great confidence in his veracity. He assured us that in his youth he had seen almost all the Indian tribes that inhabit the vast regions between the upper Orinoco, the Rio Negro, the Inirida, and the Jupura, eat human flesh. The Daricavanas, the Puchirinavis, and the Manitivitanos appeared to him to be the greatest cannibals among them. He believes that this abominable practice is with them the effect of a system of vengeance. They eat only enemies who are made prisoners in battle. The instances where, by a refinement of cruelty, the Indian eats his nearest relations, his wife, or an unfaithful mistress, are extremely rare. The strange custom of the Scythians and Massagetes, the Capanaguas of the Rio Ucayale, and the ancient inhabitants of the West Indian islands, of honouring the dead by eating a part of their remains, is unknown on the banks of the Orinoco. In both continents, this trait of manners belongs only to nations that hold in horror the flesh of a prisoner. The Indian of Haiti, Saint Domingo, would think himself wanting in regard to the memory of a relation, if he did not throw into his drink a small portion of the body of the deceased, after having dried it, like one of the mummies of the Guanches, and reduced it to powder. This gives us just occasion to repeat with an Eastern poet, quote, "Of all animals man is the most fantastic in his manners, and the most disorderly in his propensities." End quote. The climate of the mission of San Antonio de Javita is extremely rainy. When you have passed the latitude of 3 degrees north, and approach the equator, you have seldom an opportunity of observing the sun or the stars. It rains almost the whole year, and the sky is constantly cloudy. As the breeze is not felt in these immense forests of Guyana, and the refluent polar currents do not penetrate them, the column of air which reposes on this wooded zone is not renewed by drier strata. It is saturated with vapours, which are condensed into equatorial rains. The missionary assured us that it often rains here 4 or 5 months without cessation. The temperature of Javita is cooler than that of Maypures, but considerably hotter than that of the Guaiania or Rio Negro. The centigrade thermometer kept up in the day to 26 or 27 degrees, and in the night to 21 degrees. From the 30th of April to the 11th of May, I had not been able to see any star in the meridian, so as to determine the latitude of places. I watched whole nights in order to make use of the method of double altitudes, but all my efforts were useless. The fogs of the north of Europe are not more constant than those of the equatorial regions of Guyana. On the 4th of May, I saw the sun for some minutes, and found by the chronometer and the horary angles the longitude of Javita to be 70 degrees 22 minutes, or 1 degree 15 minutes farther west than the longitude of the junction of the Apure with the Orinoco. This result is interesting for laying down on our maps the unknown country lying between the He and the sources of Isana, situated on the same meridian with the mission of Javita. The Indians of Javita, whose number amounts to 160, now belong for the most part to the nations of the Poicimanos, the Equinavis, and the Paraganis. They are employed in the construction of boats, formed of the trunks of sassafras, a large species of laurel, hollowed by means of fire and the hatchet. These trees are more than 100 feet high. The wood is yellow, resinous, almost incorruptible in water, and has a very agreeable smell. We saw them at San Fernando, at Javita, and more particularly at Esmeralda, where most of the canoes of the Orinoco are constructed, because the adjacent forests furnish the largest trunks of sassafras. The forest between Javita and the Caño Pimichin contains an immense quantity of gigantic trees, ocotillas, and laurels, the Amazonia arborea. Note: this is a new species of the genus Taligalia of Oblay. On the same spot grow the Bignonia magnoliafolia, B. jasminifolia, Solanum torpuro, Justicia pectoralis, Faramia cymosa, Piper javitense, Scleria hirtella, Echites javitensis, Lindsea javitensis, and that curious plant of the family of the Verbenaceae, which I have dedicated to the illustrious Leopold von Buch, in whose early labours I participated. End of note. The Retinophyllum secundiflorum, the Curvana, the Hasio, the Iacifate, of which the wood is red like the Braziletto, the Guamufate, with its fine leaves of Calophyllum from 7 to 8 inches long, the Amaris carana, and the Mani. All these trees, with the exception of our new genus Retinophyllum, were more than 100 or 110 feet high. As their trunks throw out branches only toward the summit, we had some trouble in procuring both leaves and flowers. The latter were frequently strewed upon the ground at the foot of the trees, but the plants of different families being grouped together in these forests, and every tree being covered with lianas, we could not with any degree of confidence rely on the authority of the natives when they assured us that a flower belonged to such or such a tree. Amid these riches of nature, herborizations caused us more chagrin than satisfaction. What we could gather appeared to us of little interest compared to what we could not reach. It rained unceasingly during several months, and M. Bonpland lost the greater part of the specimens which he had been compelled to dry by artificial heat. Our Indians distinguished the leaves better than the corollae or the fruit. Occupied in seeking timber for canoes, they are inattentive to flowers. "All those great trees bear neither flowers nor fruits," they repeated unceasingly. Like the botanists of antiquity, they denied what they had not taken the trouble to observe. They were tired of our questions, and exhausted our patience in return. We have already mentioned that the same chemical properties being sometimes found in the same organs of different families of plants, these families supply each other's places in various climates. Several species of palms furnish the inhabitants of equinoctial America and Africa with the oil which we derive from the olive. Note: in Africa the elais or maba, in America the cocoa tree. In the cocoa tree it is the perisperm, and in the elais, as in the olive and the oleni in general, it is the sarcocarp or the pulp of the pericarp that yields oil. This difference, observed in the same family, appears to me very remarkable, though it is in no way contradictory to the results obtained by de Candolle in his indigenous researches on the chemical properties of plants. If our Alphonsia oleifera belonged to the genus Elais, as Brown, with great reason, believes, it follows that in the same genus the oil is found in the sarcocarp and in the perisperm. End of note. What the coniferae are to the temperate zone, the terebinthaceae and the guttiferae are to the torrid. In the forests of those burning climates, where there is neither pine, thuya, taxodium, nor even a podocarpus, resins, balsams, and aromatic gums are furnished by the Moronobea, the Iquica, and the Amyris. The collection of these gummy and resinous substances is a trade in the village of Javita. The most celebrated resin bears the name of money, and of this we saw masses of several hundred weight, resembling colophony and mastic. The tree called mani by the Paraginis, which M. Bonpland believes to be the Moronobea coccinea, furnishes but a small quantity of the substance employed in the trade with Angostura. The greatest part comes from the mararo, or caragna, which is an amyris. It is remarkable enough that the name mani which Aubier heard among the Galibis of Cayenne, was heard again by us at Javita, 300 leagues distant from French Guiana. Note. The Galibis or Caribis, the R has been changed into L, as often happens, are of the same stock of the Carib nations. The products useful in commerce and in domestic life have received the same denomination in every part of America, which this warlike and commercial people have overrun. End of note. The Moronobia or Symphonia of Javita yields a yellow resin. The Caragna, a resin strongly odoriferous and white as snow. The latter becomes yellow where it is adherent to the internal part of old bark. We went every day to see how our canoe advanced on the portages. 23 Indians were employed in dragging it by land, placing branches of trees to serve as rollers. In this manner a small boat proceeds in a day or a day and a half from the waters of the Tuamini to those of the Cano Pimichin, which flows into the Rio Negro. Our canoe being very large, and having to pass the cataracts a second time, it was necessary to avoid with particular care any friction on the bottom. Consequently, the passage occupied more than 4 days. It is only since 1795 that a road has been traced through the forest. By substituting a canal for this portage, as I proposed to the ministry of King Charles IV, the communication between the Rio Negro and Angostura, between the Spanish Orinoco and the Portuguese possessions on the Amazon, would be singularly facilitated. In this forest we at length obtained precise information respecting the pretended fossil caoutchouc, called dapicho by the Indians. The old chief Javita led us to the brink of a rivulet which runs into the Tuamini, and showed us that, after digging 2 or 3 feet deep, in a marshy soil, this substance was found between the roots of 2 trees, known by the name of the jacio and the curvana. The first is the hevea of Aubier, or siphonia of the modern botanists, known to furnish the caoutchouc of commerce in Cayenne and Grand Para. The second has pinnate leaves, and its juice is milky but very thin, and almost destitute of viscosity. The dapicho appears to be the result of an extravasation of the sap from the roots. This extravasation takes place more especially when the trees have attained a great age, and the interior of the trunk begins to decay. The bark and alburnum crack, and this is effected naturally, which the art of man performs for the purpose of collecting the milky juices of the hevea, the castelloa, and the caoutchouc fig tree. Aubier relates that the Galibis and the Garipons of Cayenne begin by making a deep incision at the foot of the trunk, so as to penetrate into the wood. Soon after, they join with this horizontal notch others, both perpendicular and oblique, reaching from the top of the trunk nearly to the roots. All these incisions conduct the milky juice towards one point, where the vessel of clay is placed, in which the caoutchouc is to be deposited. We saw the Indians of Carichana operate nearly in the same manner. If, as I suppose, the accumulation and overflowing of the milk in the jacio and the curvana be a pathological phenomenon, it must sometimes take place at the extremity of the longest roots, for we found masses of dapicho 2 feet in diameter and 4 inches thick, 8 feet distant from the trunks. Sometimes the Indians dig in vain at the foot of dead trees. At other times the dapicho is found beneath the hevea or jacio still green. The substance is white, corky, fragile, and resembles by its laminated structure and undulating edge the Boletus ignarius. The dapicho, perhaps, takes a long time to form. It is probably a juice thickened by a particular disposition of the vegetable organs, diffused and coagulated in a humid soil secluded from the contact of light. It is caoutchouc in a particular state. I may almost say an etiolated caoutchouc. The humidity of the soil seems to account for the undulating form of the edges of the dapicho and its division into layers. I often observed in Peru that on pouring slowly the milky juice of the hevea, or the sap of the carica, into a large quantity of water, the coagulum forms undulating outlines. The dapicho is certainly not peculiar to the forest that extends from Javita to Pimichin, although that is the only spot where it has hitherto been found. I have no doubt that on digging in French Guiana, beneath the roots and the old trunks of the hevea, those enormous masses of corky caoutchouc which I have just described would from time to time be found. Note. Thus, at 5 or 6 inches depth, between the roots of the Hymenaea courbaril, masses of the resin anime, erroneously called copal, are discovered, and are sometimes mistaken for amber in inland places. This phenomenon seems to throw some light on the origin of those large masses of amber which are picked up from time to time on the coast of Prussia. End of note. As it is observed in Europe, that at the fall of the leaf the sap is conveyed towards the root, it would be curious to examine whether within the tropics the milky juices of the urticeae, the euphorbiaceae, and the apocynae descend also at certain seasons. Notwithstanding a great equality of temperature, the trees of the torrid zone follow a cycle of vegetation. They undergo changes periodically returning. The existence of the dapicho is more interesting to physiology than to vegetable chemistry. A yellowish-white caoutchouc is now to be found in the shops, which may be easily distinguished from the dapicho because it is neither dry like cork nor friable, but extremely elastic, glossy, and soapy. I lately saw considerable quantities of it in London. This caoutchouc, white and greasy to the touch, is prepared in the East Indies. It exhales that animal and fetid smell, which I have attributed in another place to a mixture of caseum and albumen. Note. The pellicles deposited by the milk of hevea in contact with the atmospheric oxygen become brown on exposure to the sun. If the dapicho grow black as it is softened before the fire, it is owing to a slight combustion, to a change in the proportion of its elements. I am surprised that some chemists consider the black caoutchouc of commerce as being mixed with soot, blackened by the smoke to which it has been exposed. End of note. When we reflect on the immense variety of plants in the equinoctial regions that are capable of furnishing caoutchouc, it is to be regretted that this substance, so eminently useful, is not found among us at a lower price. Without cultivating trees with a milky sap, a sufficient quantity of caoutchouc might be collected in the missions of the Orinoco alone for the consumption of civilized Europe. Note. We saw in Guyana, besides the jacio and the curvana, 2 other trees that yield caoutchouc in abundance. On the banks of the Atabapo, the guamaqui, with jatropha leaves, and at Maypures the sima. End of note. In the kingdom of New Granada, some successful attempts have been made to make boots and shoes of this substance without a seam. Among the American nations, the Omaguas of the Amazon best understand how to manufacture caoutchouc. 4 days had passed, and our canoe had not yet arrived at the landing place of the Rio Pimichin. "You want for nothing in my mission," said Father Cereso. "You have plantains and fish. At night you are not stung by mosquitoes, and the longer you stay, the better chance you will have of seeing the stars of my country. If your boat be destroyed in the portage, we will give you another, and I shall have had the satisfaction of passing some weeks con gente blanca y de razón," with white and rational people. European self-love usually opposes the gente de razón to the gente parda, or colored people. Notwithstanding our impatience, we listened with interest to the information given us by the worthy missionary. It confirmed all we had already heard of the moral state of the natives of those countries. They live distributed in hordes of 40 or 50 under a family government, and they recognize a common chief, a poto, Sibirine, only at times when they make war against their neighbours. This mistrust of these hordes towards one another is increased by the circumstance that those who live in the nearest neighbourhood speak languages altogether different. In the open plains, in the countries with savannas, the tribes are fond of choosing their habitations from an affinity of origin, and a resemblance of manners and idioms. On the tableland of Tartary, as in North America, great families of nations have been seen, formed into several columns, extending their migrations across countries thinly wooded and easily traversed. Such were the journeys of the Toltec and the Aztec race in the high plains of Mexico, from the 6th to the 11th century of our era. Such probably was also the movement of nations by which the petty tribes of Canada were grouped together. As the immense country between the equator and the 8th degree of north latitude forms one continuous forest, the hordes were there dispersed by following the branchings of the rivers, and the nature of the land compelled them to become more or less agriculturalists. Such is the labyrinth of these rivers, that families settled themselves without knowing what race of men lived in the nearest spot. In Spanish Guiana, a mountain or a forest, half a league broad, sometimes separates hordes who could not meet in less than 2 days by navigating rivers. In open countries, or in a state of advanced civilization, communication by rivers contributes powerfully to generalized languages, manners, and political institutions. But in the impenetrable forests of the torrid zone, as in the first rude condition of our species, rivers increase the dismemberment of great nations, favor the transition of dialects into languages that appear to us radically distinct, and keep up national hatred and mistrust. Between the banks of the Caura and the Padamo, everything bears the stamp of disunion and weakness. Men avoid because they do not understand each other. They mutually hate because they mutually fear. When we examine attentively this wild part of America, we fancy ourselves transported to those primitive times when the earth was peopled by degrees, and we seem to be present at the birth of human societies. In the Old World, we see that pastoral life has prepared the hunting nations for agriculture. In the New World, we seek in vain these progressive developments of civilization, these intervals of repose, these stages in the life of nations. The luxury of vegetation embarrasses the Indians in the chase, and in their rivers, resembling arms of the sea, the depth of the waters prevents fishing during whole months. Those species of ruminating animals that constitute the wealth of the nations of the Old World are wanting in the New. The bison and the muskox have never been reduced to a domestic state. The breeding of llamas and guanacos has not created the habits of pastoral life. In the temperate zone, on the banks of the Missouri, as well as on the tableland of New Mexico, the American is a hunter. But in the torrid zone, in the forests of Guyana, he cultivates cassava, plantains, and sometimes maize. Such is the admirable fertility of nature, that the field of the native is a little spot of land, to clear which requires only setting fire to the brambles, and putting a few seeds or slips into the ground is all the husbandry it demands. If we go back in thought to the most remote ages, in these thick forests, we must always figure to ourselves nations deriving the greater part of their nourishment from the earth. But as this earth produces abundance in a small space, and almost without toil, we may also imagine these nations often changing their dwellings along the banks of the same river. Even now, the native of the Orinoco travels with his seeds, and transports his farm, conuco, as the Arab transports his tent and changes his pasturage. The number of cultivated plants found wild amid the woods proves the nomad habits of an agricultural people. Can we be surprised that by these habits they lose almost all the advantages that result in the temperate zone from stationary culture, from the growth of corn, which requires extensive lands and the most assiduous labor? End of chapter 2.22, part 4. Chapter 2.22, Part 5, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.22, Part 5. The nations of the Upper Orinoco, the Atabapo and the Inirida, like the ancient Germans and the Persians, have no other worship than that of the powers of nature. They call the good principle Cachimana. It is the Manitou, the great spirit, that regulates the seasons and favors the harvests. Along with Cachimana there is an evil principle, Iolokiamo, less powerful but more artful, and in particular more active. The Indians of the forest, when they occasionally visit the missions, conceive with difficulty the idea of a temple or an image. Quote, "These good people," end quote, said the missionary, quote, "like only processions in the open air. When I last celebrated the festival of San Antonio, the patron of my village, the Indians of Inirida were present at mass. Your God, they said to me, keeps himself shut up in a house, as if he were old and infirm. Ours is in the forest, in the fields, and on the mountains of Sipapu, whence the rains come." Among the more numerous, and on this account less barbarous tribes, religious societies of a singular kind are formed. Some old Indians pretend to be better instructed than others on points regarding divinity, and to them is confided the famous botuto, of which I have spoken, and which is sounded under the palm trees, that they may bear abundance of fruit. On the banks of the Orinoco there exists no idol, as among all nations who have remained faithful to the first worship of nature, but the botuto, the sacred trumpet, is an object of veneration. To be initiated into the mysteries of the botuto, it is requisite to be of pure morals, and to have lived single. The initiated are subjected to flagellations, fastings, and other painful exercises. There are but a small number of these sacred trumpets. The most anciently celebrated is that upon a hill near the confluence of the Tomo and the Guaiania. It is pretended that it is heard at once on the banks of the Tuamini and at the mission of San Miguel de Davipa, a distance of 10 leagues. Father Cereso assured us that the Indians speak of the botuto of Tomo as an object of worship common to many surrounding tribes. Fruit and intoxicating liquors are placed beside the sacred trumpet. Sometimes the Great Spirit himself makes the botuto resound. Sometimes he is content to manifest his will through him to whom the keeping of the instrument is entrusted. These juggleries being very ancient, from the fathers of our fathers, say the Indians, we must not be surprised that some unbelievers are already to be found. But they express their disbelief of the mysteries of the botuto only in whispers. Women are not permitted to see this marvellous instrument, and are excluded from all the ceremonies of this worship. If a woman have the misfortune to see the trumpet, she is put to death without mercy. The missionary related to us that in 1798 he was happy enough to save a young girl whom a jealous and vindictive lover accused of having followed, from a motive of curiosity, the Indians who sounded the botuto in the plantations. "They would not have murdered her publicly," said Father Cicero. "But how was she to be protected from the fanaticism of the natives, in a country where it is so easy to give poison?" The young girl told me of her fears, and I sent her to one of the missions of the lower Orinoco." If the people of Guyana had remained masters of that vast country, if without having been impeded by Christian settlements, they could follow freely the development of their barbarous institutions, the worship of the botuto would no doubt become of some political importance. That mysterious society of the initiated, those guardians of the sacred trumpet, would be transformed into a ruling caste of priests, and the oracle of Tomo would gradually form a link between the bordering nations. In the evening of the 4th of May, we were informed that an Indian, who had assisted in dragging our bark over the portage of Pimichin, had been stung by a viper. He was a tall, strong man, and was brought to the mission in a very alarming state. He had dropped down senseless, and nausea, vertigo, and congestions in the head had succeeded the fainting. The liana called Vejejo de Guaco, which M. Mutis had rendered so celebrated, and which is the most certain remedy for the bite of venomous serpents, is yet unknown in these countries. Note: this is a mycania which was confounded for some time in Europe with the ayapana. De Candolle thinks that the guaco may be the Eupatorium saturiifolium of Lamarck, but this Eupatorium differs by its lineary leaves, while the mycania guaco has triangular, oval, and very large leaves. A number of Indians hastened to the hut of the sick man, and he was cured by an infusion of raíz de mato. We cannot indicate with certainty what plant furnishes this antidote, but I am inclined to think that the raíz de mato is an apocynia, perhaps the Cerbera thivetia, called by the inhabitants of Cumana lingua de mato or contra culebra, and which they also use against the bite of serpents. A genus nearly applied to the Cerbera, Ophiozylon serpentium, is employed in India for the same purpose. It is common enough to find in the same family of plants vegetable poisons and antidotes against the venom of reptiles. Many tonics and narcotics are antidotes more or less active, and we find these in families very different from each other in the Aristolochia, the Apusinia, the Gentiani, the Polygali, the Solani, the Compositae, the Malvaceae, the Drimeraceae, and, which is still more surprising, even in the palm trees. Note. I shall mention as examples of these 9 families, Aristolochia anguicida, Cerbera thivetia, Ophiorhiza mungos, Polygala seneca, Nicotiana tabacum, one of the remedies most used in Spanish America, Micanua glauco, Hibiscus albomoscus, the seeds of which are very active, Lanpujum rumphii, and Kunthia montana, Canada lavibora. End of note. In the hut of the Indian who had been so dangerously bitten by the viper, we found balls 2 or 3 inches in diameter of an earthy and impure salt called chivi, which is prepared with great care by the natives. At Maypures, a conferva is burnt, which is left by the Orinoco on the neighbouring rocks when, after high swellings, it again enters its bed. At Javita, a salt is fabricated by the incineration of the spadix and fruit of the palm tree seje or chimu. This fine palm tree, which abounds on the banks of the Auvana, near the cataract of Guarinumo, and between Javito and the Cano Pimichin, appears to be a new species of cocoa tree. It may be recollected that the fluid contained in the fruit of the common cocoa tree is often saline, even when the tree grows far from the seashore. At Madagascar, salt is extracted from the sap of the palm tree called siro. Besides the spadix and the fruit of the seje palm, the Indians of Javita lixiviate also the ashes of the famous liana called cupana, which is a new species of the genus Paulinia, consequently a very different plant from the Cupania of Linnaeus. I may here mention that a missionary seldom travels without being provided with some prepared seeds of the cupana. This preparation requires great care. The Indians scrape the seeds, mix them with flour of cassava, envelop the mass in plantain leaves, and set it to ferment in water until it acquires a saffron yellow colour. This yellow paste, dried in the sun and diluted in water, is taken in the morning as a kind of tea. The beverage is bitter and stomachic, but it appeared to me to have a very disagreeable taste. On the banks of the Niger, and in a great part of the interior of Africa, where salt is extremely rare, it is said of a rich man, quote, "He is so fortunate as to eat salt at his meals." End quote. This good fortune is not too common in the interior of Guyana. The whites only, particularly the soldiers of the little fort of San Carlos, know how to procure pure salt, either from the coast of Caracas or from Chita by the Rio Meta. Note. North of Moroccote, at the eastern declivity of the Cordillera of New Granada. The salt of the coasts, which the Indians call yuquira, costs 2 piastres the almuda at San Carlos. End of note. Here, as throughout America, the Indians eat little meat and consume scarcely any salt. The chivi of Javita is a mixture of muriate of potash and of soda, of caustic lime, and of several other earthy salts. The Indians dissolve a few particles in water, fill with this solution a leaf of heliconia folded in a conical form, and let drop a little, as from the extremity of a filter, on their food. On the 5th of May, we set off to follow on foot our canoe, which had at length arrived by the portage at the Cano Pimichin. We had to ford a great number of streams, and these passages required some caution on account of the vipers with which the marshes abound. The Indians pointed out to us on the moist clay the traces of the little black bears so common on the banks of the Temi. They differ at least in size from the Ursus americanus. The missionaries call them oso carnicero, to distinguish them from the oso palmero or tamanoir, Myrmecophaga hubata, and from the oso hormiguero or anteater, tumandu. The flesh of these animals is good to eat. The first 2 defend themselves by rising on their hind feet. The tamanoir of Buffon is called uaraca by the Indians. It is irascible and curious, which is extraordinary in an animal without teeth. We found, as we advanced, some vistas in the forest, which appeared to us the richer as it became more accessible. Here we gathered new species of coffee. The American tribe, with flowers in panicles, forms probably a particular genus. The Galega piscatorum, of which the Indians make use, as they do of Jacquinia, and of a composite plant of the Rio Teme, as a kind of barbasco to intoxicate fish; and finally the liana, known in those countries by the name of vejuco de mavacure, which yields the famous curare poison. It is neither a phyllanthus nor a coriaria, as M. Willdenouw conjectured, but, as M. Kuntz's researches show, very probably a strychnos. We shall have occasion farther on to speak of this venomous substance, which is an important object of trade among the savages. The trees of the forest of Pimichin have the gigantic height of from 80 to 120 feet. In these burning climates, the laurani and amyris (* The great red and white cedars of these countries are not the Cedrela odorata, but the Amyris altissima, which is an Icica of Aublet.) furnish that fine timber for building, which, on the northwest coast of America, on mountains where the thermometer falls in winter to 20 degrees centigrade below zero, we find in the family of the coniferae. Such in every zone, and in all the families of American plants, is the prodigious force of vegetation, that, in the latitude of 57 degrees north, on the same isothermal line with St. Petersburg and the Orkneys, the Pinus canadensis displays trunks 150 feet high and 6 feet in diameter. Langsdorff informs us that the inhabitants of Norfolk Sound make boats of a single trunk, 50 feet long, 4 feet and a half broad, and 3 high at the sides. They contain 30 persons. These boats remind us of the canoes of Rio Chagres in the Isthmus of Panama, in the torrid zone. The Populus balsamifera also attains an immense height on the mountains that border Norfolk Sound. Towards night we arrived at a small farm, in the puerto or landing place of Pimichin. We were shown a cross near the road, which marked the spot where a poor Capuchin missionary had been killed by wasps. I state this on the authority of the monks of Javita and the Indians. They talk much in these countries of wasps and venomous ants, but we saw neither one nor the other of these insects. It is well known that in the torrid zone slight stings often cause fits of fever, almost as violent as those that, with us, accompany severe organic injuries. The death of this poor monk was probably the effect of fatigue and damp, rather than that of the venom contained in the stings of wasps, which the Indians dread extremely. We must not confound the wasps of Javita with the Melipones bees, called by the Spaniards angelitos, little angels, which covered our faces and hands on the summit of the Silla de Caracas. The landing place of Pimichin is surrounded by a small plantation of cacao trees. They are very vigorous, and here, as on the banks of the Atabapo and the Guaiania, they are loaded with flowers and fruits at all seasons. They begin to bear from the 4th year. On the coast of Caracas they do not bear till the 6th or the 8th year. The soil of these countries is sandy, wherever it is not marshy, but the light lands of the Tuamini and the Pimichin are extremely productive. At Javita, an extent of 50 feet square, planted in Jatropha manihat, yucca, yields in 2 years, in the worst soil, a harvest of 6 tortas of cassava. The same extent of middling soil yields in 14 months a produce of 9 tortas. In an excellent soil around clumps of Mauritia, there is every year from 50 square feet a produce of 13 or 14 tortas. A torta weighs 3/4 pound, and 3 tortas cost generally in the province of Caracas 1 silver real, or 1/8 piastra. These statements appear to me to be of some importance, when we wish to compare the nutritive matter which man can obtain from the same extent of soil, by covering it in different climates with bread trees, plantains, jatropha, maize, potatoes, rice, and corn. The tardiness of the harvest of jatropha has, I believe, a beneficial influence on the manners of the natives, by fixing them to the soil, and compelling them to sojourn long on the same spot. Around the conucos of Pimichin grows, in its wild state, the igua, a tree resembling the Caryocar nuciferum, which is cultivated in Dutch and French Guiana, and which, with the almendron of Mariquita, Caryocar amygdaliferum, the juvia of the Esmeralda, Bertholletia excelsa, and the Jeffrea of the Amazon, yields the finest almonds of all South America. No commercial advantage is here made of the igua, But I saw vessels arrive on the coast of terra firma that came from Demerara, laden with the fruit of the Caryocar tomentosum, which is the Peccia tuberculosa of Aublet. These trees reach 100 feet in height, and present, by the beauty of their corolla and the magnitude of their stamens, a magnificent appearance. I should weary the reader by continuing the enumeration of the vegetable wonders which these vast forests contain. Their variety depends on the coexistence of such a great number of families in a small space of ground, on the stimulating power of light and heat, and on the perfect elaboration of the juices that circulate in these gigantic plants. We passed the night in a hut lately abandoned by an Indian family, who had left behind them their fishing tackle, pottery, nets made of the petioles of palm trees, in short, all that composes the household furniture of that careless race of men, little attached to property. A great store of mani, a mixture of the resin of the moronobuya and the amyris carana, was accumulated around the house. This is used by the Indians here, as at Cayenne, to pitch their canoes, and fix the bony spines of the ray at the points of their arrows. We found in the same place jars filled with a vegetable milk, which serves as a varnish, and is celebrated in the missions by the name of leche para pintar, milk for painting. They coat with this viscous juice those articles of furniture to which they wish to give a fine white colour. It thickens by the contact of the air, without growing yellow, and it appears singularly glossy. We have already mentioned that the caoutchouc is the oily part, the butter of all vegetable milk. It is no doubt a particular modification of caoutchouc that forms this coagulum, this white and glossy skin, that seems as if covered with copal varnish. If different colours could be given to this milky varnish, a very expeditious method would be found of painting and varnishing our carriages by one process. The more we study vegetable chemistry in the torrid zone, the more we shall discover in remote spots, and half prepared in the organs of plants, products which we believe belong only to the animal kingdom, or which we obtain by processes which are often tedious and difficult. Already we have found the wax that coats the palm tree of the Andes of Quindiu, the silk of the palm tree of Mocoa, the nourishing milk of the palo de vaca, the butter tree of Africa, and the caseous substances obtained from the almost animalized sap of the Carrick papaya. These discoveries will be multiplied when, as the political state of the world seems now to indicate, European civilization shall flow in a great measure toward the equinoctial regions of the new continent. The marshy tract between Javita and the embarcadero of Pimichin is infested with great numbers of vipers. Before we took possession of the deserted hut, the Indians killed 2 great mapanari serpents. Note: this name is given in the Spanish colonies to 2 very different species. The Coluber mapanare of the province of Caracas has 142 ventral plates and 38 double caudal scales. The Coluber mapanare of the Rio Magdalena has 208 ventral plates and 64 double caudal scales. End of note. These grow to 4 or 5 feet long. They appear to me to be the same species as those I saw in the Rio Magdalena. This serpent is a beautiful animal, but extremely venomous, white on the belly and spotted with brown and red on the back. As the inside of the hut was filled with grass, and we were lying on the ground, there being no means of suspending our hammocks, we were not without inquietude during the night. In the morning a large viper was found on lifting the jaguar skin upon which one of our domestics had slept. The Indians say that these reptiles, slow in their movements when they are not pursued, creep near a man because they are fond of heat. In fact, on the banks of the Magdalena, a serpent entered the bed of one of our fellow travellers, and remained there a part of the night without injuring him. Without wishing to take up the defence of vipers and rattlesnakes, I believe it may be affirmed that, if these venomous animals had such a disposition for offence as is supposed, the human species would certainly not have withstood their numbers in some parts of America, for instance, on the banks of the Orinoco and the humid mountains of Choco. We embarked on the 8th of May at sunrise, after having carefully examined the bottom of our canoe. It had become thinner, but had received no crack in the portage. We reckoned that it would still bear the voyage of 300 leagues, which we had yet to perform, in going down the Rio Negro, ascending the Cassiquiare, and redescending the Orinoco as far as Angostura. The Pimichin which is called a rivulet, caño, is tolerably broad, but small trees that love the water narrow the bed so much that there remains open a channel of only 15 or 20 toises. Next to the Rio Chagres, this river is one of the most celebrated in America for the number of its windings. It is said to have 85, which greatly lengthen it. They often form right angles, and occur every 2 or 3 leagues. To determine the difference of longitude between the landing place and the point where we were to enter the Rio Negro, I took by the compass the course of the Caño Pimichin, and noted the time during which we followed the same direction. The velocity of the current was only 2.4 feet in a second, but our canoe made by rowing 4.6 feet. The embarcadero of the Pimichin appeared to me to be 11,000 toises west of its mouth, and 0 degrees 2 minutes west of the mission of Javita. This caño is navigable during the whole year, and has but one raudal, which is somewhat difficult to go up. Its banks are low but rocky. After having followed the windings of the Pimichin for 4 hours and a half, we at length entered the Rio Negro. The morning was cool and beautiful. We had now been confined 36 days in a narrow boat, so unsteady that it would have been overset by any person rising imprudently from his seat without warning the rowers. We had suffered severely from the sting of insects, but we had withstood the insalubrity of the climate. We had passed without accident the great number of waterfalls and bars which impede the navigation of the rivers, and often render it more dangerous than long voyages by sea. After all we had endured, it may be conceived that we felt no little satisfaction in having reached the tributary streams of the Amazon, having passed the isthmus that separates 2 great systems of rivers, and in being sure of having fulfilled the most important object of our journey, namely, to determine astronomically the course of that arm of the Orinoco which falls into the Rio Negro, and of which the existence has been alternately proved and denied during half a century. In proportion as we draw near to an object we have long had in view, its interest seems to augment. The uninhabited banks of the Cassiquiare, covered with forests, without memorials of times past, then occupied my imagination, as do now the banks of the Euphrates or the Oxus, celebrated in the annals of civilized nations. In that interior part of the new continent, one may also accustom oneself to regard men as not being essential to the order of nature. The earth is loaded with plants, and nothing impedes their free development. An immense layer of mold manifests the uninterrupted action of organic powers. Crocodiles and boas are masters of the river. The jaguar, the peccary, the dante, and the monkeys traverse the forests without fear and without danger. There they dwell as in an ancient inheritance. This aspect of animated nature, in which man is nothing, has something in it strange and sad. To this we reconcile ourselves with difficulty on the ocean, and amid the sands of Africa. Though, in scenes where nothing recalls to mind our fields, our woods, and our streams, we are less astonished at the vast solitude through which we pass. Here, in a fertile country, adorned with eternal verdure, we seek in vain the traces of the power of man. We seem to be transported into a world different from those which gave us birth. These impressions are the more powerful in proportion as they are of long duration. A soldier who had spent his whole life in the missions of the upper Orinoco slept with us on the bank of the river. He was an intelligent man who, during a calm and serene night, pressed me with questions on the magnitude of the stars, on the inhabitants of the moon, and on 1,000 subjects of which I was as ignorant as himself. Being unable by my answers to satisfy his curiosity, he said to me in a firm tone of the most positive conviction, quote, "With respect to men, I believe there are no more up there than you would have found if you had gone by land from Javita to Cassiquiare. I think I see in the stars, as here, a plain covered with grass, and a forest, mucho monte, traversed by a river." End quote. In citing these words, I paint the impression produced by the monotonous aspect of those solitary regions. May this monotony not be found to extend to the journal of our navigation, and weary the reader accustomed to the description of the scenes and historical memorials of the old continent. End of chapter 2.22. Chapter 2.23, Part 1 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.23, Part 1. The Rio Negro. Boundaries of Brazil. The Cassiquiare. Bifurcation of the Orinoco. The Rio Negro, compared to the Amazon, the Rio de la Plata, or the Orinoco, is but a river of the second order. Its possession has been for ages of great political importance to the Spanish government, because it is capable of furnishing a rival power, Portugal, with an easy passage into the missions of Guyana, and thereby distributing the Capitania General of Caracas in its southern limits. 300 years have been spent in vain territorial disputes. According to the difference of times and the degree of civilization among the natives, resource has been had sometimes to the authority of the Pope, and sometimes the support of astronomy, and the disputants being generally more interested in prolonging than in terminating the struggle, the nautical sciences and the geography of the new continent have alone gained by this interminable litigation. When the affairs of Paraguay and the possession of the colony of Del Sacramento became of great importance to the courts of Madrid and Lisbon, commissioners of the boundaries were sent to the Orinoco, the Amazon, and the Rio Plata. The little that was known up to the end of the last century of the astronomical geography of the interior of the new continent was owing to these estimable and laborious men, the French and Spanish academicians who measured a meridian line at Quito, and to officers who went from Valparaiso to Buenos Aires to join the expedition of Malaspina. Those persons who know the inaccuracy of the maps of South America, and have seen those uncultivated lands between the Jupura and the Rio Negro, the Madeira and the Ucayale, the Rio Branco and the coasts of Cayenne, which up to our days have been gravely disputed in Europe, cannot be a little surprised at the perseverance with which the possession of a few square leagues is litigated. These disputed grounds are generally separated from the cultivated part of the colonies by deserts, the extent of which is unknown. In the celebrated conferences of Puente de Caya, the question was agitated, whether, in fixing the line of demarcation 370 Spanish leagues to the west of the Cape Verde Islands, the Pope meant that the first meridian should be reckoned from the centre of the island of St. Nicholas, or, as the court of Portugal asserted, from the western extremity of the little island of San Antonio. In the year 1754, the time of the expedition of Iturriaga and Solano, negotiations were entered into respecting the possession of the desert banks of the Tuamini, and of a marshy tract which we crossed in one evening, going from Javita to Cano Pimichin. The Spanish commissioners very recently would have placed the division line at the point where the Apopores falls into the Jupura, while the Portuguese astronomers carried it back as far as Salto Grande. The Rio Negro and the Jupuro are two tributary streams of the Amazon, and may be compared in length to the Danube. The upper parts belong to the Spaniards, while the lower are occupied by the Portuguese. The Christian settlements are very numerous from Mocoa to the mouth of the Caguan, while on the lower Jupura the Portuguese have founded only a few villages. On the Rio Negro, on the contrary, the Spaniards have not been able to rival their neighbours. Steppes and forests nearly desert separate, at a distance of 160 leagues, the cultivated part of the coast from the four missions of Marsa, Tomo, Dalvipa, and San Carlos, which are all that the Spanish Franciscans could establish along the Rio Negro. Among the Portuguese of Brazil, the military system, that of presides and capitanes pobladores, has prevailed over the government of the missionaries. Grand Para is no doubt far distant from the mouth of the Rio Negro, but the facility of navigation on the Amazon, which runs like an immense canal in one direction from west to east, has enabled the Portuguese population to extend itself rapidly along the river. The banks of the lower Maranon from Vistosa as far as Serpa, as well as those of Rio Negro from Fort de Barra to San Jose de Maravitanos, are embellished by rich cultivation and by a great number of large villages and towns. These local considerations are combined with others, suggested by the moral position of nations. The northwest coast of America furnishes to this day no other stable settlements but Russian and Spanish colonies. Before the inhabitants of the United States, in their progressive movement from east to west, could reach the shore between the latitude 41 and 50 degrees, which long separated the Spanish monks and the Siberian hunters, the latter had established themselves south of the Columbia River. Note: the military hunters, connected with military posts and dependent on the Russian company, of which the principal stakeholders live at Irkutsk. In 1804, the little fortress, Krepost, at the Bay of Hakutal, was still 600 leagues distant from the most northern Mexican possessions. End of note. Thus in New California the Franciscan missionaries, men estimable for their morals and their agricultural activity, learnt with astonishment that Greek priests had arrived in their neighbourhood, and that two nations, who inhabit the eastern and western extremities of Europe, were become neighbours on a coast of America opposite to China. In Guyana, circumstances were very different. The Spaniards found on their frontiers those very Portuguese who, by their language and their municipal institutions, form with them one of the most noble remains of Roman Europe, but whom mistrust, founded on unequal strength and too great proximity, has converted into an often hostile and always rival power. If two nations, adjacent to each other in Europe, the Spaniards and the Portuguese, have alike become neighbours in the new continent, they are indebted for that circumstance to the spirit of enterprise and active courage which both displayed at the period of their military glory and political greatness. The Castilian language is now spoken in North and South America, throughout an extent of more than 1,900 leagues in length. If, however, we consider South America apart, we there find the Portuguese language spread over a larger space of ground, and spoken by a smaller number of individuals than the Castilian. It would seem as if the bond that so closely connects the fine languages of Camayans and Lope de Vega had served only to separate two nations who have become neighbours against their will. National hatred is not modified solely by a diversity of origin, of manners, and of progress in civilization. Whenever it is powerful, it must be considered as the effect of geographical situation and the conflicting interests thence resulting. Nations detest each other the less in proportion as they are distant, and when, their languages being radically different, they do not even attempt to combine together. Travellers who have passed through New California, the interior provinces of Mexico, and the northern frontiers of Brazil, have been struck by these shades in the moral dispositions of bordering nations. When I was in the Spanish Rio Negro, the divergent politics of the courts of Lisbon and Madrid had augmented that system of mistrust which, even in calmer times, the commanders of petty neighbouring forts loved to encourage. Boats went up from Barcelos as far as the Spanish missions, but the communications were of rare occurrence. A commandant with 16 or 18 soldiers wearied the garrison by measures of safety, which were dictated by the important state of affairs. If he were attacked, he hoped to surround the enemy. When we spoke of the indifference with which the Portuguese government doubtless regarded the 4 little villages founded by the monks of San Francisco on the upper Guaiania, the inhabitants were hurt by the motives which we alleged with the view to give them confidence. A people who have preserved in vigour, through the revolutions of ages, a national hatred, like occasions of giving it vent. The mind delights in everything impassioned, in the consciousness of an energetic feeling, in the affections, and in rival hatreds that are founded on antiquated prejudices. Whatever constitutes the individuality of nations flows from the mother country to the most remote colonies, and national antipathies are not effaced where the influence of the same languages ceases. We know, from the interesting narrative of Krusenstern's voyage, that the hatred of 2 fugitive sailors, one a Frenchman and the other an Englishman, was the cause of a long war between the inhabitants of the Marquesas Islands. On the banks of the Amazon and the Rio Negro, the Indians of the neighbouring Portuguese and Spanish villages detest each other. These poor people speak only the native tongues. They are ignorant of what passes on the other bank of the ocean, beyond the great salt pool. But the gowns of their missionaries are of a different colour, and this displeases them extremely. I have stopped to paint the effects of national animosities, which wise statesmen have endeavoured to calm, but have been unable entirely to set at rest. This rivalry has contributed to the imperfection of the geographical knowledge hitherto obtained respecting the tributary rivers of the Amazon. When the communications of the natives are impeded, and one nation is established near the mouth, and another in the upper part of the same river, it is difficult for persons who attempt to construct maps to acquire precise information. The periodical inundations, and still more the portages by which boats are passed from one stream to another, the sources of which are in the same neighbourhood, have led to erroneous ideas of the bifurcations and branchings of rivers. The Indians of the Portuguese missions, for instance, enter, as I was informed upon the spot, the Spanish Rio Negro on one side by the Rio Guaiania and the Rio Tomo, and the upper Orinoco on the other by the portages between the Cabuburi, the Pacimoni, the Idapa, and the Macava, to gather the aromatic seeds of the puchero laurel beyond the Esmeralda. The Indians, I repeat, are excellent geographers. They outflank the enemy, notwithstanding the limits traced upon the maps, in spite of the forts and estacamentos, and when the missionaries see them arrive from such distances and in different seasons, they begin to frame hypotheses of supposed communications of the rivers. Each party has an interest in concealing what it knows with certainty, and that love of the mysterious, so general among the ignorant, contributes to perpetuate the doubt. It may also be observed that the various Indian nations who frequent this labyrinth of rivers give them names entirely different, and that these names are disguised and lengthened by terminations that signify water, great water, and current. How often have I been perplexed by the necessity of settling the synonyms of rivers, when I have sent for the most intelligent natives, to interrogate them through an interpreter, respecting the number of tributary streams, the sources of the rivers, and the portages. 3 or 4 languages being spoken in the same mission, it is difficult to make the witnesses agree. Our maps are loaded with names arbitrarily shortened or perverted. To examine how far they may be accurate, we must be guided by the geographical situation of the confluent rivers, I might almost say by a certain etymological tact. The Rio Uaupe or Uapes of the Portuguese maps is the Guaupe of the Spanish maps, and the Acayari of the natives. The Anava of the old geographers is the Anau-Auhu of Arrowsmith, and the Uanau-Auhu or Guanauhu of the natives. The desire of leaving no void in the maps, in order to give them an appearance of accuracy, has caused rivers to be created, to which names have been applied that have not been recognized as synonymous. It is only lately that travellers in America, in Persia, and in the Indies have felt the importance of being correct in the denomination of places. When we read the travels of Sir Walter Raleigh, it is difficult indeed to recognize in the lake of Maracaibo the Laguna of Maracaibo, and in the Marquis Paraco the name of Pizarro, the destroyer of the empire of the Incas. The great tributary streams of the Amazon are designated by the missionaries by different names, in their upper and lower course. The Iza is called higher up, Putumayo. The Jupura, toward its source, bears the name of Caqueta. The researches made in the missions of the Andaquies on the real origin of the Rio Negro have been the more fruitless because the Indian name of the river was unknown. I heard it called Guaiania at Javita, Maroa, and San Carlos. Southey, in his History of Brazil, says expressly that the Rio Negro, in the lower part of its course, is called Guaiani, or Curana, by the natives in the upper part, Uenia. It is the word Guiana instead of Guyania, for the Indians of those countries say indifferently Guaranacua or Oaranacua, Guarapo or Uarapo. The sources of the Rio Negro have long been an object of contention among geographers. The interest we feel in this question is not merely that which attaches to the origin of all great rivers, but is connected with a crowd of other questions that comprehend the supposed bifurcations of the Caqueta, the communications between the Rio Negro and the Orinoco, and the local fable of El Dorado, formerly called Enim, or the empire of the Grand Paititi. When we study with care the ancient maps of these countries and the history of their geographical errors, we see how by degrees the fable of El Dorado has been transported toward the west with the sources of the Orinoco. It was at first fixed on the eastern declivity of the Andes, to the southwest of the Rio Negro. The valiant Felipe de Ure sought for the great city of Manoa by traversing the Guaviare. Even now, the Indians of San Jose de Maravitanos relate that, on sailing to the northeast for 15 days on the Guape or Uape, you reach a famous Laguna de Oro, surrounded by mountains, and so large that the opposite shore cannot be discerned. A ferocious nation, the Guanes, do not permit the collecting of the gold of a sandy plain that surrounds the lake. Father Acunha places the lake Manoa or Enefite between the Jupura and the Rio Negro. Some Manoa Indians brought Father Fritz, in 1687, several slips of beaten gold. This nation, the name of which is still known on the banks of the Urarira, between La Malongo and Morira, dwell on the Yurubesh. La Condamine is right in saying that this Mesopotamia, between the Caqueta, the Rio Negro, the Yurubesh, and the Iquiare, was the first scene of El Dorado. But where shall we find the names of Yurubesh and Iquiare, given by the fathers Acunha and Fritz? I think I recognize them in the rivers Urubahi and Iguari on some manuscript Portuguese maps, which I possess. Note: it may be written Urubahi. The J and the X were the same as the German Ch to Father Fritz. The Urubahi, or Hayurubahi, Yurubesh, falls into the Rio Negro near Santa Isabella. The Iguari, Iguaire, runs into the Isana, which is also a tributary of the Rio Negro. End of note. I have long and assiduously studied the geography of South America north of the Amazon, from ancient maps and unpublished materials. Desirous that my work should preserve the character of a scientific performance, I ought not to hesitate about treating of subjects on which I flatter myself that I can throw some light, namely, on the questions respecting the sources of the Rio Negro and the Orinoco, the communication between these rivers and the Amazon, and the problem of the auriferous soil, which has cost the inhabitants of the New World so much suffering and so much blood. In the distribution of the waters circulating on the surface of the globe, as well as in the structure of organic bodies, nature has pursued a much less complicated plan than has been believed by those who have suffered themselves to be guided by vague conceptions and a taste for the marvellous. We find, too, that all anomalies, all the exceptions to the laws of hydrography which the interior of America displays, are merely apparent; that the course of running waters furnishes phenomena equally extraordinary in the Old World, but that these phenomena, from their littleness, have less struck the imagination of travellers. When immense rivers may be considered as composed of several parallel furrows of unequal depth, when these rivers are not enclosed in valleys, and when the interior of the great continent is as flat as the shores of the sea with us, the ramifications, the bifurcations, and the interlacings in the form of network must be infinitely multiplied. From what we know of the equilibrium of the seas, I cannot think that the New World issued from the waters later than the Old, and that organic life is there younger or more recent. But without admitting oppositions between the two hemispheres of the same planet, we may conceive that in the hemisphere most abundant in waters, the different systems of rivers required more time to separate themselves from one another and establish their complete independence. The deposits of mud, which are formed wherever the running waters lose somewhat of their swiftness, contribute, no doubt, to raise the beds of the great confluent streams, and augment their inundations. But at length these deposits entirely obstruct the branches of the rivers, and the narrow channels that connect the neighbouring streams. The substances washed down by rain waters form by their accumulation new bars, isthmuses of deposited earth, and points of division that did not before exist. It hence results that these natural channels of communication are by degrees divided into two tributary streams, and from the effect of a transverse rising, acquire two opposite slopes. A part of their waters is turned back toward the principal recipient, and a buttress rises between the two parallel basins, which occasions all traces of their ancient communication to disappear. From this period, the bifurcations no longer connect different systems of rivers, and, where they continue to take place at the time of great inundations, we see that the waters diverge from the principal recipient only to enter it again after a longer or shorter circuit. The the limits which at first appear vague and uncertain begin to be fixed, and in the lapse of ages, from the action of whatever is immovable on the surface of the globe, from that of the waters, the deposits, and the sands, the basins of great rivers separate as great lakes are subdivided, and as inland seas lose their ancient communications. Note. The geological constitution of the soil seems to indicate that, notwithstanding the actual difference of level in their waters, the Black Sea, the Caspian, and Lake Aral communicated with each other in an era anterior to historic times. The overflowing of the Aral into the Caspian Sea seems even to be partly of a more recent date, and independent of the bifurcation of the Gihon, Oxus, on which one of the most learned geographers of our day, M. Ritter, has thrown new light. End of note. The certainty acquired by geographers since the 16th century of the existence of several bifurcations and the mutual dependence of various systems of rivers in South America have led them to admit an intimate connection between the 5 great tributary streams of the Orinoco and the Amazon, the Guaviare, the Inirida, the Rio Negro, the Caqueta or Hayapura, and the Putumayo or Iza. The Meta, the Guaviare, the Caqueta, and the Putumayo are the only great rivers that rise immediately from the eastern declivity of the Andes of Santa Fe, Popayan, and Pasto. The Vichada, the Zama, the Inirida, the Rio Negro, the Uape, and the Apaporas, which are marked in our maps as extending westward as far as the mountains, take rise at a great distance from them, either in the savannas between the Meta and the Guaviare, or in the mountainous country which, according to the information given me by the natives, begins at 4 or 5 days' journey westward from the missions of Javita and Maroa, and extends through the Sierra Tuhuni, beyond the Xi, towards the banks of the Isana. It is remarkable that this ridge of the Cordilleras, which contains the sources of so many majestic rivers, the Meta, the Guaviare, the Caqueta, and the Putumayo, is as little covered with snow as the mountains of Abyssinia from which flow the waters of the Blue Nile. But, on the contrary, on going up the tributary streams which furrow the plains, a volcano is found still in activity before you reach the Cordillera of the Andes. This phenomenon was discovered by the Franciscan monks, who go down from Queja by the Rio Fragua to Caqueta. A solitary hill, emitting smoke night and day, is found on the northeast of the mission of Santa Rosa, and west of the Puerto del Pescado. This is the effect of a lateral action of the volcanoes of Popayan and Pasto, as Guacamayo and Sangüe, situated also at the foot of the eastern declivity of the Andes, are the effect of a lateral action produced by the system of the volcanoes of Quito. After having closely inspected the banks of the Orinoco and the Rio Negro, where the granite everywhere pierces the soil, when we reflect on the total absence of volcanoes in Brazil, Guyana, on the coast of Venezuela, and perhaps in all that part of the continent lying eastward of the Andes, we contemplate with interest the 3 burning volcanoes situated near the sources of the Caqueta, the Napo, and the Rio de Macas, or Morona. The little group of mountains with which we became acquainted at the sources of the Guaiania is remarkable from its being isolated in the plain that extends to the southwest of the Orinoco. Its situation with regard to longitude might lead to the belief that it stretches into a ridge, which forms first the strait Angostura of the Guaviare, and then the great cataracts, Saltos, Cachoeiras, of the Uape and the Jupura. Does this ground, composed probably of primitive rocks, like that which I examined more to the east, contain disseminated gold? Are there any gold washings more to the south, toward the Uape on the Iguaire, Iguari, and on the Urubesh, Urubach, Urubahi? It was there that Philip von Hutten first sought El Dorado, and with a handful of men fought the battle of Omaguas, so celebrated in the 16th century. In separating what is fabulous from the narratives of the conquistadores, we cannot fail to recognize in the names preserved on the same spots a certain basis of historic truth. We follow the expedition of Hutten beyond the Guaviare and the Caqueta. We find in the Guapes, governed by the cacique of Macatoa, the inhabitants of the river of Uape, which also bears the name of Guape or Guapue. We call to mind that Father Acuna calls the Iguaire, Quiquire, a gold river, and that 50 years later Father Fritz, a missionary of great veracity, received, In the missions of Urimaguas, the Manoas, adorned with plates of beaten gold, coming from the country between the Uape and the Caqueta or Jupura. The rivers that rise on the eastern declivity of the Andes, for instance the Napo, carry along with them a great deal of gold, even when their sources are found in trachyte soils. Why may there not be an alluvial auriferous soil to the east of the Cordilleras, as there is to the west in the Sonora, at Choco, and at Barbacoas? I am far from wishing to exaggerate the riches of this soil, but I do not think myself authorized to deny the existence of precious metals in the primitive mountains of Guyana, merely because in our journey through that country we saw no metallic veins. It is somewhat remarkable that the natives of the Orinoco have a name in their languages for gold: Carukuru in Caribbee, Karikuri in Tamanac, Cavita in Maypure, while the word they use to denote silver, plata, is manifestly borrowed from the Spanish. Note: the Parecas say instead of prata, rata. It is the Castilian word plata, ill pronounced. Near the Yurubesh there is another inconsiderable tributary stream of the Rio Negro, the Curiari. It is easy to recognize in this name the Caribbee word curcur, gold. The Caribs extended their incursions from the mouth of the Orinoco southwest toward the Rio Negro, and it was this restless people who carried the fable of El Dorado by the same way, but in an opposite direction, from southwest to northeast, from the Mesopotamia between the Rio Negro and the Jupura to the sources of the Rio Branco. End of note. The notions collected by Acunha, Father Fritz, and La Condamine on the gold washings south and north of the river Uaupe agree with what I learnt of the auriferous soils of those countries. However great we may suppose the communications that took place between the nations of the Orinoco before the arrival of Europeans, they certainly did not draw their gold from the eastern declivity of the Cordilleras. This declivity is poor in mines, particularly in mines anciently worked. It is almost entirely composed of volcanic rocks in the provinces of Popayan, Pasto, and Quito. The gold of Guyana probably came from the country east of the Andes. In our days, a lump of gold has been found in a ravine near the mission of Encaramada, and we must not be surprised if, since Europeans settled in these wild spots, we hear less of the plates of gold, gold dust, and amulets of jadestone, which could heretofore be obtained from the Caribs and other wandering nations by barter. The precious metals, never very abundant on the banks of the Orinoco, the Rio Negro, and the Amazon, disappeared almost entirely when the system of the missions caused the distant communication between the natives to cease. End of chapter 2.23, part 1. Chapter 2.23, part 2 of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.23, Part 2. The banks of the Upper Guaiania in general abound much less in fishing birds than those of Cassiquieta, the Meta, and the Rauca, where ornithologists would find sufficient to enrich immensely the collections of Europe. This scarcity of animals arises, no doubt, from the want of shoals and flat shores, as well as from the quality of the black waters which, on account of their very purity, furnish less aliment to aquatic insects and fish. However, the Indians of these countries, during 2 periods of the year, feed on birds of passage, which repose in their long migrations on the waters of the Rio Negro. When the Orinoco begins to swell after the vernal equinox, an innumerable quantity of ducks, patos caritaros, remove from the 8th to the 3rd degree of north latitude to the 1st and 4th degree of south latitude towards the south-southeast. Note: the swellings of the Nile take place much later than those of the Orinoco, after the summer solstice, below Syene, and at Cairo in the beginning of July. The Nile begins to sink near that city generally about the 15th of October, and continues sinking till the 20th of May. End of note. These animals then abandon the valley of the Orinoco, no doubt because the increasing depth of waters and the inundations of the shores prevent them from catching fish, insects, and aquatic worms. They are killed by thousands in their passage across the Rio Negro. When they go towards the equator, they are very fat and savory, but in the month of September, when the Orinoco decreases and returns into its bed, the ducks, warned either by the voices of the most experienced birds of passage, or by that internal feeling which, not knowing how to define, we call instinct, return from the Amazon and the Rio Branco toward the north. At this period they are too lean to tempt the appetite of the Indians of the Rio Negro, and escape pursuit more easily from being accompanied by a species of herons, gavanes, which are excellent eating. Thus the Indians eat ducks in March and herons in September. We could not learn what becomes of the gavanes during the swellings of the Orinoco, and why they do not accompany the patos carreteros in their migration from the Orinoco to the Rio Branco. These regular migrations of birds from one part of the tropic towards another, in a zone which is during the whole year of the same temperature, are very extraordinary phenomena. The southern coasts of the West India Islands receive also every year, at the period of the inundations of the great rivers of terra firma, numerous flights of the fishing birds of the Orinoco and its tributary streams. We must presume that the variations of drought and humidity in the equinoctial zone have the same influence as the great changes of temperature in our climates on the habits of animals. The heat of summer and the pursuit of insects call the hummingbirds into the northern parts of the United States, and into Canada as far as the parallels of Paris and Berlin. In the same manner, a greater facility for fishing draws the web-footed and long-legged birds from the north to the south, from the Orinoco towards the Amazon. Nothing is more marvelous, and nothing is yet known less clearly in a geographical point of view than the direction, extent, and term of the migrations of birds. After having entered the Rio Negro by the Pimichin and passed the small cataract at the confluence of the two rivers, we discovered, at a distance of 1/4 of a league, the mission of Maroa. This village, containing 150 Indians, presented an appearance of ease and prosperity. We purchased some fine specimens of the toucan alive, a courageous bird, the intelligence of which is developed like that of our domestic ravens. We passed on the right above Maroa, first the mouth of the Aquio, note, Aqui, Aaki, Aki, of the most recent maps, end of note, and then that of the Tomo, note, Tomui, Timuho, Tomon, end of note. On the banks of the latter river dwell the Cheruvichahinas, some families of whom I had seen at San Francisco Solano. The Tomo lies near the Rio Guaisia, sea, and the mission of Tomo receives by that way fugitive Indians from the lower Guaiania. We did not enter the mission, but Father Zia related to us with a smile that the Indians of Tomo and Maroa had been one day in full insurrection because an attempt was made to force them to dance the famous dance of the devils. The missionary had taken a fancy to have the ceremonies by which the Piaches, who are at once priests, physicians, and conjurers, evoke the evil spirit Iolokiamo, represented in a burlesque manner. He thought the dance of the devils would be an excellent means of provoking to the neophytes that Iolokiamo had no longer any power over them. Some young Indians, confiding in the promises of the missionary, consented to act the devils, and were already decorated with black and yellow plumes and jaguar skins with long sweeping tails. The place where the church stands was surrounded by the soldiers, who are distributed in the missions in order to add more effect to the counsels of the monks, and those Indians who were not entirely satisfied with respect to the consequences of the dance and the impotency of the evil spirit were brought to the festivity. The oldest and most timid of the Indians, however, imbued all the rest with a superstitious dread. All resolved to flee al monte, and the missionary adjourned his project of turning into derision the demon of the natives. What extravagant ideas may sometimes enter the imagination of an idle monk who passes his life in the forests, far from everything that can recall human civilization to his mind. The violence with which the attempt was made to execute in public at Tomo the mysterious dance of the devils is the more strange, as all the books written by the missionaries relate the efforts they have used to prevent the funereal dances, the dances of the sacred trumpet, and that ancient dance of the serpents, the Queti, in which these wily animals are represented as issuing from the forests, and coming to drink with the men in order to deceive them, and carry off the women. After 2 hours' navigation from the mouth of the Tomo, we arrived at the little mission of San Miguel de Davipa, founded in 1775, not by monks, but by a lieutenant of militia, Don Francisco Bobadilla. The missionary of the place, Father Morillo, with whom we spent some hours, received us with great hospitality. He even offered us Madeira wine, but, as an object of luxury, we should have preferred wheaten bread. The want of bread becomes more sensibly felt in length of time than that of strong liquor. Portuguese of the Amazon carry small quantities of Madeira wine from time to time to the Rio Negro, and the word Madeira, signifying wood in the Castilian language, the monks, who are not much versed in the study of geography, had a scruple of celebrating Mass with Madeira wine, which they took for a fermented liquor extracted from the trunk of some tree, like palm wine, and requested the guardian of the missions to decide whether the vino de Madeira were wine from grapes or the juice of a tree. At the beginning of the conquest, the question was agitated whether it were allowable for the priests, in celebrating Mass, to use any fermented liquor analogous to grape wine. The question, as might have been foreseen, was decided in the negative. At Davipa we bought some provisions, among which were fowls and a pig. This purchase greatly interested our Indians, who had been a long while deprived of meat. They pressed us to depart in order to reach the island of Dapa, where the pig was to be killed and roasted during the night. We had scarcely time to examine in the convento, the great stores of mani resin and cordage of the chiqui palm, which deserves to be more known in Europe. This cordage is extremely light. It floats upon the water, and is more durable in the navigation of rivers than ropes of hemp. It must be preserved at sea by being often wetted, and little exposed to the heat of the tropical sun. Don Antonio Santos, celebrated in the country for his journey in search of Lake Parima, taught the Indians of the Spanish Rio Negro to make the use of the petioles of the chiqui, a palm tree with pinnate leaves, of which we saw neither the flowers nor the fruit. This officer is the only white man who ever came from Angostura to Grand Para, passing by land from the sources of the Rio Caroni to those of the Rio Branco. He had studied the mode of fabricating ropes from the chiqui in the Portuguese colonies, and, on his return from the Amazon, he introduced this branch of industry into the missions of Guyana. It were to be wished that extensive rope walks could be established on the banks of the Rio Negro and the Cassiquiare, in order to make these cables an article of trade with Europe. A small quantity is already exported from Angostura to the West Indies, and it costs from 50 to 60% less than cordage of hemp. Young palm trees only being employed, they must be planted and carefully cultivated. A little above the mission of Davipa, the Rio Negro receives a branch of the Cassiquiare, the existence of which is a very remarkable phenomenon in the history of the branchings of rivers. This branch issues from the Cassiquiare north of Siva, bearing the name of the Itinivini, and, after flowing for the length of 25 leagues, through a flat and almost uninhabited country, it falls into the Rio Negro under the name of the Rio Conorichite. It appeared to me to be more than 120 toises broad near its mouth. Although the current of the Conorichite is very rapid, this natural canal abridges, by 3 days, the passage from Davipa to Esmeralda. We cannot be surprised at a double communication between the Cassiquiare and the Rio Negro, when we recollect that so many of the rivers of America form, as it were, deltas at their confluence with other rivers. Thus the Rio Branco and the Rio Jupura enter by a great number of branches into the Rio Negro and the Amazon. At the confluence of the Jupura there is a much more extraordinary phenomenon. Before this river joins the Amazon, the latter, which is the principal recipient, sends off 3 branches, called Uaranapu, Manhama, and Avataparana, to the Jupura, which is but a tributary stream. The Portuguese astronomer Ribeiro has proved this important fact. The Amazon gives waters to the Jupura itself before it receives that tributary stream. The Rio Conorichite, or Itinivini, formerly facilitated the trade in slaves, carried on by the Portuguese in the Spanish territory. The slave traders went up by the Cassiquiare and the Cano Mi to Conorichite, and thence dragged their canoes by a portage to the Rochelas of Manuteso, in order to enter the Atabapo. This abominable trade lasted till about the year 1756, when the expedition of Solano and the establishment of the missions on the bank of the Rio Negro put an end to it. Old laws of Charles V and Philip III, note, 26 January 1523 and 10 October 1618, end of note, had forbidden, under the most severe penalties, such as being rendered incapable of civil employment, and a fine of 2,000 piastres, the conversion of the natives to the faith by violent means, and sending armed men against them. But notwithstanding these wise and humane laws, the Rio Negro, in the middle of the last century, was no further interesting in European politics than as it facilitated the entradas or hostile incursions, and favoured the purchase of slaves. The Caribs, a trading and warlike people, received from the Portuguese and the Dutch knives, fish hooks, small mirrors, and all sorts of glass beads. They excited the Indian chiefs to make war against each other, bought their prisoners, and carried them off themselves by stratagem or force, all whom they found in their way. In these incursions of the Caribs comprehended an immense extent of land. They went from the banks of the Essequibo and the Caroni, by the Rupunuri and the Paraguamuzi on one side, directly south toward the Rio Branco, and on the other to the southwest, following the portages between the Rio Paragua, the Caura, and the Ventuario. The Caribs, when they arrived amid the numerous tribes of the upper Orinoco, divided themselves into several bands in order to reach, by the Cassiquiare, the Cababuri, the Itinivini, and the Atabapo, on a great many points at once, the banks of the Guaiania or Rio Negro, and carry on the slave trade with the Portuguese. Thus, the unhappy natives, before they came into immediate contact with the Europeans, suffered from their proximity. The same causes produce everywhere the same effects. The barbarous trade, which civilized nations have carried on, and still partially continue, on the coast of Africa, extends its fatal influence even to regions where the existence of white men is unknown. Having quitted the mouth of the Conorichita and the mission of Davipa, we reached at sunset the island of Dapa, lying in the middle of the river, and very picturesquely situated. We were astonished to find on this spot some cultivated ground, and on the top of a small hill an Indian hut. 4 natives were seated round a fire of brushwood, and they were eating a sort of white paste with black spots, which much excited our curiosity. These black spots proved to be vachacos, large ants, the hinder parts of which resemble a lump of grease. They had been dried and blackened by smoke. We saw several bags of them suspended above the fire. These good people paid but little attention to us, yet there were more than 14 persons in this confined hut, lying naked in hammocks, hung one above another. When Father Zia arrived, he was received with great demonstrations of joy. The military are in greater numbers on the banks of the Rio Negro than on those of the Orinoco, owing to the necessity of guarding the frontiers, and wherever soldiers and monks dispute for power over the Indians, the latter are most attached to the monks. 2 young women came down from their hammocks to prepare for us cakes of cassava. In answer to some inquiries which we put to them through an interpreter, they answered that cassava grew poorly on the island, but that it was good land for ants, and food was not wanting. In fact, these vachacos furnish subsistence to the Indians of Rio Negro and the Guaiania. They do not eat the ants as a luxury, but because, according to the expression of the missionaries, the fat of ants, the white part of the abdomen, is a very substantial food. When the cakes of cassava were prepared, Father Zia, whose fever seemed rather to sharpen than to enfeeble his appetite, ordered a little bag to be brought to him, filled with smoked vachacos. He mixed these bruised insects with flour of cassava, which he pressed us to taste. It somewhat resembled rancid butter mixed with crumb of bread. The cassava had not an acid taste, but some remains of European prejudices prevented our joining in the praises bestowed by the good missionary on what he called an excellent ant paste. The violence of the rain obliged us to sleep in this crowded hut. The Indians slept only from 8 till 2 in the morning. The rest of the time they employed in conversing in their hammocks and preparing their bitter beverage of cupana. They threw fresh fuel on the fire and complained of cold, although the temperature of the air was at 21 degrees. This custom of being awake, and even on foot, 4 or 5 hours before sunrise, is general among the Indians of Guiana. When, in the entradas, an attempt is made to surprise the natives, the hours chosen are those of the first sleep, from 9 till midnight. We left the island of Dapa long before daybreak, and notwithstanding the rapidity of the current and the activity of our rowers, our passage to the fort of San Carlos del Rio Negro occupied 12 hours. We passed on the left the mouth of the Cassiquiare, and on the right the small island of Cumarai. The fort is believed in the country to be on the equatorial line, but according to the observations which I made at the rocks of Culimacari, it is in 1 degree 54 minutes 11 seconds. We lodged at San Carlos with the commander of the fort, a lieutenant of militia. From a gallery in the upper part of the house, we enjoyed a delightful view of 3 islands of great length and covered with thick vegetation. The river runs in a straight line from north to south, as if its bed had been dug by the hand of man. The sky being constantly cloudy gives these countries a solemn and gloomy character. We found in the village a few juvia trees, which furnish the triangular nuts called in Europe the almonds of the Amazon or Brazil nuts. We have made it known by the name of Bertholletia excelsa. The trees attain, after 8 years' growth, the height of 30 feet. The military establishment of this frontier consisted of 17 soldiers, 10 of whom were detached for the security of the neighbouring missions. Owing to the extreme humidity of the air, there are not 4 muskets in a condition to be fired. The Portuguese have from 25 to 30 men, better clothed and armed, at the little fort of San Jose de Maravitanos. We found in the mission of San Carlos but 1 garita, a small house constructed with unbaked bricks and containing 6 field pieces. Note: this word literally signifies a sentry box, but it is here employed in the sense of storehouse or arsenal. End of note. The little fort, or as they think proper to call it here, the Castillo de San Felipe, is situated opposite San Carlos on the western bank of the Rio Negro. The passage from the mouth of the Rio Negro to Gran Para, occupying only 20 or 25 days, it would not have taken us much more time to have gone down the Amazon as far as the coast of Brazil than to return by the Cassiquiare and the Orinoco to the northern coast of Caracas. We were informed at San Carlos that, on account of political circumstances, it was difficult at that moment to pass from the Spanish to the Portuguese settlements, but we did not know till after our return to Europe the extent of the danger to which we should have been exposed in proceeding as far as Barcelos. It was known at Brazil, possibly through the medium of the newspapers, that I was going to visit the missions of the Rio Negro and examine the natural canal which unites 2 great systems of rivers. In those desert forests, instruments had been seen only in the hands of the commissioners of the boundaries, and at that time the subaltern agents of the Portuguese government could not conceive how a man of sense could expose himself to the fatigues of a long journey to measure lands that did not belong to him. Orders had been issued to seize my person, my instruments, and above all, those registers of astronomical observations so dangerous to the safety of states. We were to be conducted by way of the Amazon to Gran Para, and thence sent back to Lisbon. But fortunately for me, the government at Lisbon, on being informed of the zeal of its subaltern agents, instantly gave orders that I should not be disturbed in my operations, but that on the contrary they should be encouraged if I traversed any part of the Portuguese possessions. In going down the Guainía or Rio Negro, you pass on the right the Caño Maliapo, and on the left the Caños Tariba and Eni. At 5 leagues distant, nearly in 1 degree 38 minutes of north latitude, is the island of San Josef. A little below that island, in a spot where there are a great number of orange trees now growing wild, the traveller is shown a small rock, 200 feet high, with a cavern called by the missionaries the Glorieta de Cocuy. This summer house, for such is the signification of the word glorieta in Spanish, recalls remembrances that are not the most agreeable. It was here that Cocuy, the chief of the Manitivitanos, had his harem of women, and where he devoured the finest and fattest. Note: at San Carlos there is still preserved an instrument of music, a kind of large drum, ornamented with very rude Indian paintings, which relate to the exploits of Cocuy. End of note. The tradition of the harem and the orgies of Cocuy is more current in the lower Orinoco than on the banks of the Guaiania. At San Carlos, the very idea that the chief of the Manitivitanos could be guilty of cannibalism is indignantly rejected. The Portuguese government has established many settlements even in this remote part of Brazil. Below the Glorieta, in the Portuguese territory, there are 11 villages, in an extent of 25 leagues. I know of 19 more as far as the mouth of the Rio Negro, beside the 6 towns of Tomari, Moira, near the Rio de Menene or Huaraca, where dwelt anciently the Guiana Indians, Barceos, San Miguel de Rio Branco, near the river of the same name, so well known in the fictions of El Dorado, Moura, and the Villa de Rio Negro. The banks of this tributary stream of the Amazon alone are consequently 10 times more thickly peopled than all the shores of the upper and lower Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, the Atabapo, and the Spanish Rio Negro. Among the tributary streams, which the Rio Negro receives from the north, 3 are particularly deserving of attention, because, on account of their branchings, their portages, and the situation of their sources, they are connected with the often discussed problem of the origin of the Orinoco. The most southern of these tributary streams are the Rio Branco, which was long believed to issue conjointly with the Orinoco from Lake Parima. Note: the Portuguese name Rio Branco signifies white water. Rio Parima is a Caribbean name signifying great water. These names, having also been applied to different tributary streams, have caused many errors in geography. The great Rio Branco, or Parima, often mentioned in this work, is formed by the Uraraquere and the Tacutu, and flows between Carvoeiro and the Villa de Moura into the Rio Negro. It is the Quequene of the natives, and forms at its confluence with the Rio Negro a very narrow delta, between the principal trunk and the Amayauhau, which is a little branch more to the west. End of note. And the Rio Padaviri, which communicates by a portage with the Mavaca, and consequently with the upper Orinoco to the east of the mission of Esmeralda. We shall have occasion to speak of the Rio Branco and the Padaviri when we arrive in that mission. It suffices here to pause at the 3rd tributary stream of the Rio Negro, the Capaburi, the interbranchings of which, with the Cassiquiare, are alike important in their connection with hydrography and with the trade in sarsaparilla. The lofty mountains of the Parima, which border the northern bank of the Orinoco in the upper part of its course above Esmeralda, send off a chain toward the south, of which the Cerro de Untaran forms one of the principal summits. This mountainous country, of small extent but rich in vegetable productions, above all in the Mavacure leana, employed in preparing the wourali poison, in almond trees, the juvia, or Bertholletia excelsa, in aromatic pucheries, and in wild cacao trees, forms a point of division between the waters that flow to the Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, and the Rio Negro. The tributary streams on the north, or those of the Orinoco, are the Mavaca and the Daracapo. Those in the west, or of the Cassiquiare, are the Idapa and the Paquimoni. And those on the south, or of the Rio Negro, are the Padaviri and the Capaburi. The latter is divided near its source into 2 branches, the westernmost of which is known by the name of Baria. The Indians of the mission of San Francisco Solano gave us the most minute description of its course. It affords the very rare example of a branch by which an inferior tributary stream, instead of receiving the waters of the superior stream, sends to it a part of its own waters in a direction opposite to that of the principal recipient. The Capaburi runs into the Rio Negro, near the mission of Nossa Senhora de Caldas, but the rivers Ya and Dimity, which are higher tributary streams, communicate also with the Capaburi, so that, from the little fort of San Gabriel de Cachoeiras, as far as San Antonio de Castanheira, the Indians of the Portuguese possessions can enter the territory of the Spanish missions by the Baria and the Paquimoni. The chief object of these incursions is the collection of sarsaparilla and the aromatic seeds of the pucuri laurel, Laurus pichurum. The sarsaparilla of these countries is celebrated at Grand Para, Angostura, Cumaná, Nueva Barcelona, and in other parts of terra firma by the name of zarza del Rio Negro. It is preferred to the zarza of the province of Caracas, or of the mountains of Merida. It is dried with great care, and exposed purposely to smoke, in order that it may become blacker. This liana grows in profusion on the humid declivities of the mountains of Unturan and Achiviqueri. Dickon Dole is right in suspecting that different species of smilax are gathered under the name of sarsaparilla. We found 12 new species, among which the Smilax syphilitica of the Cassiquiare and the Smilax officinalis of the river Magdalena are the most esteemed on account of their diuretic properties. The quantity of sarsaparilla employed in the Spanish colonies as a domestic medicine is very considerable. We see by the works of Clusius that at the beginning of the Conquista, Europe obtained this salutary medicament from the Mexican coast of Honduras and the port of Guayaquil. The trade in zarza is now more active in those ports which have interior communications with the Orinoco, the Rio Negro, and the Amazon. The trials made in several botanical gardens of Europe prove that the Smilax glauca of Virginia, which it is pretended is the S. sarsaparilla of Linnaeus, may be cultivated in the open air, wherever the mean temperature rises above 6 or 7 degrees of the centigrade thermometer. But most species that possess the most active virtues belong exclusively to the torrid zone and require a much higher degree of heat. Note: the winter temperature at London and Paris is 4.2 and 3.7. At Montpellier, 6.7. At Rome, 7.7 degrees. In that part of Mexico and the terra firma where we saw the most active species of the sarsaparilla growing, that which supplies the trade of the Spanish and Portuguese colonies, the temperature is from 20 to 26 degrees. The roots of another family of monocotyledons, of some Cyperaceae, possess also diaphoretic and resolvent properties. The Carex arenaria and the C. hirta, etc., furnish the German sarsaparilla of druggists. According to Clusius, Europe received the first sarsaparilla from the Yucatan and the island of Puna, opposite Guayaquil. End of note. In reading the works of Clusius, it can scarcely be conceived why our writers on the Materia Medica persist in considering a plant of the United States as the most ancient type of the official species of the genus Smilax. End of chapter 2.23, part 2. Chapter 2.23, part 3, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.23, Part 3. We found in the possession of the Indians of the Rio Negro some of those green stones, known by the name of Amazon stones, because the natives pretend, according to an ancient tradition, that they come from the country of the women without husbands, kuk non tain sequima, or women living alone, aiki ambo binano. Note: this word is of the Tamanac language. These women are the sole donna of the Italian missionaries. End of note. We were told at San Carlos, and in the neighboring villages, that the sources of the Orinoco, which we found east of the Esmeralda, and in the missions of the Caroni and at Angostura, that the sources of the Rio Branco are the native spots of the green stones. These statements confirm the report of an old soldier of the garrison of Cayenne, mentioned by La Condamine, who affirmed that those mineral substances were obtained from the country of women, west of the rapids of the Oyapoc. The Indians who inhabit the fort of Topayos, on the Amazon, 5 degrees east of the mouth of the Rio Negro, possessed formerly a great number of these stones. Had they received them from the north, that is, from the country pointed out by the Indians of the Rio Negro, which extends from the mountains of Cayenne toward the sources of the Essequibo, the Caroni, the Orinoco, the Parima, and the Rio Trombetas, or did they come from the south of the Rio Topayos, which descends from the vast tableland of the Campos Parecis? Superstition attaches great importance to these mineral substances. They are worn suspended from the neck as amulets because, according to popular belief, They preserve the wearer from nervous complaints, fevers, and the stings of venomous serpents. They have consequently been for ages an article of trade among the natives, both north and south of the Orinoco. The Caribs, who may be considered as the Bucharians of the New World, made them known along the coasts of Guyana, and the same stones, like money in circulation, passed successively from nation to nation in opposite directions. Their quantity is perhaps not augmented, and the spot which produces them is probably unknown rather than concealed. In the midst of enlightened Europe, on occasion of a warm contest respecting native bark, a few years ago, the green stones of the Orinoco were gravely proposed as a powerful febrifuge. After this appeal to the credulity of Europeans, we cannot be surprised to learn that the Spanish planters share the predilection of the Indians for these amulets, and that they are sold at a very considerable price. The form given to them most frequently is that of the Babylonian cylinders, longitudinally perforated and loaded with inscriptions and figures. Note: the price of a cylinder 2 inches long is from 12 to 15 piastres. End of note. But this is not the work of the Indians of our days, the natives of the Orinoco and the Amazon, whom we find in the last degree of barbarism. The Amazon stones, like the perforated and sculptured emeralds found in the Cordilleras of New Granada and Quito, are vestiges of anterior civilization. The present inhabitants of those countries, particularly in the hot region, so little comprehend the possibility of cutting hard stones, the emerald, jade, compact feldspar, and rock crystal, that they imagine the green stone is soft when taken out of the earth, and that it hardens after having been moulded by the hand. The natural soil of the Amazon stone is not in the valley of the river Amazon. It does not derive its name from the river, but like the river itself, the stone has been named after a nation of warlike women, whom Father Acunha and Oviedo, in his letter to Cardinal Bembo, compare to the Amazons of the ancient world. What we see in our cabinets, under the false denomination of Amazon stone, is neither jade nor compact feldspar, but a common feldspar of an apple-green color that comes from the Ural Mountains and on Lake Onega in Russia, but which I never saw in the granitic mountains of Guyana. Sometimes also this very rare and hard Amazon stone is confounded with the hatchet nephrite, Beilstein, of Werner, which has much less tenacity. Note: Punamustein, jade, Axinian. The stone hatchets found in America, for instance in Mexico, are not of Beilstein, but of compact feldspar. End of note. The substance which I obtained from the hands of the Indians belongs to the Saussurite. Note: jade of Saussure, according to the system of Brongniart, tenacious jade, and compact tenacious feldspar of Howie, some varieties of the variolith of Werner. End of note. To the real jade, which resembles compact feldspar, and which forms one of the constituent parts of the Verde de Corsica, or gabbro. Note: euphotide of Howie, or Schillerfels of Raumer. End of note. It takes a fine polish and passes from emerald green to apple green. It is translucent at the edges, extremely tenacious, and in a high degree sonorous. These Amazon stones were formerly cut by the natives into very thin plates, perforated at the centre and suspended by a thread, and these plates yield an almost metallic sound if struck by another hard body. Note: M. Brongniart, to whom I showed these plates on my return to Europe, very justly compared these jades of Parima to the sonorous stones employed by the Chinese in their musical instruments called king. End of note. This fact confirms the connection which we find, notwithstanding the difference of fracture and of specific gravity, between the saussurite and the siliceous basis of the porphyrschiefer, which is the phonolite, klingstein. I have already observed that, as it is very rare to find in America nephrite, jade, or compact feldspar in its native place, we may well be astonished at the quantity of hatchets which are everywhere discovered in digging the earth, from the banks of the Ohio as far as Chile. We saw in the mountains of Upper Orinoco, or of Parima, only granular granites containing a little hornblende, granites passing into gneiss, and schistoid hornblendes. Has nature repeated on the east of Esmeralda, between the sources of the Caroni, the Essequibo, the Orinoco, and the Rio Branco, the transition formation of Tucutunemo reposing on mica schist? Does the Amazon stone come from the rocks of euphotide, which form the last member of the series of primitive rocks? We find among the inhabitants of both hemispheres, at the first dawn of civilization, a peculiar predilection for certain stones, not only those which from their hardness may be useful to man as cutting instruments, but also for mineral substances which, on account of their colour and their natural form, are believed to bear some relation to the organic functions, and even to the propensities of the soul. This ancient worship of stones, these benign virtues attributed to jade and hematite, belong to the savages of America, as well as to the inhabitants of the forests of Thrace. The human race, when in an uncultivated state, believes itself to have sprung from the ground, and feels as if it were enchained to the earth and the substances contained in her bosom. The powers of nature, and still more those which destroy than those which preserve, are the first objects of its worship. It is not solely in the tempest, in the sound that precedes the earthquake, in the fire that feeds the volcano, that these powers are manifested. The inanimate rock, stones by their lustre and hardness, mountains by their mass and their solitude, act upon the untaught mind with a force which, in a state of advanced civilization, can no longer be conceived. This worship of stones, when once established, is preserved amidst more modern forms of worship, and what was at first the object of a religious homage becomes a source of superstitious confidence. Divine stones are transformed into amulets, which are believed to preserve the wearer from every ill, mental and corporeal. Although a distance of 500 leagues separates the banks of the Amazon and the Orinoco from the Mexican tableland, although history records no fact that connects the savage nations of Guyana with the civilized nations of Anahuac, the monk Bernard de Sahagun, at the beginning of the conquest, found preserved as relics at Cholulu certain green stones which had belonged to Quetzalcoatl. This mysterious personage is the Mexican Buddha. He appeared in the time of the Toltecs, founded the first religious associations, and established a government similar to that of Meroe and of Japan. The history of the jade or the green stones of Guyana is intimately connected with that of the warlike women whom the travellers of the 16th century named the Amazons of the New World. La Condamine has produced many testimonies in favour of this tradition. Since my return from the Orinoco and the river Amazon, I have often been asked, at Paris, whether I embraced the opinion of that learned man, or believed, like several of his contemporaries, that he undertook the defence of the Kuknantain Sequima, the independent women who received men into their society only in the month of April, merely to fix, in a public sitting of the Academy, the attention of an audience somewhat eager for novelties. I may take this opportunity of expressing my opinion on a tradition which has so romantic an appearance, and I am further led to do this as La Condamine asserts that the Amazons of the Rio Cayama crossed the Maranon to establish themselves on the Rio Negro. Note: Orellana, arriving at the Maranon by the Rio Coca and the Napo, fought with the Amazons, as it appears, between the mouth of the Rio Negro and that of the Xingu. La Condamine asserts that in the 17th century they passed the Maranon between Tefa and the mouth of the Rio Purus, near the Cano Cuchivara, which is a western branch of the Purus. These women therefore came from the banks of the Rio Cayama, or Cayamba, consequently from unknown country which extends south of the Maranon between the Ucayala and the Madeira. Raleigh also places them on the south of the Maranon, but in the province of Topayos, and on the river of the same name. He says they were rich in gold vessels, which they had acquired in exchange for the famous green stones, or piedras hijadas. Note: Raleigh means, no doubt, piedros del hígado, stones that cure diseases of the liver. End of note. It is remarkable enough that, 148 years after, La Condamine still found those green stones, divine stones, which differ neither in colour nor in hardness from oriental jade, in greater numbers among the Indians who live near the mouth of the river Topayos than elsewhere. The Indians said that they inherited these stones, which cure the nephritic colic and epilepsy, from their fathers, who received them from the women without husbands. End of note. A taste for the marvellous, and a wish to invest the descriptions of the new continent with some of the colouring of classic antiquity, no doubt contributed to give great importance to the first narratives of Orellana. In perusing the works of Vespucci, Fernando Columbus, Geraldini, Oviedo, and Pietro Martyr, we recognize this tendency of the writers of the 16th century to find among the newly discovered nations all that the Greeks have related to us of the first age of the world, and of the manners of the barbarous Scythians and Africans. But if Oviedo, in addressing his letters to Cardinal Bembo, thought fit to flatter the taste of a man so familiar with the study of antiquity, Sir Walter Raleigh had a less poetic aim. He sought to fix the attention of Queen Elizabeth on the great empire of Guyana, the conquest of which he proposed. He gave a description of the rising of that gilded king, El Dorado, whose chamberlains, furnished with long tubes, blew powdered gold every morning over his body, after having rubbed it over with aromatic oils. But nothing could be better adapted to strike the imagination of Queen Elizabeth than the warlike republic of women without husbands, who resisted the Castilian heroes. Note: the term El Dorado, which signifies the gilded, was not originally the name of the country. The territory subsequently distinguished by that appellation was at first known as the country of El Rey Dorado, the gilded king. End of note. 30 years after La Condamine visited Quito, a Portuguese astronomer, Ribeiro, who has traversed the Amazon and the tributary streams which run into that river on the north side, has confirmed on the spot all that the learned Frenchman had advanced. He found the same traditions among the Indians, and he collected them with the greater impartiality as he did not himself believe that the Amazons formed a separate horde. Not knowing any of the tongues spoken on the Orinoco and the Rio Negro, I could learn nothing certain respecting the popular traditions of the women without husbands, or the origin of the green stones, which are believed to be intimately connected with them. I shall, however, quote a modern testimony of some weight, that of Father Gilly. "Upon inquiring," says this well-informed missionary, "of a Quaqua Indian what nations inhabited the Rio Cuchivero, he named to me the Achirigotos, the Pajuros, and the Aiqueambananos." In Italian, Achiricolti, Pajuri, and Aiqueambanano. Being well acquainted, pursues he, with the Tamanac language, I instantly comprehended the sense of this last word, which is a compound, and signifies women living alone. The Indian confirmed my observation, and related that the Aiqueambananos were a community of women who manufacture blow tubes. Long tubes made from a hollow cane, which the natives use to propel their poisoned arrows, and other weapons of war. They admit once a year the men of the neighbouring nation of Voquearos into their society, and send them back with presents. All the male children born in this horde of women are killed in their infancy." This history seems framed on the traditions which circulate among the Indians of the Maranon and among the Caribs. Yet the Quaqua Indian of whom Father Gilly speaks was ignorant of the Castilian language. He had never had any communication with white men, and certainly knew not that south of the Orinoco there existed another river, called the river of the Aiqueambananos, or Amazons. What must we conclude from this narrative of the old missionary of Esmeralda? Not that there are Amazons on the bank of the Cuchivero, but that women in different parts of America, wearied of the state of slavery in which they were held by the men, united themselves together, that the desire of preserving their independence rendered them warriors, and that they received visits from a neighbouring and friendly horde. This society of women may have acquired some power in one part of Guyana. The Caribs of the continent held intercourse with those of the islands, and no doubt in this way the traditions of the Maranon and the Orinoco were propagated toward the north. Before the voyage of Orellana, Christopher Columbus imagined he had found the Amazons in the Caribbee Islands. This great man was told that the small island of Madanino, Montserrat, was inhabited by warlike women, who lived the greater part of the year separate from men. At other times also, the conquistadors imagined that the women, who defended their huts in the absence of their husbands, were republics of Amazons, and, by an error less excusable, formed a like supposition respecting the religious congregations, the convents of Mexican virgins, who, far from admitting men at any season of the year into their society, lived according to the austere rule of Quetzalcoatl. Such was the disposition of men's minds that, in the long succession of travellers who crowded on each other in their discoveries and in narrations of the marvels of the New World, every one readily declared he had seen what his predecessors had announced. We passed 3 nights at San Carlos del Rio Negro. I count the nights, because I watched during the greater part of them in the hope of seizing the moment of the passage of some star over the meridian. That I might have nothing to reproach myself with, I kept the instruments always ready for an observation. I could not even obtain double altitudes to calculate the latitude by the method of Dow's. What a contrast between 2 parts of the same zone, between the sky of Cumana, where the air is constantly pure, as in Persia and Arabia, and the sky of the Rio Negro, veiled like that of the Faroe Islands, without sun or moon or stars. On the 10th of May, our canoe being ready before sunrise, we embarked to go up the Rio Negro as far as the mouth of the Cassiquiare, and to devote ourselves to researches on the real course of that river which unites the Orinoco to the Amazon. The morning was fine, but in proportion as the heat augmented, the sky became obscured. The air is so saturated by water in these forests, that the vesicular vapours become visible on the least increase in evaporation at the surface of the earth. The breeze being never felt, the humid strata are not displaced and renewed by drier air. We were every day more grieved at the aspect of the cloudy sky. M. Bonpland was losing, by this excessive humidity, the plants he had collected, and I for my part was afraid lest I should again find the fogs of the Rio Negro in the valley of the Cassiquiare. No one in these missions for half a century past had doubted the existence of communication between 2 great systems of rivers. The important point of our voyage was confined therefore to fixing by astronomical observations the course of the Cassiquiare, and particularly the point of its entrance into the Rio Negro and that of the bifurcation of the Orinoco. Without a sight of the sun and the stars, this object would be frustrated, and we should have exposed ourselves in vain to long and painful privations. Our fellow travellers would have returned by the shortest way, that of the Pimichin and the small rivers, but M. Bonpland preferred, like me, persisting in the plan of the voyage, which we had traced for ourselves in passing the great cataracts. We had already travelled 180 leagues in a boat from San Fernando de Apure to San Carlos, on the Rio Apure, the Orinoco, the Atabato, the Temi, the Tuamini, and the Rio Negro. In again entering the Orinoco by the Cassiquiare, we had to navigate 320 leagues from San Carlos to Angostura. By this way we had to struggle against the currents during 10 days. The rest was to be performed by going down the stream of the Orinoco. It would have been blamable to have suffered ourselves to be discouraged by the fear of a cloudy sky and by the mosquitoes of the Cassiquiare. Our Indian pilot, who had recently been at Mandavaca, promised us the sun, and those great stars that eat the clouds, as soon as we should have left the black waters of the Guaviare. We therefore carried out our first project of returning to San Fernando de Atabapo by the Cassiquiare, and fortunately for our researches, the prediction of the Indian was verified. The white waters brought us, by degrees, a more serene sky, stars, mosquitoes, and crocodiles. We passed between the islands of Zaruma and Mini, or Mibita, covered with thick vegetation, and, after having ascended the rapids of the Piedra de Uinumane, we entered the Rio Cassiquiare at the distance of 8 miles from the small fort of San Carlos. The Piedra, or granitic rock, which forms the little cataract, attracted our attention on account of the numerous veins of quartz by which it is traversed. These veins are several inches broad, and their masses proved that their date and formation are very different. I saw distinctly that wherever they crossed each other, the veins containing mica and black schorl traversed and drove out of their direction those which contained only white quartz and feldspar. According to the theory of Werner, the black veins were consequently of a more recent formation than the white. Being a disciple of the school of Freiburg, I could not but pause with satisfaction at the rock of Uinumane to observe the same phenomena near the equator which I had so often seen in the mountains of my own country. I confess that the theory which considers veins as clefts, filled from above with various substances, pleases me somewhat less now than it did at that period. But these modes of intersection and driving aside, observed in the stony and metallic veins, do not the less merit the attention of travellers, as being one of the most general and constant of geological phenomena. On the east of Javita, all along the Cassiquiare, and particularly in the mountains of Duida, the number of veins in the granite increases. These veins are full of holes and druses, and their frequency seems to indicate that the granite of these countries is not of very ancient formation. We found some lichens on the rock Uinumane, opposite the island of Chamanere, at the edge of the rapids, and as the Cassiquiare near its mouth turns abruptly from east to southwest, we saw for the first time this majestic branch of the Orinoco in all its breadth. It much resembles the Rio Negro in the general aspect of the landscape. The trees of the forest, as in the basin of the latter river, advance as far as the beach, and there form a thick coppice. But the Cassiquiare has white waters, and more frequently changes its direction. Its breadth near the rapids of Uinumane nearly surpasses that of the Rio Negro. I found it everywhere from 250 to 280 toises, as far as above Vasiva. Before we passed the island of Garigave, we perceived to the northeast, almost at the horizon, a little hill with a hemispheric summit, the form of which in every zone characterizes mountains of granite. Continually surrounded by vast plains, the solitary rocks and hills excite the attention of the traveller. Contiguous mountains are only found more to the east, toward the sources of Pacimoni, Siapa, and Mavaca. Having arrived on the south of the Raudal of Caravina, we perceived that the Cassiquiare, by the windings of its course, again approached San Carlos. The distance from this fort to the mission of San Francisco Solano, where we slept, is only 2 leagues and a half by land, but it is reckoned 7 or 8 by the river. I passed a part of the night in the open air, waiting vainly for the stars. The air was misty, notwithstanding the aguas blancas, which were to lead us beneath an ever starry sky. End of chapter 2.23, part 3. Chapter 2.23, part 4, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.23, Part 4. The mission of San Francisco Solano, situated on the left bank of the Cassiquiare, was founded, as were most of the Christian settlements south of the great cataracts of the Orinoco, not by monks, but by military authority. At the time of the expedition of the boundaries, villages were built in proportion as a subteniente, or a corporal, advanced with his troops. Part of the natives, in order to preserve their independence, retired without a struggle. Others, of whom the most powerful chiefs had been gained, joined the missions. Where there was no church, they contented themselves with erecting a great cross of red wood, close to which they constructed a casa fuerte, or blockhouse, the walls of which were formed of large beams resting horizontally upon each other. This house had 2 stories. In the upper story, 2 cannon of small caliber were placed, and 2 soldiers lived on the ground floor and were served by an Indian family. Those of the natives, with whom they were at peace, cultivated spots of land round the casa fuerte. The soldiers called them together by the sound of a horn, or a botuto of baked earth, whenever any hostile attack was dreaded. Such were the pretended 19 Christian settlements founded by Don Antonio Santos in the way from Esmeralda to the Erevato. Military posts, which had no influence on the civilization of the natives, figured on the maps and in the works of the missionaries as the villages, pueblos, and reducciones apostolicas. Note. Signifying apostolic conquests or conversions. End of note. The preponderance of the military was maintained on the banks of the Orinoco till 1785, when the system of the monks of San Francisco began. A small number of missions founded, or rather re-established, since that period, owe their existence to the fathers of the observance; for the soldiers now distributed among the missions are dependent on the missionaries, or at least are reputed to be so, according to the pretensions of the ecclesiastical hierarchy. The Indians whom we found at San Francisco Solano were of two nations, Paquimonales and Chiruvichahenas. The latter being descended from a considerable tribe settled on the Rio Tomo, near the Manivas of the Upper Guaiania, I tried to gather from them some ideas respecting the upper course and the sources of the Rio Negro, but the interpreter whom I employed could not make them comprehend my questions. Their continually repeated answer was, that the sources of the Rio Negro and the Inirida were as near to each other as, "2 fingers of the hand." In one of the huts of the Paquimonales we purchased 2 fine large birds, a toucan, piapoco, and an ana, a species of macaw, 17 inches long, having the whole body of a purple colour. We had already in our canoe 7 parrots, 2 manakins, pipa, a motmot, 2 guans, or pavas de monte, 2 manaviris, circoleptes, or Viveria caudivolvula, and 8 monkeys, namely 2 ateles, marimonda of the Great Cataracts, Simia Belsbooth, Brisson, 2 titis, Simia cyurea, the samiri of Buffon, 1 viudita, Simia lugans, 2 doroculis or nocturnal monkeys, Cusiensi or Simia trivirgata, and a short-tailed cacajao, Simia melanocephala monophia. These last 3 species are new. Father Zia whispered some complaints at the daily augmentation of this ambulatory collection. The toucan resembles the raven in manners and intelligence. It is a courageous animal, but easily tamed. Its long and stout beak serves to defend it at a distance. It makes itself master of the house, steals whatever it can come at, and loves to bathe often and fish on the banks of the river. The toucan we had bought was very young, yet it took delight during the whole voyage in teasing the cusis or nocturnal monkeys, which are melancholy and irritable. I did not observe what has been related in some works of natural history, that the toucan is forced, from the structure of its beak, to swallow its food by throwing it up into the air. It raises it indeed with some difficulty from the ground, but having once seized it with the point of its enormous beak, it has only to lift it up by throwing back its head and holding it perpendicularly whilst in the act of swallowing. This bird makes extraordinary gestures when preparing to drink. The monks say that it makes the sign of the cross upon the water, and this popular belief has obtained for the toucan, from the Creoles, the singular name of Dios Dede, Dios today, God gives it thee. Most of our animals were confined in small wicker cages. Others ran at full liberty in all parts of the boat. At the approach of rain, the macaws sent forth noisy cries. The toucan wanted to reach the shore to fish, and the little monkeys, the titis, went in search of Father Zia to take shelter in the large sleeves of his Franciscan habit. These incidents sometimes amused us so much that we forgot the torment of the mosquitoes. At night we placed a leather case, petaca, containing our provisions in the centre, then our instruments and the cages of our animals. Our hammocks were suspended around the cages, and beyond were those of the Indians. The exterior circle was formed by the fires, which are lighted to keep off the jaguars. Such was the order of our encampment on the banks of the Cassiquiare. The Indians often spoke to us of a little nocturnal animal with a long nose, which surprises young parrots in their nests, and in eating makes use of its hands like the monkeys of the Maniveris or Kinkajous. They call it a guachi. It is no doubt a coati, perhaps a Viveria nasua, which I saw wild in Mexico. The missionaries gravely prohibit the natives from eating the flesh of the guachi, to which, according to far-spread superstitious ideas, they attribute the same stimulating qualities which the people of the East believe to exist in the skink, and the Americans in the flesh of the alligator. On the 11th of May, we left the mission of San Francisco Solano at a late hour, to make but a short day's journey. The uniform stratum of vapours, began to be divided into clouds with distinct outlines, and there was a light east wind in the upper regions of the air. We recognized in these signs an approaching change of the weather, and were unwilling to go far from the mouth of the Cassiquiare, in the hope of observing during the following night the passage of some star over the meridian. We descried the Cano da Quiapo to the south, the Guachaparo to the north, and a few miles further the rapids of Cananivacari. The velocity of the current being 6.3 feet in a second, we had to struggle against the turbulent waves of the Raudal. We were on shore, and M. Bonpland discovered within a few steps of the beach a majestic almendron or Bertholletia excelsa. The Indians assured us that the existence of this valuable plant on the banks of the Cassiquiare was unknown at San Francisco Solara, Vavasi, and Esmeralda. They did not think that the tree we saw, which was more than 60 feet high, had been sown by some passing traveller. Experiments at San Carlos have shown how rare it is to succeed in causing the Bertholletia to germinate on account of its ligneous pericarp, and the oil contained in its nut, which so readily becomes rancid. Perhaps this tree denoted the existence of a forest of Bertholletia in the inland country on the east and northeast. We know at least with certainty that this fine tree grows wild in the 3rd degree of latitude in the Cerro de Guanaya. The plants that live in society have seldom marked limits, and it happens that before we reach a palmar or a pinar, note, 2 Spanish words which, according to a Latin form, denote a forest of palm trees, palmetum, and of pines, pinetum, end of note, we find solitary palm trees and pines. They are somewhat like colonists that have advanced in the midst of a country peopled with different vegetable productions. 4 miles distant from the rapids of Cunanivacari, rocks of the strangest form rise in the plains. First appears a narrow wall, 80 feet high and perpendicular, and at the southern extremity of this wall are 2 turrets, the courses of which are of granite, and nearly horizontal. The grouping of the rocks of Guanari is so symmetrical that they might be taken for the ruins of an ancient edifice. Are they the remains of islets in the midst of an inland sea that covered the flat ground between the Sierra Parima and the Parecis Mountains? Note, the Sierra de la Parima, or of the Upper Orinoco, and the Sierra, or Campos, de los Parecis, are part of the mountains of Mato Grosso, and form the southern bank of the Sierra de Chiquitos. I here name the 2 chains of mountains running from east to west, and bordering the plains or basins of the Cassiquiare, the Rio Negro, and the Amazon, between 5 degrees 30 minutes north and 14 degrees south latitude, end of note. Or have these walls of rock, these turrets of granite, been upheaved by the elastic forces that still act in the interior of our planet? We may be permitted to meditate a little on the origin of mountains after having seen the position of the Mexican volcanoes and of trachyte summits on an elongated crevice, having found in the Andes of South America primitive and volcanic rocks in a straight line in the same chain. And when we recollect the island, 3 miles in circumference, and of a great height, which in modern times issued from the depths of the ocean near Alaska. The banks of the Cassiquiare are adorned with the chiriva palm tree with pinnate leaves, silvery on the under part. The rest of the forest furnishes only trees with large, coriaceous, glossy leaves that have plain edges. This peculiar physiognomy of the vegetation of the Guaiania, the Tuamini, and the Cassiquiare is owing to the preponderance of the families of the Gutiferae, the Sapati, and the Laurinae in the equatorial regions. Note, this physiognomy struck us forcibly in the vast forests of Spanish Guiana, only between the 2nd and 3rd degrees of north latitude. End of note. The serenity of the sky promising a fine night, we resolved at 5 in the evening to rest near the Piedra de Culimacari, a solitary granite rock, like all those which I have described between the Atabapo and the Cassiquiare. We found by the bearings of the sinuosities of the river that this rock is nearly in the latitude of the mission of San Francisco Solano. In those desert countries, where man has hitherto left only fugitive traces of his existence, I constantly endeavoured to make my observations near the mouth of a river or at the foot of a rock distinguishable by its form. Such points only as are immutable by their nature can serve for the basis of geographical maps. I obtained, in the night of the 10th of May, a good observation of the latitude by alpha of the Southern Cross. The longitude was determined, but with less precision, by a chronometer, taking the altitudes of the two beautiful stars which shine in the feet of the Centaur. This observation made known to us at the same time, with sufficient precision for the purposes of geography, the positions of the mouth of the Pacimoni, of the fortress of San Carlos, and of the junction of the Cassiquiare with the Rio Negro. The rock of Culimacari is precisely in latitude 2 degrees 0 minutes 42 seconds, and probably in longitude 69 degrees 33 minutes 50 seconds. Satisfied with our observations, we left the rock of Culimacari at 1:30 on the morning of the 12th. The torment of mosquitoes to which we were exposed augmented in proportion as we withdrew from the Rio Negro. There are no zancudos in the valley of Cassiquiare, but the simulia and all other insects of the tipulary family are the more numerous and venomous. Having still 8 nights to pass in the open air in this damp and unhealthy climate, before we could reach the mission of Esmeralda, our pilot sought to arrange our passage in such a manner as might enable us to enjoy the hospitality of the missionary of Mandavaca and some shelter in the village of Vasiva. We went up with difficulty against the current, which was 9 feet, and in some places, where I measured it with precision, 11 feet 8 inches in a second, that is, almost 8 miles an hour. Our resting place was probably not farther than 3 leagues in a right line from the mission of Mandavaca, yet, though we had no reason to complain of the inactivity on the part of our rowers, we were 14 hours in making this short passage. Towards sunrise, we passed the mouth of the Rio Pacimoni, a river which I mentioned when speaking of the trade in sarsaparilla, and which, by means of the Baria, intertwines in so remarkable a way with the Calbaburi. The Pacimoni rises in a hilly ground from the confluence of 3 small rivers, not marked on the maps of the missionaries. Note: the Rios Guajavaca, Moreja, and Cachaveneri. End of note. Its waters are black, but less so than those of the lake of Vasiva, which also communicates with the Cassiquiare. Between those 2 tributary streams coming from the east lies the mouth of the Rio Idapa, the waters of which are white. I shall not recur again to the difficulty of explaining this coexistence of rivers differently coloured within a small extent of territory, but shall merely observe that at the mouth of the Pacimoni and on the borders of the lake Vasavi we were again struck with the purity and extreme transparency of the brown waters. Ancient Arabian travellers have observed that the alpine branch of the Nile, which joins the Bahr al Abyad near Halfaja, has green waters, which are so transparent that the fish may be seen at the bottom of the river. We passed some turbulent rapids before we reached the mission of Mandavaca. The village, which bears also the name of Quiribuena, contains only 60 natives. The state of the Christian settlements is in general so miserable that, in the whole course of the Cassiquiare, on a length of 50 leagues, not 200 inhabitants are found. The banks of this river were indeed more peopled before the arrival of the missionaries. The Indians have withdrawn into the woods towards the east, for the western plains are almost deserted. The natives subsist during a part of the year on those large ants of which I have spoken above. These insects are much esteemed here, as spiders are in the southern hemisphere, where the savages of Australia deem them delicious. We found at Mandavaca the good old missionary who had already spent 20 years of mosquitoes in the Bosques del Cassiquiare, and whose legs were so spotted by the stings of insects that the colour of the skin could scarcely be perceived. He talked to us of his solitude, and of the sad necessity which often compelled him to leave the most atrocious crimes unpunished in the 2 missions of Mandavaca and Vasiva. In the latter place, an Indian alcalde had, a few years before, eaten one of his wives, after having taken her to his conuco. Note: a hut surrounded with cultivated ground, a sort of country house, which the natives prefer to residing in the missions. End of note. And fattened her by good feeding. The cannibalism of the nations of Guyana is never caused by the want of subsistence, or by the superstitions of their religion, as in the islands of the South Sea, but is generally the effect of the vengeance of a conqueror and, as the missionaries say, of a vitiated appetite. Victory over a hostile tribe is celebrated by a repast, in which some parts of the body of the prisoner are devoured. Sometimes a defenceless family is surprised in the night, or an enemy who is met with by chance in the woods is killed by a poisoned arrow. The body is cut to pieces and carried as a trophy to the hut. It is civilization only that has made man feel the unity of the human race, which has revealed to him, as we may say, the ties of consanguinity by which he is linked to beings to whose language and manners he is a stranger. Savages know only their own family, and a tribe appears to them but a more numerous assemblage of relations. When those who inhabit the missions see Indians of the forest, who are unknown to them, arrive, they make use of an expression which has struck us by its simple candor. They are, no doubt, my relations. I understand them when they speak to me. But these very savages detest all who are not of their family or their tribe, and hunt the Indians of a neighboring tribe, who live at war with their own, as we hunt game. They know the duties of family ties and of relationship, but not those of humanity, which require the feeling of a common tie with beings framed like ourselves. No emotion of pity prompts them to spare the wives or children of a hostile race, and the latter are devoured in preference at the repast given at the conclusion of a battle or warlike incursion. The hatred which savages for the most part feel for men who speak another idiom, and appear to them to be of an inferior race, is sometimes rekindled in the missions, after having long slumbered. A short time before our arrival at Esmeralda, an Indian, born in the forest, behind the Duida, travelled alone with another Indian who, after having been made prisoners by the Spaniards on the bank of the Ventuario, lived peaceably in the village, or, as it is expressed here, within the sound of the bell, debajo de la campana. A note. En el monte. The Indians born in the missions are distinguished from those born in the woods. The word monte signifies more frequently in the colonies a forest, bosque, than a mountain, and this circumstance has led to great errors in our maps, on which chains of mountains, sierras, are figured, when there are only thick forests, monte espeso. The latter could only walk slowly, because he was suffering from one of those fevers to which the natives are subject when they arrive in the missions and abruptly change their diet. Wearied by his delay, his fellow traveller killed him, and hid the body near a copse of thick trees near Esmeralda. This crime, like many others among the Indians, would have remained unknown if the murderer had not made preparations for a feast on the following day. He tried to induce his children, born in the mission and become Christians, to go with him for some parts of the dead body. They had much difficulty in persuading him to desist from his purpose, and the soldier who was posted at Esmeralda learned from the domestic squabble caused by this event what the Indians would have concealed from his knowledge. It is known that cannibalism and the practice of human sacrifices, with which it is often connected, are found to exist in all parts of the globe, and among people of very different races. But what strikes us more in the study of history is to see human sacrifices retained in a state of civilization somewhat advanced, and that the nations who hold a point of honour to devour their prisoners are not always the rudest and most ferocious. Note. Some causal instances of children carried off by the negroes in the island of Cuba have led to the belief in the Spanish colonies that there are tribes of cannibals in Africa. This opinion, though supported by some travellers, is not borne out by the researches of Mr. Barrow on the interior of that country. Superstitious practices may have given rise to imputations perhaps as unjust as those of which Jewish families were the victims in the ages of intolerance and persecution. The painful facts have not escaped the observation of those missionaries who are sufficiently enlightened to reflect on the manners of the surrounding tribes. The Cabres, the Guaypunaves, and the Caribs have always been more powerful and more civilized than the other hordes of the Orinoco, and yet the two former are as much addicted to anthropophagy as the latter are repugnant to it. We must carefully distinguish the different branches into which the great family of the Caribbean nations is divided. These branches are as numerous as those of the Mongols and the Western Tartars, or Turkomans. the Caribs of the continent, those who inhabit the plains between the lower Orinoco, the Rio Branco, the Essequibo, and the sources of the Oyapoc, hold in horror the practice of devouring their enemies. This barbarous custom at the first discovery of America existed only among the Caribs of the West Indies. Note. See Geraldini Itinerum, page 186, and the eloquent tract of Cardinal Bembo on the discoveries of Columbus. Quote, Insularum partum hominis incolebrant feri trucesca, qui puerorum et virorum carnibus, quos alias in insulis bello aut latricinius capissent, vescabantur, a feminis abstinebant, cannibales appellati. Quote, some of the islands are inhabited by a cruel and savage race called cannibals, who eat the flesh of men and boys, and captives, and slaves of the male sex, abstaining from that of the females. Histvenet, 1551. The custom of sparing the lives of female prisoners confirms what I have previously said of the language of the women. Does the word cannibal applied to the Caribs of the West India Islands belong to the language of this archipelago, that of Haiti, or must we seek for it in an idiom of Florida, which some traditions indicate as the first country of the Caribs? It is they who have rendered the names of cannibals, Caribbees, and anthropophagi synonymous. It was their cruelties that prompted the law promulgated in 1504, by which the Spaniards were permitted to make a slave of every individual of an American nation which could be proved to be of Caribbee origin. I believe, however, that the anthropophagy of the inhabitants of the West India Islands was much exaggerated by early travellers, whose stories Herrera, a grave and judicious historian, has not disdained to repeat in his Decades Historicus. He has even credited that extraordinary event which led the Caribs to renounce this barbarous custom. The natives of a little island devoured a Dominican monk whom they had carried off from the coast of Puerto Rico. They all fell sick and would never eat monk or layman again. If the Caribs of the Orinoco, since the commencement of the 16th century, have differed in their manners from those of the West India Islands, if they are unjustly accused of anthropophagy, it is difficult to attribute this difference to any superiority of their social state. The strangest contrasts are found blended in this mixture of nations, some of whom live only upon fish, monkeys, and ants, while others are more or less cultivators of the ground, more or less occupied in making and painting pottery, or weaving hammocks or cotton cloth. Several of the latter tribes have preserved inhuman customs altogether unknown to the former. You cannot imagine, said the old missionary of Mandavaca, the perversity of this Indian race, familia de indios. You receive men of a new tribe into the village. They appear to be mild, good, and laborious, but suffer them to take part in an incursion, entrada, to bring in the natives, and you can scarcely prevent them from murdering all they meet, and hiding some portions of the dead bodies. In reflecting on the manners of these Indians, we are almost horrified that the combination of sentiments which seem to exclude each other, that faculty of nations to become but partly humanized, that preponderance of customs, prejudices, and traditions over the natural affections of the heart. We had a fugitive Indian from the Guaisia in our canoe, who had become sufficiently civilized in a few weeks to be useful to us in placing the instruments necessary for our observations at night. He was no less mild than intelligent, and we had some desire of taking him into our service. What was our horror when, talking to him by means of an interpreter, we learned that the flesh of the Marimonde monkeys, though blacker, appeared to him to have the taste of human flesh. He told us that his relations, that is, the people of his tribe, preferred the inside of the hands in man as in bears. This assertion was accompanied with gestures of savage gratification. We inquired of this young man, so calm and so affectionate in the little services which he rendered us, whether he still felt sometimes a desire to eat a tiruvichahana. He answered, without discomposure, that, living in the mission, he would only eat what he saw was eaten by the padres. Reproaches addressed to the natives on the abominable practice which we here discuss produced no effect. It was as if a Brahmin, travelling in Europe, were to reproach us with the habit of feeding on the flesh of animals. In the eyes of the Indian of the Guaisia, the Cherovicahena was a being entirely different from himself, and one whom he thought it was no more unjust to kill than the jaguars of the forest. It was merely from a sense of propriety that, whilst he remained in the mission, he would only eat the same food as the fathers. The natives, if they return to their tribe, al monte, or find themselves pressed by hunger, soon resume their old habits of anthropophagy. And why should we be so much astonished at this inconstancy in the tribes of the Orinoco, when we are reminded by terrible and well ascertained examples of what has passed among civilized nations in times of great scarcity? In Egypt, in the 13th century, the habit of eating human flesh pervaded all classes of society. Extraordinary snares were spread for physicians in particular. They were called to attend persons who pretended to be sick, but who were only hungry, and it was not in order to be consulted, but devoured. An historian of great veracity, Abd al-Latif, has related how a practice which at first inspired dread and horror soon occasioned not even the slightest surprise. Note. Quote, when the poor began to eat human flesh, the horror and astonishment caused by repasts so dreadful were such as these crimes furnished the never-ceasing subject of every conversation. But at length the people became so accustomed to it, and conceived such a taste for this detestable food, that people of wealth and respectability were found to use it as their ordinary food, to eat it by way of a treat, and even to lay in a stock of it. This flesh was prepared in different ways, and the practice being once introduced, spread into the provinces, so that instances of it were found in every part of Egypt. It then no longer caused any surprise. The horror it had at first inspired vanished, and it was mentioned as an indifferent and ordinary thing. This mania of devouring one another became so common among the poor, that the greater part perished in this manner. These wretches employed all sorts of artifices to seize men by surprise, or decoy them into their houses under false pretences. This happened to 3 physicians among those who visited me, and a bookseller who sold me books, an old and very corpulent man, fell into their snares and escaped with great difficulty. All the facts which we relate as eye-witnesses fell under our observation accidentally, for we generally avoided witnessing spectacles which inspired us with so much horror. End quote. Account of Egypt by Abd al-Latif, physician of Baghdad, translated into French by de Sacy, pages 360 to 374. End of note. End of chapter 2.23, part 4. Chapter 2.23, part 5, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.23, Part 5. Although the Indians of the Cassiquiare readily return to their barbarous habits, they evince, whilst in the missions, some love of labor, and in particular a great facility in learning the Spanish language. The villages being, for the most part, inhabited by 3 or 4 tribes, who do not understand each other, a foreign idiom, which is at the same time that of the civil power, the language of the missionary, affords the advantage of more general means of communication. I heard a Poinavi Indian conversing in Spanish with a Guahibo, though both had come from their forests within 3 months. They uttered a phrase every quarter of an hour, prepared with difficulty, and in which the gerund of the verb, no doubt according to the grammatical turn of their own languages, was constantly employed. Quote, when I seeing padre, padre to me saying, end quote. Note, quote, cuando yo mirando padre, padre me diciendo, end quote, end of note, instead of, quote, when I saw the missionary, he said to me, end quote. I have mentioned in another place how wise it appeared to me in the Jesuits to generalize one of the languages of civilized America, for instance, that of the Peruvians, note, the Quechua or Inca language, lengua del Inga, end of note, and instruct the Indians in an idiom which is foreign to them in its roots, but not in its structure and grammatical forms. This was following the system which the Incas or king priests of Peru had employed for ages in order to humanize the barbarous nations of the upper Maranon, and maintain them under their domination, a system somewhat more reasonable than that of making the natives of America speak Latin, as was gravely proposed in a provincial concilio at Mexico. We were told that the Indians of the Cassiquiare and the Rio Negro are preferred on the lower Orinoco, and especially at Angostura, to the inhabitants of the other missions, on account of their intelligence and activity. Those of Mandavaca are celebrated among the tribes of their own race for the preparation of the curare poison, which does not yield in strength to the curare of Esmeralda. Unhappily, the natives devote themselves to this employment more than to agriculture. Yet the soil on the banks of the Cassiquiare is excellent. We find there a granitic sand of a blackish-brown colour, which is covered in the forests with thick layers of rich earth, and on the banks of the river with clay almost impermeable to water. The soil of the Cassiquiare appears more fertile than that of the valley of the Rio Negro, where maize does not prosper. Rice, beans, cotton, sugar, and indigo yield rich harvests wherever their cultivation has been tried. Note: M. BONPLAND found at Mandavaca, in the huts of the natives, a plant with tuberous roots exactly like cassava, yucca. It is called cumapana, and is cooked by being baked on the ashes. It grows spontaneously on the banks of the Cassiquiare. End of note. We saw wild indigo around the missions of San Miguel de Davipa, San Carlos, and Mandavaca. No doubt can exist that several nations of America, particularly the Mexicans, long before the conquest employed real indigo in their hieroglyphic paintings, and that small cakes of this substance were sold at the great market of Tenochtitlan. But a colouring matter, chemically identical, may be extracted from plants belonging to neighbouring genera, and I should not at present venture to affirm that the native indigoferae of America do not furnish some generic difference from the Indigofera anil and the Indigofera argentea of the Old World. In the coffee trees of both hemispheres this difference has been observed. Here, as at the Rio Negro, the humidity of the air and the consequent abundance of insects are obstacles almost invincible to new cultivation. Everywhere you meet with those large ants that march in close bands, and direct their attacks the more readily on cultivated plants, because they are herbaceous and succulent, whilst the forests of these countries afford only plants with woody stalks. If a missionary wishes to cultivate salad or any culinary plant of Europe, he is compelled, as it were, to suspend his garden in the air. He fills an old boat with good mould, and, having sown the seed, suspends it 4 feet above the ground with cords of the chiqui palm tree, but most frequently places it on a slight scaffolding. This protects the young plants from weeds, worms, and those ants which pursue their migration in a right line, and, not knowing what vegetates above them, seldom turn from their course to climb up stakes that are stripped of their bark. I mention this circumstance to prove how difficult, within the tropics, on the banks of the great rivers, are the first attempts of man to appropriate to himself a little spot of earth in that vast domain of nature, invaded by animals and covered by spontaneous plants. During the night of the 13th of May, I obtained some observations of the stars, unfortunately the last of the Cassiquiare. The latitude of Mandavaca is 2 degrees 4 minutes 7 seconds. Its longitude, according to the chronometer, 69 degrees 27 minutes. I found the magnetic dip 25.25 degrees, cent div, showing that it had increased considerably from the fort of San Carlos. Yet the surrounding rocks are of the same granite, mixed with a little hornblende, which we had found at Javita, and which assumes a cyanitic aspect. We left Mandavaca at 2:30 in the morning. After 6 hours' voyage we passed, on the east, the mouth of Idapa or Siapa, which rises on the mountain of Uuturan, and furnishes near its sources a portage to the Rio Mavaca, one of the tributary streams of the Orinoco. This river has white waters, and is not more than half as broad as the Passimoni, the waters of which are black. Its upper course has been strangely misrepresented on maps. I shall have occasion hereafter to mention the hypotheses that have given rise to these errors in speaking of the source of the Orinoco. We stopped near the Raudal of Cunuri. The noise of the little cataract augmented sensibly during the night, and our Indians asserted that it was a certain presage of rain. I recollected that the mountaineers of the Alps have great confidence in the same prognostic. Note, quote, "It is going to rain because we hear the murmur of the torrents nearer," end quote, say the mountaineers of the Alps, like those of the Andes. The cause of this phenomenon is a modification of the atmosphere, which has an influence at once on the sonorous and on the luminous undulations. The prognostic drawn from the increase and the intensity of sound is intimately connected with the prognostic drawn from a less extinction of light. The mountaineers predict a change of weather when, the air being calm, the Alps, covered with perpetual snow, seem on a sudden to be nearer the observer, and their outlines are marked with great distinctness on the azure sky. What is it that causes the want of homogeneity in the vertical strata of the atmosphere to disappear instantaneously? End of note. The rain fell before sunrise, and the arguato monkeys had warned us by their lengthened howlings of the approaching rain long before the noise of the cataract increased. On the 14th, the mosquitoes, and especially the ants, drove us from the shore before 2 in the morning. We had hitherto been of opinion that the ants did not crawl along the cords by which the hammocks are usually suspended. Whether we were correct in this supposition, or whether the ants fell on us from the tops of the trees, I cannot say, but certain it is that we had great difficulty to keep ourselves free from these troublesome insects. The river became narrower as we advanced, and the banks were so marshy that it was not without much labour Monsieur BONPLAND could get to a Carolinia princeps loaded with large purple flowers. This tree is the most beautiful ornament of these forests, and of those of the Rio Negro. We examined repeatedly during this day the temperature of the Cassiquiare. The water at the surface of the river was only 24 degrees, when the air was at 25.6 degrees. This is nearly the temperature of the Rio Negro, but 4 or 5 degrees below that of the Orinoco. After having passed on the west the mouth of the Cano Catarico, which has black waters of extraordinary transparency, we left the bed of the river to land at an island on which the mission of Vasiva is established. The lake which surrounds this mission is a league broad, and communicates by 3 outlets with the Cassiquiare. The surrounding country abounds in marshes which generate fever. The lake, the waters of which appear yellow by transmitted light, is dry in the season of great heat, and the Indians themselves are unable to resist the miasmata rising from the mud. The complete absence of wind contributes to render the climate of this country more pernicious. From the 14th to the 21st of May, we slept constantly in the open air, but I cannot indicate the spots where we halted. These regions are so wild and so little frequented, that with the exception of a few rivers, the Indians were ignorant of the names of all the objects which I set by the compass. No observation of a star helped me to fix the latitude within the space of a degree. After having passed the point where the Itinivini separates from the Cassiquiare to take its course to the west toward the granitic hills of Deripabo, we found the marshy banks of the river covered with bamboos. These arborescent gramina rise to the height of 20 feet. Their stem is constantly arched toward the summit. It is a new species of bambusa with very broad leaves. Monsieur Bonpland fortunately found one in flower, a circumstance I mention because the genera Nastus and Bambusa had before been very imperfectly distinguished, and nothing is more rare in the New World than to see these gigantic gramina in flower. Monsieur Muti herborized during 20 years in a country where the Bambusa guadua forms marshy forests several leagues broad, without having ever been able to procure the flowers. We sent that learned naturalist the first ears of Bambusa from the temperate valleys of Popayan. It is strange that the parts of fructification should develop themselves so rarely in a plant which is indigenous, and which vegetates with such extraordinary rigour from the level of the sea to the height of 900 toises, that is, to a subalpine region, the climate of which, between the tropics, resembles that of the south of Spain. The Bambusa latifolia seems to be peculiar to the basins of the upper Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, and the Amazon. It is a social plant, like all the gramina of the family of the Nastoides. But in that part of Spanish Guiana which we traversed, it does not grow in those large masses which the Spanish Americans call guadales, or forests of bamboo. Our first resting place above Vasiva was easily arranged. We found a little nook of dry ground free from shrubs, to the south of the Canu Coramini, in a spot where we saw some capuchin monkeys. Simia chirapotes. They were recognizable by their black beards and their gloomy and sullen air, and were walking slowly on the horizontal branches of a junipa. During the 5 following nights, our passage was the more troublesome in proportion as we approached the bifurcation of the Orinoco. The luxuriance of the vegetation increases in a manner of which it is difficult, even for those acquainted with the aspect of the forests between the tropics, to form an idea. There is no longer a bank. A palisade of tufted trees forms the margin of the river. You see a canal 200 toises broad, bordered by 2 enormous walls, clothed with lianas and foliage. We often tried to land, but without success. Towards sunrise we sailed along for an hour, seeking to discover not an opening, since none exists, but a spot less wooded, where our Indians, by means of the hatchet and manual labour, could clear space enough for a resting place for 12 or 13 persons. It was impossible to pass the night in the canoe. The mosquitoes which tormented us during the day accumulated toward evening beneath the toldo covered with palm leaves, which served to shelter us from the rain. Our hands and faces had never before been so much swelled. Father Zia, who had till then boasted of having in his missions of the cataracts the largest and fiercest, las más feroces, mosquitoes, at length gradually acknowledged that the sting of the insects of the Cassiquiare was the most painful he had ever felt. We experienced great difficulty, amid a thick forest, in finding wood to make a fire, the branches of the trees in those equatorial regions where it always rains being so full of sap that they will scarcely burn. There being no bare shore, it is hardly possible to procure old wood, which the Indians call wood baked in the sun. However, fire was necessary to us only as a defence against the beasts of the forest, for we had such a scarcity of provision that we had little need of fuel for the purpose of preparing our food. On the 18th of May, towards evening, we discovered a spot where wild cacao trees were growing on the bank of the river. The nut of these cacaos is small and bitter. The Indians of the forest suck the pulp and throw away the nut, which is picked up by the Indians of the missions and sold to persons who are not very nice in the preparation of their chocolate. "This is the Puerto del Cacao," cacao port, said the pilot. "It is here our padres sleep when they go to Esmeralda to buy sarbacans." The bamboo tubes furnished by the Arundinaria, used for projecting the poisoned arrows of the natives. See Views of Nature, page 180. And juvias, Brazil nuts. Not 5 boats, however, pass annually by the Cassiquiare, and since we left Maypures a whole month previously, we had not met one living soul on the rivers we navigated, except in the immediate neighbourhood of the missions. To the south of Lake Duractumini, we slept in a forest of palm trees. It rained violently, but the pothoses, arums, and lianas furnished so thick a natural trellis that we were sheltered as under a vault of foliage. The Indians whose hammocks were placed on the edge of the river interwove the heliconias and other musaceae so as to form a kind of roof over them. Our fires lighted up, to the height of 50 or 60 feet, the palm trees, the lianas loaded with flowers, and the columns of white smoke, which ascended in a straight line toward the sky. The whole exhibited a magnificent spectacle, but to have enjoyed it fully we should have breathed an air clear of insects. The most depressing of all physical sufferings are those which are uniform in their duration and can be combated only by long patience. It is probable that in the exhalations of the forests of the Cassiquiare, M. Bonpland imbibed the seeds of a severe malady under which he nearly sunk on our arrival at Angostura. Happily for him and for me, nothing led us to presage the danger with which he was menaced. The view of the river and the hum of the insects were a little monotonous, but some remains of our natural cheerfulness enabled us to find sources of relief during our wearisome passage. We discovered that by eating small portions of dry cacao, ground without sugar, and drinking a large quantity of the river water, we succeeded in appeasing our appetite for several hours. The ants and the mosquitoes troubled us more than the humidity and the want of food. Notwithstanding the privations to which we were exposed during our excursions in the Cordillera, the navigation from Mandavaca to Esmeralda has always appeared to us the most painful part of our travels in America. I advise those who are not very desirous of seeing the great bifurcation of the Orinoco to take the way of the Atabapo in preference to that of the Cassiquiare. Above the Caño Duractumuni, the Cassiquiare pursues a uniform direction from northeast to southwest. We were surprised to see how much the high steep banks of the Cassiquiare had been undermined on each side by the sudden risings of the water. Uprooted trees formed as it were natural rafts, and being half buried in the mud, they were extremely dangerous for canoes. We passed the night of the 20th of May, the last night of our passage on the Cassiquiare, near the point of the bifurcation of the Orinoco. We had some hope of being able to make an astronomical observation, as falling stars of remarkable magnitude were visible through the vapours that veiled the sky, whence we concluded that the stratum of vapours must be very thin, since meteors of this kind have scarcely ever been seen below a cloud. Those we now beheld shot toward the north, and succeeded each other at almost equal intervals. The Indians, who seldom ennoble by their expressions the wanderings of the imagination, name the falling stars the urine, and the dew the spittle of the stars. The clouds thickened anew, and we discerned neither the meteors nor the real stars for which we had impatiently waited during several days. We had been told that we should find the insects at Esmeralda still more cruel and voracious than in the branch of the Orinoco which we were going up. Nevertheless, we indulged the hope of at length sleeping in a spot that was inhabited, and of taking some exercise in herbalizing. This anticipation was, however, disturbed at our last resting place on the Cassiquiare. Whilst we were sleeping on the edge of the forest, we were warned by the Indians in the middle of the night that they heard very near us the cries of a jaguar. These cries, they alleged, came from the top of some neighbouring trees. Such is the thickness of the forests in these regions, that scarcely any animals are to be found there but such as climb trees, as for instance the monkeys, animals of the weasel tribe, jaguars, and other species of the genus Felis. As our fires burnt brightly, we paid little attention to the cries of the jaguars. They had been attracted by the smell and noise of our dog. This animal, which was of the mastiff breed, began at first to bark, and when the tiger grew nearer, to howl, hiding himself below our hammocks. How great was our grief when in the morning, at the moment of re-embarking, the Indians informed us that the dog had disappeared. There could be no doubt that it had been carried off by the jaguars. Note. See Views of Nature, page 195. End of note. Perhaps, when their cries had ceased, it had wandered from the fires on the side of the beach, and possibly we had not heard its moans, as we were in a profound sleep. We have often heard the inhabitants of the banks of the Orinoco and the Rio Magdalena affirm that the oldest jaguars will carry off animals from the midst of a halting place, cunningly grasping them by the neck so as to prevent their cries. We waited part of the morning, in the hope that our dog had only strayed. 3 days after, we came back to the same place. We heard again the cries of the jaguars, for these animals have a predilection for particular spots, but all our search was in vain. The dog, which had accompanied us from Caracas, and had so often in swimming escaped the pursuit of the crocodiles, had been devoured in the forest. Ibid, page 198. End of chapter 2.23, part 5. Chapter 2.23, part 6, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.23, part 6. On the 21st of May, we again entered the bed of the Orinoco, 3 leagues below the mission of Esmeralda. It was now a month since we had left that river near the mouth of the Guaviare. We had still to proceed 750 miles, note, of 950 toises each, or 250 nautical leagues, end of note, before reaching Angostura. But we should go with the stream, and this consideration lessened our discouragement. In descending great rivers, the rowers take the middle of the current, where there are few mosquitoes, but in ascending they are obliged, in order to avail themselves of the dead waters and countercurrents, to sail near the shore, where the proximity of the forests and the remains of organic substances accumulated on the beach harbour the tipulary insects. The point of the celebrated bifurcation of the Orinoco has a very imposing aspect. Lofty granitic mountains rise on the northern bank, and amidst them are discovered at a distance the Maraguaca and the Duida. There are no mountains on the left bank of the Orinoco, west or east of the bifurcation, till opposite the mouth of the Tamatama. On that spot stands the rock Guaraco, which is said to throw out flames from time to time in the rainy season. When the Orinoco is no longer bounded by mountains toward the south, and when it reaches the opening of a valley, or rather a depression of the ground, which terminates at the Rio Negro, it divides itself into two branches. The principal branch, the Rio Paragua of the Indians, continues its course west-northwest, turning round the group of the mountains of Parima. The other branch, forming the communication with the Amazon, runs into plains, the general slope of which is southward, but of which the partial plains incline in the Cassiquiare to southwest, and in the basin of the Rio Negro southeast. A phenomenon so strange in appearance, which I verified on the spot, merits particular attention, the more especially as it may throw some light on analogous facts which are supposed to have been observed in the interior of Africa. The existence of a communication of the Orinoco with the Amazon by the Rio Negro, and a bifurcation of the Caqueta, was believed by Sanson and rejected by Father Fritz and Blauve. It was marked in the first maps of Delisle, but abandoned by that celebrated geographer toward the end of his days. Those who had mistaken the mode of this communication hastened to deny the communication itself. It is in fact well worthy of remark that, at the time when the Portuguese went up most frequently by the Amazon, the Rio Negro, and the Cassiquiare, and when Father Gumia's letters were carried, by the natural interbranching of the rivers, from the lower Orinoco to Grand Para, that very missionary made every effort to spread the opinion through Europe that the basins of the Orinoco and the Amazon are perfectly separate. He asserts that, having several times gone up the former of these rivers as far as the Raudal of Tabaje, situated in a latitude of 1 degree 4 minutes, he never saw a river flow in or out that could be taken for the Rio Negro. He adds further that a great cordillera, which stretches from east to west, prevents the mingling of the waters, and renders all discussion on the supposed communication of the two rivers useless. The errors of Father Gumia arose from his firm persuasion that he had reached the parallel of 1 degree 4 minutes on the Orinoco. He was in error by more than 5 degrees 10 minutes of latitude, for I found by observation at the mission of Atures, 13 leagues south of the rapids of Tabaje, the latitude to be 5 degrees 37 minutes 34 seconds. Gumia having gone but little above the confluence of the Meta, it is not surprising that he had no knowledge of the bifurcation of the Orinoco, which is found by the sinuosities of the river to be 120 leagues distant from the Raudal of Tabaje. La Condamine, during his memorable navigation on the river Amazon in 1743, carefully collected a great number of proofs of this communication of the rivers, denied by the Spanish Jesuits. The most decisive proof then appeared to him to be the unsuspected testimony of a Cauriacani Indian woman with whom he had conversed, and who had come in a boat from the banks of the Orinoco, from the mission of Pararuma to Grand Para. Before the return of La Condamine to his own country, the voyage of Father Manuel Roman, and the fortuitous meeting of the missionaries of the Orinoco and the Amazon, left no doubt of this fact, the knowledge of which was first obtained by Acunha. The incursions undertaken from the middle of the 17th century to procure slaves had gradually led the Portuguese from the Rio Negro by the Cassiquiare to the bed of a great river which they did not know to be the upper Orinoco. A flying camp composed of the troop of ransomers favoured this inhuman commerce. Note: Tropa de rescate, from rescatar, to redeem. End of note. After having excited the natives to make war, they ransomed the prisoners, and to give an appearance of equity to the traffic, monks accompanied the troop of ransomers to examine whether those who sold the slaves had a right to do so by having made them prisoners in open war. From the year 1737, these visits of the Portuguese to the upper Orinoco became very frequent. The desire of exchanging slaves, poitos, for hatchets, fishhooks, and glass trinkets, induced the Indian tribes to make war upon one another. The Guaypunaves, led by their valiant and cruel chief Macapu, descended from the banks of the Inirida towards the confluence of the Atabapo and the Orinoco. "They sold," says the missionary Gail, "the slaves whom they did not eat." Note. Ai Guapunavi Iventis abitatori del Alto Orinoco, recanav de dani incredibili alla vicine mansuete nazione, altra mangiandone, altra conducendone sciave, ne Portuguesi dominici. The Guaypunavis at their first arrival on the upper Orinoco inflicted incredible injuries on the other peaceable tribes who dwelt near them, devouring some and selling others as slaves to the Portuguese. Gilly, Tome 1, page 31. The Jesuits of the lower Orinoco became uneasy at this state of things, and the superior of the Spanish missions, Father Vaughan, the intimate friend of Gumilla, took the courageous resolution of crossing the Great Cataracts and visiting the Guaypunavis, without being escorted by Spanish soldiers. He left Carichana the 4th of February 1744, and having arrived at the confluence of the Guaviare, the Atabapo, and the Orinoco, where the last mentioned river suddenly changes its previous course from east to west, to a direction from south to north, he saw from afar a canoe as large as his own, and filled with men in European dresses. He caused a crucifix to be placed at the bow of his boat in sign of peace, according to the custom of the missionaries when they navigate in a country unknown to them. The whites, who were Portuguese slave traders from the Rio Negro, recognized with marks of joy the habit of the order of St. Ignatius. They heard with astonishment that the river on which this meeting took place was the Orinoco, and they brought Father Vaughan by the Cassiquiare to the Brazilian settlements on the Rio Negro. The superior of the Spanish missions was forced to remain near the flying camp of the troop of ransomers till the arrival of the Portuguese Jesuit Avogadri, who had gone upon business to Grand Para. Father Manuel Roman returned with his Saliva Indians by the same way, that of the Cassiquiare and the upper Orinoco, to Pararuma, a little to the north of Carichana, after an absence of 7 months. Note. On the 15th of October, 1774. La Condamine quitted the town of Grand Para December the 29th, 1743. It follows from a comparison of the dates that the Indian woman of Pararuma, carried off by the Portuguese, and to whom the French traveller had spoken, had not come with Father Roman, as was erroneously affirmed. The appearance of this woman on the banks of the Amazon is interesting with respect to the researches lately made on the mixture of races and languages. It proves the enormous distances through which the individuals of one tribe are compelled to carry on intercourse with those of another. He was the first white man who went from the Rio Negro, consequently from the basin of the Amazon, without passing his boats over any portage, to the basin of the lower Orinoco. The tidings of this extraordinary passage spread with such rapidity that La Condamine was able to announce it at a public sitting of the Academy 7 months after the return of Father Roman to Pararuma. Note. The intelligence was communicated to him by Father John Ferreiro, rector of the College of Jesuits at Para. Voyage à l'Amazon, page 120, Mem de la Cade, 1745, page 450. Caulin, page 79. See also, in the work of Gilly, the first chapter of the first book, published in 1780 with the title De la Scoperta del Comunicación del Orinoco col Marañón. The communication between the Orinoco and the Amazon, he said, recently averred, may pass so much the more for a discovery in geography, as, although the junction of these two rivers is marked on the old maps, according to the information given by Acunha, it has been suppressed by all the modern geographers in their new maps, as if in concert. This is not the first time that what is positive fact has been thought fabulous, that the spirit of criticism has been pushed too far, and that this communication has been treated as chimerical by those who ought to have been better informed." Since the voyage of Father Roman in 1774, no person in Spanish Guiana, or on the coasts of Cumana and Caracas, has admitted a doubt of the existence of the Cassiquiare and the bifurcation of the Orinoco. Father Gumilla himself, who Bouguer met at Cartagena, confessed that he had been deceived, and he had read to Father Gili, a short time before his death, a supplement to his history of the Orinoco, intended for a new edition, in which he recounts pleasantly the manner in which he had been undeceived. The expedition of the boundaries under Iturriaga and Solano completed in detail the knowledge of the geography of the upper Orinoco, and the intertwinings of this river with the Rio Negro. Solano established himself in 1756 at the confluence of the Atabapo, and from that time the Portuguese and Spanish commissioners often passed in their canoes by the Cassiquiare from the lower Orinoco to the Rio Negro, to visit each other at their headquarters of Cubrata and Mariva. Note: General Iturriaga, confined by illness, first at Huitaco or Real Corona, and afterwards at Cabruta, received a visit in 1760 from the Portuguese colonel Don Gabriel de Souza y Figueira, who came from Gran Para, having made a voyage of nearly 900 leagues in his boat. The Swedish botanist Löfling, who was chosen to accompany the expedition of the boundaries at the expense of the Spanish government, so greatly multiplied in his ardent imagination the branchings of the great rivers of South America, that he appeared well persuaded of being able to navigate by the Rio Negro and the Amazon to the Rio de la Plata. Itter, page 131. Since the year 1767, 2 or 3 canoes come annually from the fort of San Carlos, by the bifurcation of the Orinoco to Angostura, to fetch salt and the pay of the troops. These passages from one basin of a river to another, by the natural canal of the Cassiquiare, excite no more attention in the colonists at present than the arrival of boats that descend the Loire by the canal of Orleans awakens on the banks of the Seine. Although, since the journey of Father Roman in 1744, precise notions have been acquired in the Spanish possessions in America, both of the direction of the upper Orinoco from east to west, and of the manner of its communication with the Rio Negro, this knowledge did not reach Europe till a much later period. In 1750, La Condamine and D'Anville were still of the opinion that the Orinoco was a branch of the Caqueta coming from the southeast, and that the Rio Negro issued immediately from it. Note: see the classical memoir of this great geographer in the Journal des Savants, March 1750, page 184. "One fact," says D'Anville, "which cannot be considered as equivocal, after the proofs which we have recently furnished, is the communication of the Rio Negro with the Orinoco. But we must not hesitate to admit that we are not yet sufficiently informed of the manner in which this communication takes place." I was surprised to see, in a very rare map, which I found at Rome, Provincia Quitensis soc Jesu in America, Octore Carolo Bretano, Provincia Quitensis soc Jesu in America, Octore Carolo Brentano e Nicolo della Torre, Rome, 1745. That 7 years after the discovery of Father Roman, the Jesuits of Quito were ignorant of the existence of the Cassiquiare. The Rio Negro is figured in this map as a branch of the Orinoco. It was only in the second edition of his South America that D'Anville, without renouncing that intercommunication of the Caqueta by means of the Inirida, with the Orinoco and the Rio Negro, describes the Orinoco as taking its rise at the east, near the sources of the Rio Branco, and marks the Rio Cassiquiare as bearing the waters of the upper Orinoco to the Rio Negro. It is probable that this indefatigable and learned writer had obtained information on the manner of the bifurcation from his frequent communications with the missionaries, who were then the only geographers of the most inland parts of the continent. Note: according to the Annals of Boredo, it would appear that as early as the year 1739, the military incursions from the Rio Negro to the Cassiquiare had confirmed the Portuguese Jesuits in the opinion that there was a communication between the Amazon and the Orinoco. Southeast Brazils, Volume 1, page 658. Had the nations of the lower region of equinoctial America participated in the civilization spread over the cold and alpine region, that immense Mesopotamia between the Orinoco and the Amazon would have favored the development of their industry, animated their commerce, and accelerated the progress of social order. We see everywhere in the Old World the influence of locality on the dawning civilization of nations. The island of Meroe between the Astaboras and the Nile, the Punjab of the Indus, the Doab of the Ganges, and the Mesopotamia of the Euphrates furnish examples that are justly celebrated in the annals of the human race. But the feeble tribes that wander in the savannas and the woods of eastern America have profited little by the advantages of their soil and the interbranchings of their rivers. The distant incursions of the Caribs, who went up the Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, and the Rio Negro to carry off slaves and exercise pillage, compelled some rude tribes to rouse themselves from their indolence and form associations for their common defence. The little good, however, which these wars with the Caribs, the Bedouins of the rivers of Guyana, produced, was but slight compensation for the evils that followed in their train, by rendering the tribes more ferocious and diminishing their population. We cannot doubt that the physical aspect of Greece, intersected by small chains of mountains and Mediterranean gulfs, contributed at the dawn of civilization to the intellectual development of the Greeks. But the operation of this influence of climate and of the configuration of the soil is felt in all its force only among a race of men who, endowed with a happy organization of the mental faculties, are susceptible of exterior impulse. In studying the history of our species, we see, at certain distances, these foci of ancient civilization dispersed over the globe like luminous points, and we are struck by the inequality of improvement in nations inhabiting analogous climates, and whose native soil appears equally favoured by the most precious gifts of nature. Since my departure from the banks of the Orinoco and the Amazon, a new era has unfolded itself in the social state of the nations of the West. The fury of civil discussions has been succeeded by the blessings of peace, and a freer development of the arts of industry. The bifurcations of the Orinoco, the Isthmus of Tuamini, so easy to be made passable by an artificial canal, will ere long fix the attention of commercial Europe. The Cassiquiare, as broad as the Rhine, and the course of which is 180 miles in length, will no longer form uselessly a navigable canal between two basins of rivers which have a surface of 190,000 square leagues. The grain of New Granada will be carried to the banks of the Rio Negro. Boats will descend from the sources of the Napo and the Ucuyabe, from the Andes of Quito and of Upper Peru to the mouths of the Orinoco, a distance which equals that from Timbuktu to Marseille. A country 9 or 10 times larger than Spain, and enriched with the most varied productions, is navigable in every direction by the medium of the natural canal of the Cassiquiare and the bifurcation of the rivers. This phenomenon, which will one day be so important for the political connections of nations, unquestionably deserves to be carefully examined. End of chapter 2.23. Chapter 2.24, Part 1, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, Part 1. The Upper Orinoco, from the Esmeralda to the confluence of the Guaviare. Second passage across the cataracts of Atures and Maypures. The Lower Orinoco, between the mouth of the Rio Apure and Angostura, the capital of Spanish Guyana. Opposite to the point where the Orinoco forms its bifurcation, the granitic group of Duida rises in an amphitheatre on the right bank of the river. This mountain, which the missionaries call a volcano, is nearly 8,000 feet high. It is perpendicular on the south and west, and has an aspect of solemn grandeur. Its summit is bare and stony, but, wherever its less steep declivities are covered with mould, vast forests appear suspended on its flanks. At the foot of Duida is the mission of Esmeralda, a little hamlet with 80 inhabitants, surrounded by a lovely plain, intersected by rills of black but limpid water. This plain is adorned with clumps of the Mauritia palm, the sago tree of America. Nearer the mountain, the distance of which from the cross of the mission I found to be 7,300 toises, the marshy plain changes to a savanna, and spends itself along the lower region of the Cordillera. Large pineapples are there found of a delicious flavour. That species of bromelia always grows solitary among the gramina, like our Colchicum autumnale, while the bee caritas, another species of the same genus, is a social plant like our whortleberries and heaths. The pineapples of Esmeralda are cultivated throughout Guyana. There are certain spots in America, as in Europe, where different fruits attain their highest perfection. The sapota plum, achra, should be eaten at the island of Margareta or at Cumana. The chirimoya, very different from the custard apple and sweet sop of the West India Islands, at Loja in Peru, the grenadilla or parcha at Caracas, and the pineapple at Esmeralda, or in the island of Cuba. The pineapple forms the ornament of the fields near Havana, where it is planted in parallel rows. On the sides of the Duida it embellishes the turf of the savannas, lifting its yellow fruit, crowned with a tuft of silvery leaves, above the setaria, the paspalum, and a few cyperaceae. This plant, which the Indians of the Orinoco call anacurua, has been propagated since the 16th century in the interior of China, and some English travellers found it recently, together with other plants indubitably American, maize, cassava, tobacco, and pimento, on the banks of the Rio Congo in Africa. Note: no doubt remains of the American origin of the Bromelia ananas. See Cayley's Life of Raleigh, Volume 1, page 61, Gilly, Volume 1, pages 210 and 336. Robert Brown, Geogra Observe, on the Plants of the River Congo, 1818, page 50. End of note. There is no missionary at Esmeralda. The monk appointed to celebrate Mass in that hamlet is settled at Santa Barbara, more than 50 leagues distant, and he visits the spot but 5 or 6 times in a year. We were cordially received by an old officer who took us for Catalonian shopkeepers, and supposed that trade had led to the missions. On seeing packages of paper intended for drying our plants, he smiled at our simple ignorance. Quote, "You come," end quote, he said, quote, "to a country where this kind of merchandise has no sale. We write little here, and the dried leaves of maize, the plantano, plantain tree, and the vijajo, heliconia, serve us like paper in Europe, to wrap up needles, fishhooks, and other little articles of which we are careful." End quote. This old officer united in his person the civil and ecclesiastical authority. He taught the children, I will not say the catechism, but the rosary. He rang the bells to amuse himself, and impelled by ardent zeal for the service of the church, he sometimes used his chorister's wand in a manner not very agreeable to the natives. Notwithstanding the small extent of the mission, 3 Indian languages are spoken at Esmeralda, the Idapi Manari, the Catarapeno, and the Maqueritan. The last of these prevails on the upper Orinoco, from the confluence of the Ventuari as far as that of the Padamo. Note: the Ariverianos of the banks of the Ventuari speak a dialect of the language of the Maquiritares. The latter live jointly with the tribe of the Macos, in the savannas that are by the Padamo. They are so numerous that they have even given their name to this tributary stream of the Orinoco. End of note. The Caribbee prevails on the lower Orinoco, the Otomac near the confluence of the Apure at the Great Cataracts, and the Maravitan on the banks of the Rio Negro. These are the 5 or 6 languages most generally spoken. We were surprised to find at Esmeralda many Zambos, mulattoes, and copper-colored people who called themselves Spaniards, Espanols, and who fancy they are white because they are not so red as the Indians. These people live in the most absolute misery. They have for the most part been sent hither in banishment, desterrados. Solano, in his haste to found colonies in the interior of the country, in order to guard its entrance against the Portuguese, assembled in the Llanos and as far as the island of Margareta, vagabonds and malefactors whom justice had vainly pursued, and made them go up the Orinoco to join the unhappy Indians who had been carried off from the woods. A mineralogical error gave celebrity to Esmeralda. The granites of Duida and Maraguaca contain in open veins fine rock crystals, some of them of great transparency, others coloured by chlorite or blended with actinite. These were mistaken for diamonds and emeralds. So near the sources of the Orinoco, we heard of nothing in these mountains but the proximity of El Dorado, the lake Parima, and the ruins of the great city of Manoa. A man, still known in this country for his credulity and his love of exaggeration, Don Apolinario Diaz de la Fuente, assumed the pompous title of Captain Poblador and Cabo Militar, military commander of the fort of Cassiquiare. This fort consisted of a few trunks of trees, joined together by planks, and to complete the deception, a demand was made at Madrid for the privileges of a villa for the mission of Esmeralda, which is but a hamlet with 12 or 15 huts. A colony composed of elements altogether heterogeneous perished by degrees. The vagabonds of the llanos had as little taste for labour as the natives, who were compelled to live within the sound of the bell. The former found a motive in their pride to justify their indolence. In the missions, every mulatto who is not decidedly black as an African, or copper-coloured as an Indian, calls himself a Spaniard. He belongs to the gente de raison, the race endued with reason. And that reason, sometimes it must be admitted arrogant and indolent, persuaded the whites, and those who fancy they are so, that to till the ground is a task fit only for slaves, poitos, and the native neophytes. The colony of Esmeralda had been founded on the principles of that of Australia, but it was far from being governed with the same wisdom. The American colonists, being separated from their native soil not by seas, but by forests and savannas, dispersed, some taking the road northward toward the Caura and the Caroni, others proceeding southward to the Portuguese possessions. Thus, the celebrity of this villa and of the emerald mines of Duida vanished in a few years, and Esmeralda, on account of the immense number of insects that obscure the air at all seasons of the year, was regarded by the monks as a place of banishment. The superior of the missions, when he could make the lay brothers mindful of their duty, threatened sometimes to send them to Esmeralda, that is, say the monks, to be condemned to the mosquitoes, to be devoured by those buzzing flies, zancudos gritones, which God appears to have created for the torment and chastisement of man. Note: Estos mosquitos que llaman zancudos gritones los parece crea la naturaleza para castigo y tormento de los hombres. Quote, those mosquitoes which are called buzzing zancudos, nature seems to have created for the especial punishment and torture of man. Fray Pedro Simon. End of note. These strange punishments have not always been confined to the lay brothers. There happened in 1788 one of those monastic revolutions of which it is difficult to form a conception in Europe, according to the ideas that prevail of the peaceful state of the Christian settlements in the New World. For a long period, the Franciscan monks settled in Guyana had been desirous of forming a separate republic and rendering themselves independent of the College of Piritu at Nueva Barcelona. Discontented with the election of Fray Gutierrez de Aguilera, chosen by a general chapter and confirmed by the king in the important office of president of the missions, 5 or 6 monks of the upper Orinoco, the Cassiquiare and the Rio Negro, assembled together in San Francisco de Atabapo, chose hastily a new superior from their own body, and caused the old one, who unfortunately for himself had come to visit those parts, to be arrested. They put him in irons, threw him into a boat, and conducted him to Esmeralda as to a place of proscription. This great distance of the coast from the scene of this revolution led the monks to hope that their crime would remain long unknown beyond the Great Cataracts. They wished to gain time to intrigue, to negotiate, to frame acts of accusation, and employ the little artifices by which, in every country, the invalidity of a first election may be proved. Fray Gutierrez de Aguilera languished in his prison at Esmeralda, and fell dangerously ill from the double influence of the excessive heat and the continual irritation of the mosquitoes. Happily for the fallen power, the monks did not remain united. A missionary of Cassiquiare conceived serious alarms respecting the issue of this affair. He dreaded being sent a prisoner to Cadiz, or, as they say in the colonies, having his name on the list, bajo partido de registro. Fear overcame his resolution, and he suddenly disappeared. Indians were placed on the watch at the mouth of the Atabapo, at the Great Cataracts, and wherever the fugitive was likely to pass on his way to the lower Orinoco. Notwithstanding these precautions, he arrived at Angostura, and then reached the college of the missions of Piritu, denounced his colleagues, and was appointed, in recompense of this information, to arrest those with whom he had conspired against the president of the missions. Note: 2 of the missionaries, considered as the leaders of the insurrection, were embarked at Angostura, in order to be tried in Spain. The vessel in which they were conveyed became leaky, and put into Spanish harbour in the island of Trinidad. The governor Chacon interested himself in the fate of these monks. They were pardoned, a violent proceeding somewhat inconsistent with monastic discipline, and were again employed in the missions. I was acquainted with them both during my abode in South America. End of note. At Esmeralda, where the political events that have agitated Europe for 30 years past have not yet been heard of, lively interest is still felt in an event which is called the sedition of the monks, el alboroto de los frailes. In this country, as in the East, no conception is formed of any other revolutions than those that are made by rulers themselves, and we have just seen that the effects are not very alarming. If the villa of Esmeralda, with a population of 12 or 15 families, be at present considered as a frightful place of abode, this must be attributed to the want of cultivation, the distance from every other inhabited country, and the excessive quantity of mosquitoes. The site of the mission is highly picturesque. The surrounding country is lovely and of great fertility. I never saw plantains of so large a size as these, and indigo, sugar, and cacao might be produced in abundance, if any trouble were taken for their cultivation. The Cerro Duida is surrounded with fine pasturage, and if the observatins of the college of Piritu partook a little of the industry of the Catalonian Capuchins settled on the banks of the Caroni, numerous herds would be seen wandering between the Cunucunumo and the Padamo. At present, not a cow or a horse is to be found, and the inhabitants, victims of their own indolence, are often reduced to eat the flesh of the alouate monkeys and flour made from the bones of fish, of which I shall have occasion to speak hereafter. A little cassava and a few plantains only are cultivated, and when the fishery is not abundant, the natives of a country so favoured by nature are exposed to the most cruel privations. The pilots of the small number of boats that go from the Rio Negro to Angostura by the Cassiquiare are afraid to ascend as far as Esmeralda, and therefore that mission would have been better placed at the point of the bifurcation of the Orinoco. It is probable that this vast country will not always be doomed to the desertion in which it has hitherto been left, owing to the errors of monkish administration and the spirit of monopoly that characterizes corporations. We may even predict on what points of the Orinoco industry and commerce will become most active. In every zone, population is concentrated at the mouth of tributary streams. The Rio Apure, by which the productions of the provinces of Varinas and Merida are exported, will give great importance to the little town of Cabruta, which will then be in rivalship with San Fernando de Apure, where all commerce has hitherto centered. Higher up, a new settlement will be formed at the confluence of the Meta, which communicates with New Granada by the Llanos of Casanare. The 2 missions of the cataracts will increase, from the activity to which the transport of boats at those points will give rise. For an unhealthy and damp climate and the swarming of mosquitoes will as little impede the progress of cultivation at the Orinoco as at the Rio Magdalena, whenever a powerful mercantile interest shall call new settlers hither. Habitual evils are those which are least felt, and men born in America do not suffer the same intensity of pain as Europeans recently arrived. Perhaps also the destruction of forests round the inhabited places, although slow, will somewhat tend to diminish the torment of the tipulary insects. San Fernando de Atabapo, Javita, San Carlos, and Esmeralda appear, from their situation at the mouth of the Guaviare, the portage between Tuamini and the Rio Negro, the confluence of the Cassiquiare, and the point of bifurcation of the upper Orinoco, to promise a considerable increase of population and prosperity. The same improvement will take place in the fertile but uncultivated countries through which flow the Guayaga, the Amazon, and the Orinoco, as well as at the Isthmus of Panama, the Lake of Nicaragua, and the Rio Huascualco, which furnish a communication between the 2 oceans. The imperfection of political institutions may for ages have converted into deserts places where the commerce of the world should be found concentred. But the time approaches when these obstacles shall exist no longer. A vicious administration cannot always struggle against the united interest of men, and civilization will be carried insensibly into those countries, the great destinies of which nature itself proclaims, by the physical configuration of the soil, the immense windings of the rivers, and the proximity of two seas that bathe the shores of Europe and of India. End of chapter 2.24, part 1. Chapter 2.24, part 2. Of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt. Translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, part 2. Esmeralda is the most celebrated spot on the Orinoco for the preparation of that active poison which is employed in war, in the chase, and, singularly enough, as a remedy for gastric derangements. The poison of the ticunas of the Amazon, the upastiuente of Java, and the curare of Guyana are the most deleterious substances that are known. Raleigh, at about the end of the 16th century, had heard of urari as being a vegetable substance with which arrows were envenomed. Note: in Tamanac, marana, in Maypuri, macuri. End of note. Yet no fixed notions of this poison had reached Europe. The missionaries Gumilla and Gili had not been able to penetrate into the country where the curare is manufactured. Gumilla asserts that this preparation was enveloped in great mystery, that its principal ingredient was furnished by a subterranean plant with a tuberous root which never puts forth leaves, and which is called specially the root, raíz de sí misma, that the venomous exhalations which arise from the manufacture are fatal to the lives of the old women who, being otherwise useless, are chosen to watch over this operation. Finally, that these vegetable juices are never thought to be sufficiently concentrated, till a few drops produce at a distance a repulsive action on the blood. An Indian wounds himself slightly, and a dart, dipped in the liquid curare, is held near the wound. If it make the blood return to the vessels without having been brought into contact with them, the poison is judged to be sufficiently concentrated. When we arrived at Esmeralda, the greater part of the Indians were returning from an excursion which they had made to the east, beyond the Rio Padamo, to gather juvias, or the fruit of the bertholletia, and the liana which yields the curare. Their return was celebrated by a festival, which is called in the mission La Fiesta de las Juvias, and which resembles our harvest homes and vintage feasts. The women had prepared a quantity of fermented liquor, and during 2 days the Indians were in a state of intoxication. Among nations who attach great importance to the fruit of the palm, and of some other trees useful for the nourishment of man, the period when these fruits are gathered is marked by public rejoicings, and time is divided according to these festivals, which succeed one another in a course invariably regular. We were fortunate enough to find an old Indian more temperate than the rest, who was employed in preparing the curare poison from freshly gathered plants. He was the chemist of the place. We found at his dwelling large earthen pots for boiling the vegetable juice, shallower vessels to favour the evaporation by a larger surface, and leaves of the plant and tree rolled up in the shape of our filters, and used to filtrate the liquids more or less loaded with fibrous matter. The greatest order and neatness prevailed in this hut, which was transformed into a chemical laboratory. The old Indian was known throughout the mission by the name of the poison master, amo del curare. He had that self-sufficient air and tone of pedantry of which the pharmacopolists of Europe were formerly accused. "I know," he said, "that the whites have the secret of making soap, and manufacturing that black powder which has the defect of making a noise when used in killing animals. The curare which we prepare from father to son is superior to anything you can make down yonder, beyond sea. It is the juice of an herb which kills silently, without any one knowing whence the stroke comes." This chemical operation, to which the old man attached so much importance, appeared to us extremely simple. The liana, bejuco, used at Esmeralda for the preparation of the poison, bears the same name as in the forests of Javita. It is the bejuco de Mavacure, which is gathered in abundance east of the mission, on the left bank of the Orinoco, beyond the Rio Amaguaca, in the mountains and rocky tracts of Guanaya and Yumariquin. Although the bundles of bejuco which we found in the hut of the Indian were entirely bare of leaves, we had no doubt of their being produced by the same plant of the strychnos family, nearly allied to the ruhamon of Oblay, which we had examined in the forests of Pemichin. Note. I may here insert the description of the curare or bejuco of Mavacure, taken from a manuscript yet unpublished of my learned fellow labourer M. Kunth, corresponding member of the Institute. Quote, Ramuli lignosi, oppositi, ramulo altero abortivo, terretiusculi, fucescenti tomentosi, interpetiolas lineola pilosa notati, gemula aut processu filiformi, pedunculo terminati, folia opposita, bereviter petiolata, ovato oblonga, acuminata, intergerima, reticulo triplinervia, nervo medio subtus prominente, membranaceae ciliata, utrinque glabra, nervo medio fuscescente tomentoso, lactiviridi, subtis pallidoria, 1 1/2 to 2 1/2 pollices longa, 8 to 9 lineas lata, petioli lineam longi, tomentosi, inarticulati. End of note. The mavacure is employed fresh or dried indifferently during several weeks. The juice of the liana, when it has been recently gathered, is not regarded as poisonous. Possibly it is so only when strongly concentrated. It is the bark and a part of the alburnum which contains this terrible poison. Branches of the mavacure 4 or 5 lines in diameter are scraped with a knife, and the bark that comes off is bruised and reduced into very thin filaments on the stone employed for grinding cassava. The venomous juice being yellow, the whole fibrous mass takes that colour. It is thrown into a funnel 9 inches high, with an opening 4 inches wide. This funnel was, of all the instruments of the Indian laboratory, that of which the poison master seemed to be most proud. He asked us repeatedly, por Allah, out yonder, meaning in Europe, we had ever seen anything to be compared to this funnel, embudo. It was a leaf of the plantain tree, rolled up in the form of a cone, and placed within another stronger cone, made of the leaves of the palm tree. The whole of this apparatus was supported by slight framework, made of the petioles and ribs of palm trees. A cold infusion is first prepared by pouring water on the fibrous matter, which is the ground bark of the mavacure. A yellowish water filters during several hours, drop by drop, through the leafy funnel. This filtered water is the poisonous liquor, but it acquires strength only when concentrated by evaporation, like molasses, in a large earthen pot. The Indian from time to time invited us to taste the liquid. Its taste, more or less bitter, decides when the concentration by fire has been carried sufficiently far. There is no danger in tasting it, the curare being deleterious only when it comes into immediate contact with the blood. The vapours, therefore, which are disengaged from the pans are not hurtful, notwithstanding all that has been asserted on this point by the missionaries of the Orinoco. Fontana, in his experiments on the poison of the ticuna of the Amazon, long since proved that the vapours arising from this poison, when thrown on burning charcoal, may be inhaled without danger, and that the statement of La Condamine, that Indian women, when condemned to death, have been killed by the vapours of the poison of the ticuna, is incorrect. The most concentrated juice of the mavacure is not thick enough to stick to the darts, and therefore, to give a body to the poison, another vegetable juice, extremely glutinous, drawn from a tree with large leaves, called quiricaguero, is poured into the concentrated infusion. As this tree grows at a great distance from Esmeralda, and was at that period as destitute of flowers and fruits as the bejuco de mavacure, we could not determine it botanically. I have several times mentioned that kind of fatality which withholds the most interesting plants from the examination of travellers, while thousands of others, of the chemical properties of which we are ignorant, are found loaded with flowers and fruits. In travelling rapidly, even within the tropics, where the flowering of the ligneous plants is of such long duration, scarcely 1/8 of the trees can be seen furnishing the essential parts of fructification. The chances of being able to determine, I do not say the family, but the genus and species, is consequently as 1 to 8, and it may be conceived that this unfavourable chance is felt most powerfully when it deprives us of the intimate knowledge of objects which afford a higher interest than that of descriptive botany. At the instant when the glutinous juice of the Quiracaguero tree is poured into the venomous liquor well concentrated, and kept in a state of ebullition, it blackens, and coagulates into a mass of the consistency of tar, or of a thick syrup. This mass is the curare of commerce. When we hear the Indians say that the Quiracaguero is as necessary as the bejuco do mavacure in the manufacture of the poison, we may be led into error by the supposition that the former also contains some deleterious principle, while it only serves, as the algarobo or any other gummy substance would do, to give more body to the concentrated juice of the curare. The change of colour which the mixture undergoes is owing to the decomposition of a hydruret of carbon. The hydrogen is burnt and the carbon is set free. The curare is sold in little calabashes, but its preparation being in the hands of a few families, and the quantity of poison attached to each dart being extremely small, the best curare, that of Esmeralda and Mandavaca, is sold at a very high price. This substance, when dried, resembles opium, but it strongly absorbs moisture when exposed to the air. Its taste is an agreeable bitter, and M. Bonpland and myself have often swallowed small portions of it. There is no danger in doing so, if it be certain that neither lips nor gums bleed. In experiments made by Mangili on the venom of the viper, one of his assistants swallowed all the poison that could be extracted from 4 large vipers of Italy, without being affected by it. The Indians consider curare, taken internally, as an excellent stomachic. The same poison prepared by the Piraoas and Salivas, though it has some celebrity, is not so much esteemed as that of Esmeralda. The process of this preparation appears to be everywhere nearly the same, but there is no proof that the different poisons sold by the same name at the Orinoco and the Amazon are identical and derived from the same plants. Orfila, therefore, in his excellent work on poisons, has very judiciously separated the wourali of Dutch Guiana, the curare of the Orinoco, and the ticuna of the Amazon, and all those substances which have been too vaguely united under the name of American poisons. Possibly, at some future day, one and the same alkaline principle, similar to morphine and strychnia, will be found in poisonous plants belonging to different genera. At the Orinoco, the curare de raíz, of the root, is distinguished from the curare de bejuco, of lianas or of the bark of branches. We saw only the latter prepared. The former is weaker and much less esteemed. At the river Amazon we learnt to distinguish the poisons of the ticuna, Yagua, Piva, and Jibaro Indians, which being all obtained from the same plant, perhaps differ only by a more or less careful preparation. The ticuna poison, to which La Condamine has given so much celebrity in Europe, and which somewhat improperly begins to bear the name of ticuna, is extracted from a liana which grows in the island of Momorote, on the upper Maranon. This poison is employed partly by the ticunas, who remain independent on the Spanish territory near the sources of the Yacarique, and partly by the Indians of the same tribe inhabiting the Portuguese mission of Loreto. The poisons we have just named differ totally from that of La Peca, and from the poison of Lamas and of Moyobamba. I enter into these details because the vestiges of plants which we are able to examine prove to us, contrary to the popular opinion, that the 3 poisons of the ticunas, of La Peca, and of Moyobamba are not obtained from the same species, probably not even from congeneric plants. In proportion as the preparation of the curare is simple, that of the poison of Moyobamba is a long and complicated process. With the juice of the bejuco de ambihuasca, which is the principal ingredient, are mixed pimento, tobacco, barbasco, Jacquinia armillaris, sanango, Tabernet montana, and the milk of some other apocynae. The fresh juice of the ambihuasca has a deleterious action when in contact with the blood. The juice of the mavacure is a mortal poison only when it is concentrated by fire, and ebullition deprives the juice of the root of Hatropa manihat, the manioc, of all its baneful qualities. In rubbing a long time between my fingers the liana which yields the potent poison of La Peca, when the weather was excessively hot, my hands were benumbed, and a person who was employed with me felt the same effects from this rapid absorption by the uninjured integuments. I shall not here enter into any detail on the physiological properties of those poisons of the New World which kill with the same promptitude as the strychnine of Asia, note, the Nux vomica, the Upas tiuti, and the bean of St. Ignatius, Strychnos ignatia, but without producing vomiting when they are received into the stomach, and without denoting the approach of death by the violent excitement of the spinal marrow. Scarcely a fowl is eaten on the banks of the Orinoco which has not been killed with a poisoned arrow, and the missionaries allege that the flesh of animals is never so good as when this method is employed. Father Zia, who accompanied us, though ill of a tertian fever, every morning had the live fowls allotted for our food brought to his hammock, together with an arrow, and he killed them himself, for he would not confide this operation, to which he attached great importance, to any other person. Large birds, a guan, pava de monte, for instance, or a curassow, a lector, when wounded in the thigh, die in 2 or 3 minutes, but it is often 10 or 12 minutes before life is extinct in a pig or a peccary. M. Bonpland found that the same poison, bought in different villages, varied much. We had procured at the river Amazon some real ticuna poison, which was less potent than any of the varieties of the curare of the Orinoco. Travellers, on arriving in the missions, frequently testify their apprehension on learning that the fowls, monkeys, guanas, and even the fish which they eat, have been killed with poisoned arrows. But these fears are groundless. Mahende has proven, by his ingenious experiments on transfusion, that the blood of animals, on which the bitter strychnos of India has produced a deleterious effect, has no fatal action on other animals. A dog received a considerable quantity of poisoned blood into his veins without any trace of irritation being perceived in the spinal marrow. I placed the most active curare in contact with the crural nerves of a frog, without perceiving any sensible change in measuring the degree of irritability of the organs by means of an arc formed of heterogeneous metals. Galvanic experiments succeeded upon birds some minutes after I had killed them with a poisoned arrow. These observations are not uninteresting when we recollect that a solution of the upas poison poured upon the sciatic nerve or insinuated into the texture of the nerve produces also a sensible effect on the irritability of the organs by immediate contact with the medullary substance. The danger of the curare, as of most of the other strychni, for we continue to believe that the mavacure belongs to a neighbouring family, results only from the action of the poison on the vascular system. At Maypures, a Zambo descended from an Indian and a Negro prepared for M. Bonpland some of those poisoned arrows that are shot from blowing tubes to kill small monkeys or birds. He was a man of remarkable muscular strength. Having had the imprudence to rub the curare between his fingers, after being slightly wounded, he fell on the ground, seized with a vertigo that lasted nearly half an hour. Happily, the poison was of that diluted kind which is used for very small animals, that is, for those which it is believed can be recalled to life by putting muriate of soda into the wound. During our passage in returning from Esmeralda to Atures, I myself narrowly escaped an imminent danger. The curare, having imbibed the humidity of the air, had become fluid, and it was spilt from an imperfectly closed jar upon our linen. The person who washed the linen had neglected to examine the inside of a stocking, which was filled with curare, and it was only on touching this glutinous matter with my hand that I was warned not to draw on the poisoned stocking. The danger was so much the greater as my feet at that time were bleeding from the wounds made by chegos, pulex penetrans, which had not been well extirpated. This circumstance may warn travellers of the caution requisite in the conveyance of poisons. An interesting chemical and physiological investigation remains to be accomplished in Europe on the poisons of the New World, when, by more frequent communications, the curare de bejuco, the curare de raiz, and the various poisons of the Amazon, Guayaga, and Brazil can be procured without being confounded together from the places where they are prepared. Since the discovery of prussic acid, first obtained by Schell in the year 1782, Gay-Lussac, to whom we are indebted for the complete analysis of this acid, observes that it can never become very dangerous to society, because its peculiar smell, that of bitter almonds, betrays its presence, and the facility with which it is decomposed makes it difficult to preserve. And many other new substances eminently deleterious, the introduction of poisons prepared by savage nations is less feared in Europe. We cannot, however, appeal too strongly to the vigilance of those who keep such noxious substances in the midst of populous cities, the centres of civilization, misery, and depravity. Our botanical knowledge of the plants employed in making poison can be but very slowly acquired. Most of the Indians who make poisoned arrows are totally ignorant of the nature of the venomous substances they use, and which they obtain from other people. A mysterious veil everywhere covers the history of poisons and of their antidotes. Their preparation among savages is the monopoly of the Piaches, who were at once priests, jugglers, and physicians. It is only from the natives who are transplanted to the missions that any certain notions can be acquired on matters so problematical. Ages elapsed before Europeans became acquainted through the investigation of M. Mutis with the bejuco de guaco, Micania guaco, which is the most powerful of all antidotes against the bite of serpents, and of which we were fortunate enough to give the first botanical description. The opinion is very general in the missions that no cure is possible if the curare be fresh, well concentrated, and have stayed long in the wound, to have entered freely into the circulation. Among the species employed on the banks of the Orinoco, and in the Indian archipelago, the most celebrated is muriate of soda. Note: Oviedo, Sommario del Indi Orientali, recommends seawater as an antidote against vegetable poisons. The people in the missions never fail to assure European travellers that they have no more fear from arrows dipped in curare, if they have a little salt in their mouths, than from the electric shocks of the gymnoti when chewing tobacco. Raleigh recommends as an antidote to the orari, curare, the juice of garlic. Translator's note: but later experiments have completely proved that if the poison has once fairly entered into combination with the blood, there is no remedy either for man or any of the inferior animals. The woorali and other poisons mentioned by Humboldt have, since the publication of this work, been carefully analyzed by the first chemists of Europe, and experiments made on their symptoms and supposed remedies. Artificial inflation of the lungs was found the most successful, but in very few instances was any cure effected. End of translator's note. End of note. The wound is rubbed with this salt, which is also taken internally. I had myself no direct and sufficiently convincing proof of the action of this specific, and the experiments of Delisle and Mahendi rather tend to disprove its efficacy. On the banks of the Amazon, the preference among the antidotes is given to sugar, and muriate of soda being a substance almost unknown to the Indians of the forests, it is probable that the honey of bees, and that farinaceous sugar which oozes from plantains dried in the sun, were anciently employed throughout Guyana. In vain have ammonia and eau de luce been tried against the curare. It is now known that these specifics are uncertain, even when applied to wounds caused by the bite of serpents. Sir Everard Home has shown that a cure is often attributed to a remedy, when it is owing only to the slightness of the wound, and to a very circumscribed action of the poison. Animals may with impunity be wounded with poisoned arrows if the wound be well laid open, and the point imbued with poison be immediately withdrawn after the wound is made. If salt or sugar be employed in these cases, people are tempted to regard them as excellent specifics. Indians, who had been wounded in battle by weapons dipped in the curare, described to us the symptoms they experienced, and which were entirely similar to those observed in the bite of the serpents. The wounded person feels congestion in the head, vertigo, and nausea. He is tormented by a raging thirst, and numbness pervades all the parts that are near the wound. The old Indian, who was called the poison master, seemed flattered by the interest we took in his chemical processes. He found us sufficiently intelligent to lead him to the belief that we knew how to make soap, an art which, next to the preparation of curare, appeared to him one of the finest of human inventions. When the liquid poison had been poured into the vessels prepared for their reception, we accompanied the Indian to the festival of the Juvias. The harvest of Juvias, or fruits of the Bertholletia excelsa, note, the Brazil nut, end of note, was celebrated by dancing and by excesses of wild intoxication. The hut where the natives were assembled displayed during several days a very singular aspect. There was neither table nor bench, but large roasted monkeys, blackened by smoke, were ranged in regular order against the wall. These were the Marmorondes, Ateles belzebuth, and those bearded monkeys called capuchins, which must not be confounded with the weeper or sigh, Simia capucina, or buffon. The manner of roasting these anthropomorphous animals contributes to render their appearance extremely disagreeable in the eyes of civilized man. A large grating or lattice of very hard wood is formed, and raised 1 foot from the ground. The monkey is skinned and bent into a sitting posture, the head generally resting on the arms, which are meagre and long, but sometimes these are crossed behind the back. When it is tied on the grating, a very clear fire is kindled below. The monkey, enveloped in smoke and flame, is broiled and blackened at the same time. On seeing the natives devour the arm or leg of a roasted monkey, it is difficult not to believe that this habit of eating animals so closely resembling man in their physical organization has, to a certain degree, contributed to diminish the horror of cannibalism among these people. Roasted monkeys, particularly those which have very round heads, display a hideous resemblance to a child, and consequently Europeans who are obliged to feed on them prefer separating the head and the hands, and serve up only the rest of the animal at their tables. The flesh of monkeys is so lean and dry that M. BONPLAND has preserved in his collections at Paris an arm and a hand which had been broiled over the fire at Esmeralda, and no smell has arisen from them after the lapse of a great number of years. We saw the Indians dance. The monotony of their dancing is increased by the women not daring to take part in it. The men, young and old, form a circle, holding each other's hands, and turn sometimes to the right, sometimes to the left, for whole hours with silent gravity. Most frequently, the dancers themselves are the musicians. Feeble sounds, drawn from a series of reeds of different lengths, form a slow and plaintive accompaniment. The first dancer, to mark the time, bends both knees in a kind of cadence. Sometimes they all make a pause in their places, and execute little oscillatory movements, bending the body from one side to the other. The reeds, ranged in a line and fastened together, resemble the Pan's pipes, as we find them represented in the bacchanalia processions on Greek vases. To unite reeds of different length and make them sound in succession by passing them before the lips is a simple idea, and has naturally presented itself to every nation. We were surprised to see with what promptitude the young Indians constructed and tuned these pipes when they found reeds on the bank of the river. Uncivilized men in every zone make great use of these gramina with high stalks. The Greeks, with truth, said that reeds had contributed to subjugate nations by furnishing arrows, to soften men's manners by the charm of music, and to unfold their understanding by affording the first instruments for tracing letters. These different uses of reeds mark, in some sort, 3 different periods in the life of nations. We must admit that the tribes of the Orinoco are in the first stage of dawning civilization. The reed serves them only as an instrument of war and of hunting, and the Pan's pipe, of which we have spoken, have not yet, on those distant shores, yielded sounds capable of awakening mild and humane feelings. We found in the hut allotted for the festival several vegetable productions which the Indians had brought from the mountains of Guanaya, and which engaged our attention. I shall only here mention the fruit of the juvia, reeds of a prodigious length, and shirts made of the bark of marima. The almendron or juvia, one of the most majestic trees of the forests of the New World, was almost unknown before our visit to the Rio Negro. It begins to be found after a journey of 4 days east of Esmeralda, between the Padama and Ocamo, at the foot of the Cerro Mapaya, on the right bank of the Orinoco. It is still more abundant on the left bank, at the Cerro Guanaja, between the Rio Omagua and the Gehette. The inhabitants of Esmeralda assured us that in advancing above the Gehette and the Chiguire, the juvia and cacao trees become so common that the wild Indians, the Guaycas and the Guajaribos, do not disturb the Indians of the missions when gathering in their harvests. They do not envy them the productions with which nature has enriched their own soil. Scarcely any attempt has been made to propagate the almendrons in the settlements of the upper Orinoco. To this, the indolence of the inhabitants is a greater obstacle than the rapidity with which the oil becomes rancid in the amygdaliform seeds. We found only 3 trees of the kind at the mission of San Carlos, and 2 at Esmeralda. These majestic trees were 8 or 10 years old, and had not yet borne flowers. As early as the 16th century, the seeds with ligneous and triangular teguments, but not the great drupe like a coconut, which contains the almonds, were known in Europe. I recognize them in an imperfect engraving of Clusius. Note: Clusius distinguishes very properly the almendras del Peru, our Bertholletia excelsa or juvia, Fructus amygdalae, nucleo triangularis, dorsolato, in binilatera angulosa, desinente, rugosus, palulum cuneiformis, from the Peccia or Amygdala guayanica. Raleigh, who knew none of the productions of the Upper Orinoco, does not speak of the juvia, but it appears that he first brought to Europe the fruit of the Mauritia palm, of which we have so often spoken, Fructus elegantissimus, squamosus, simulus palmi pinni. This botanist delegates them under the name of almendras del Peru. They had no doubt been carried, as a very rare fruit, to the Upper Maranon, and thence, by the Cordilleras, to Quito and Peru. The Novus Orbis of Late, in which I found the first account of a cow tree, furnishes also a description and a figure singularly exact of the fruit of the Bertholletia. Late calls the tree totoki, and mentions the drupe of the size of a human head, which contains the almonds. The weight of these fruits, he says, is so enormous that the savages dare not enter the forests without covering their heads and shoulders with a buckler of very hard wood. These bucklers are unknown to the natives of Esmeralda, but they told us of the danger incurred when the fruit ripens and falls from a height of 50 or 60 feet. The triangular seeds of the juvia are sold in Portugal under the vague appellation of chestnuts, castanas, of the Amazon, and in England under the name of Brazil nuts. And it was long believed that, like the fruit of the Peccia, they grew on separate stalks. They have furnished an article of trade for a century past to the inhabitants of Grand Para, by whom they are sent either directly to Europe or to Cayenne, where they are called tuca. The celebrated botanist Correa de Serra told us that this tree abounds in the forests in the neighbourhood of Macapa, at the mouth of the Amazon, that it there bears the name of capucaya, and that the inhabitants gather the almonds, like those of the lecythis, to express the oil. A cargo of almonds of the juvia, brought into Havre, captured by a privateer in 1807, was employed for the same purpose. End of chapter 2.24, part 2. Chapter 2.24, part 3. Of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, part 3. The tree that yields the Brazil nuts is generally not more than 2 or 3 feet in diameter, but attains 100 or 120 feet in height. It does not resemble the mammy tree, the star apple, and several other trees of the tropics, the branches of which, as in the laurel trees of the temperate zone, rise almost straight toward the sky. The branches of the Bertholletia are open, very long, almost entirely bare towards the base, and loaded at their summits with tufts of very close foliage. This disposition of the semicoriaceous leaves, which are a little silvery on their under part, and more than 2 feet long, makes the branches bend down toward the ground like the fronds of the palm tree. We did not see this majestic tree in blossom. It is not loaded with flowers till in its 15th year, and they appear about the end of March and the beginning of April. Note: according to accounts somewhat vague, they are yellow, very large, and have some similitude to those of the bombax ceiba. M. Bonpland says, however, in his botanical journal written on the banks of the Rio Negro, Flos violaceus. It was thus that the Indians of the river had described to him the colour of the corolla. End of note. The fruits ripen towards the end of May, and some trees retain them till the end of August. These fruits, which are as large as the head of a child, often 12 or 13 inches in diameter, make a very loud noise in falling from the tops of the trees. Nothing is more fitted to fill the mind with admiration of the force of organic action in the equinoctial zone than the aspect of those great igneous pericarps, for instance the cocoa tree, Lodoicea, of the Maldives among the monocotyledons, and the Bertholletia and the lecythis among the dicotyledons. In our climates only the cucurbitaceae produce in the space of a few months fruits of such an extraordinary size, but these fruits are pulpy and succulent. Within the tropics, the Bertholletia forms in less than 50 or 60 days a pericarp, the ligneous part of which is half an inch thick, and which it is difficult to saw with the sharpest instruments. A great naturalist has observed that the wood of fruits attains in general a hardness which is scarcely to be found in the wood of the trunks of trees. The pericarp of the bertholletia has traces of 4 cells, and I have sometimes found even 5. The seeds have 2 very distinct coverings, and this circumstance renders the structure of the fruit more complicated than in the lecythis, the pekkia or caryocar, and the sauvari. The first tegument is osseous or ligneous, triangular, tuberculated on its exterior surface, and of the colour of cinnamon. 4 or 5, and sometimes 8, of these triangular nuts are attached to a central partition. As they are loosened in time, they move freely in the large spherical pericarp. The capuchin monkeys, Simia chiropotes, are singularly fond of the Brazil nuts, and the noise made by the seeds when the fruit is shaken as it falls from the tree excites the appetites of these animals in the highest degree. I have most frequently found only from 15 to 22 nuts in each fruit. The second integument of the almonds is membranaceous, and of a brown yellow. Their taste is extremely agreeable when they are fresh, but the oil with which they abound, and which is so useful in the arts, becomes easily rancid. Although at the upper Orinoco we often ate considerable quantities of these almonds for want of other food, we never felt any bad effects from so doing. The spherical pericarp of the bertholletia, perforated at the summit, is not dehiscent. The upper and swelled part of the columella forms, according to M. Kunz, a sort of inner cover, as in the fruit of the lecythis, but it seldom opens of itself. Many seeds, from the decomposition of the oil contained in the cotyledons, lose the faculty of germination before the rainy season, in which the ligneous integument of the pericarp opens by the effect of putrefaction. A tale is very current on the banks of the lower Orinoco that the capuchin and cacajao monkeys, Simia chiropotes and Simia melanocephala, place themselves in a circle, and by striking the shell with a stone succeed in opening it so as to take out the triangular nuts. This operation must, however, be impossible on account of the extreme hardness and thickness of the pericarp. Monkeys may have been seen rolling along the fruit of the bertholletia, but though this fruit has a small hole closed by the upper extremity of the columella, nature has not furnished monkeys with the means of opening the ligneous pericarp, as it has of opening the covercle of the lecythis, called in the missions the covercle of the monkey's cocoa. Note: La tapa del coco de monos. End of note. According to the report of several Indians, only the smaller rodentia, particularly the cavies, the acuri and the lapa, by the structure of their teeth and the inconceivable perseverance with which they pursue their destructive operations, succeed in perforating the fruit of the juvia. As soon as the triangular nuts are spread on the ground, all the animals of the forest, the monkeys, the manaviris, the squirrels, the cavies, the parrots, and the macaws, hastily assemble to distribute the prey. They have all strength enough to break the ligneous tegument of the seed. They get out the kernel and carry it to the tops of the trees. "It is their festival also," said the Indians who had returned from the harvest. And on hearing their complaints of the animals, one may perceive that they think themselves alone the lawful masters of the forest. One of the 4 canoes, which had taken the Indians to the gathering of the juvias, was filled in great part with that species of reeds, carices, of which the blowpipes are made. These reeds were from 15 to 17 feet long, yet no trace of a knot for the insertion of leaves and branches was perceived. They were quite straight, smooth externally, and perfectly cylindrical. These carices come from the foot of the mountains of Yumariquin and Guanaja. They are much sought after, even beyond the Orinoco, by the name of reeds of Esmeralda. A hunter preserves the same blow tube during his whole life, and boasts of its lightness and precision, as we boast of the same qualities in our firearms. What is the monocotyledonous plant that furnishes these admirable reeds? Note: the smooth surface of these tubes sufficiently proves that they are not furnished by a plant of the family of Umbelliferae. End of note. Did we see in fact the internodes, parts between the knots, of a gramen of the tribe of Nastoides? Or may this carex be perhaps a cyperaceous plant destitute of knots? Note: the Cariceo del Manati, which grows abundantly on the banks of the Orinoco, attains from 8 to 10 feet in height. End of note. I cannot solve this question, or determine to what genus another plant belongs, which furnishes the shirts of marima. We saw on the slope of the Serra Duida shirt trees 50 feet high. The Indians cut off cylindrical pieces 2 feet in diameter, from which they peel the red and fibrous bark without making any longitudinal incision. This bark affords them a sort of garment which resembles sacks, of a very coarse texture and without a seam. The upper opening serves for the head, and 2 lateral holes are cut for the arms to pass through. The natives wear these shirts of marima in the rainy season. They have the form of the ponchos and ruanas of cotton, which are so common in New Granada, at Quito, and in Peru. In these climates, the riches and beneficence of nature being regarded as the primary causes of the indolence of the inhabitants, the missionaries say in showing the shirts of marima, in the forests of the Orinoco, garments are found ready-made on the trees. We may also mention the pointed caps, which the spathes of certain palm trees furnish, and which resemble coarse network. At the festival of which we were the spectators, the women, who were excluded from the dance and every sort of public rejoicing, were daily occupied in serving the men with roasted monkey, fermented liquors, and palm cabbage. This last production has the taste of our cauliflowers, and in no other country had we seen specimens of such an immense size. The leaves that are not unfolded are united with the young stem, and we measured cylinders of 6 feet long and 5 inches in diameter. Another substance, which is much more nutritive, is obtained from the animal kingdom. This is fish flour, manioc de pescado. The Indians throughout the upper Orinoco fry fish, dry them in the sun, and reduce them to powder, without separating the bones. I have seen masses of 50 or 60 pounds of this flour, which resembles that of cassava. When it is wanted for eating, it is mixed with water and reduced to a paste. In every climate, the abundance of fish has led to the invention of the same means of preserving them. Pliny and Diodorus Siculus have described the fish bread of the ichthyophagous nations that dwelt on the Persian Gulf and the shores of the Red Sea. Note. At Esmeralda, as everywhere else throughout the missions, the Indians who will not be baptized, and who are merely aggregated in the community, live in a state of polygamy. The number of wives differs much in different tribes. It is most considerable among the Caribs and all the nations that have preserved the custom of carrying off young girls from the neighbouring tribes. How can we imagine domestic happiness in so unequal an association? The women live in a sort of slavery, as they do in most nations which are in a state of barbarism. The husbands, being in the full enjoyment of absolute power, no complaint is heard in their presence. An apparent tranquillity prevails in the household. The women are eager to anticipate the wishes of an imperious and sullen master, and they attend without distinction to their own children and those of their rivals. The missionaries assert what may easily be believed, that this domestic peace, the effect of fear, is singularly disturbed when the husband is long absent. The wife who contracted the first ties then applies to the others the names of concubines and servants. The quarrels continue till the return of the master, who knows how to calm their passions by the sound of his voice, by a mere gesticulation, or if he thinks it necessary, by a means a little more violent. A certain inequality in the rights of the women is sanctioned by the language of the Tamanacs. The husband calls the second and third wife the companions of the first, and the first treats these companions as rivals and enemies, a term which truly expresses their position. The whole weight of labour being supported by these unhappy women, we must not be surprised if, in some nations, their number is extremely small. Where this happens, a kind of polyandry is formed, which we find more fully displayed in Tibet and on the lofty mountains at the extremity of the Indian peninsula. Among the Avanos and Maypures, brothers have often but one wife. When an Indian who lives in polygamy becomes a Christian, he is compelled by the missionaries to choose among his wives her whom he prefers and reject the others. At the moment of separation, the new convert sometimes discovers the most valuable qualities in the wives he is obliged to abandon. One understands gardening perfectly. Another knows how to prepare chiza, an intoxicating beverage extracted from the roots of cassava. All appear to him alike clever and useful. Sometimes the desire of preserving his wives overcomes in the Indian his inclination to Christianity, but most frequently in his perplexity the husband prefers submitting to the choice of the missionary, as to a blind fatality. The Indians, who from May to August take journeys to the east of Esmeralda, to gather the vegetable productions of the mountains of Yumariquin, gave us precise notions of the course of the Orinoco to the east of the mission. This part of my itinerary may differ entirely from the maps that preceded it. I shall begin the description of this country with the granitic group of Duida, at the foot of which we sojourned. This group is bounded on the west by the Rio Tamatama, and on the east by the Rio Guapo. Between these two tributary streams of the Orinoco, amid the morichales, or clumps of mauritia palm trees, which surround Esmeralda, the Rio Sodomoni flows, celebrated for the excellence of the pineapples that grow upon its banks. I measured on the 22nd of May, in the savannah at the foot of Duida, a base of 475 meters in length. The angle under which the summit of the mountain appeared, at the distance of 13,327 meters, was still 9 degrees. A trigonometric measurement, made with great care, gave me for Duida, that is, for the most elevated peak, which is southwest of the Cerro Maraguaca, 2,179 meters, or 1,118 toises above the plain of Esmeralda. The Cerro Duida thus yields but little in height, scarcely 80 or 100 toises, to the summit of San Gotard, or the Silla of Caracas, on the shore of Venezuela. It is indeed considered a colossal mountain in those countries, and this celebrity gives a precise idea of the mean height of Parima and of all the mountains of eastern America. To the east of the Sierra Nevada de Merida, as well as to the southeast of the Paramo de las Rosas, none of the chains that extend in the same parallel line reach the height of the central ridge of the Pyrenees. The granitic summit of Duida is so nearly perpendicular that the Indians have vainly attempted the ascent. It is a well-known fact that mountains, not remarkable for elevation, are sometimes most inaccessible. At the beginning and end of the rainy season, small flames, which seem to change their place, are seen on the top of Duida. This phenomenon, the existence of which is borne out by concurrent testimony, has caused this mountain to be improperly called a volcano. As it stands nearly alone, it might be supposed that lightning from time to time sets fire to the brushwood, but this supposition loses its probability when we reflect on the extreme difficulty with which plants are ignited in these damp climates. It must be observed also that these flames are said to appear often where the rock seems scarcely covered with turf, and that the igneous phenomena are visible on days entirely exempt from storms on the summit of Guaraco or Musilego, a hill opposite the mouth of the Rio Tamatama on the southern bank of the Orinoco. This hill is scarcely elevated 100 toises above the neighbouring plains. If the statements of the natives be correct, it is probable that some subterraneous cause produces these flames on the Duida and the Guaraco, for they never appear on the lofty neighbouring mountains of Yao and Maraguaca, so often wrapped in electric storms. The granite of the Cerro Duida is full of veins, partly open and partly filled with crystals of quartz and pyrites. Gaseous and inflammable emanations, either of hydrogen or of naphtha, may pass through these veins. Of this the mountains of Karamanaya, of Hindu Kuh, and of Himalaya furnish frequent examples. We saw the appearance of flames in many parts of eastern America subject to earthquakes, even from secondary rocks, as at Cuchivero and near Cumanacoa. The fire shows itself when the ground, strongly heated by the sun, receives the first rains, or when, after violent showers, the earth begins to dry. The first cause of these igneous phenomena lies at immense depths below the secondary rocks, in the primitive formations. The rains and the decomposition of atmospheric water act only a secondary part. The hottest springs of the globe issue immediately from granite. Petroleum gushes from mica schist, and frightful detonations are heard at Encaramada, between the rivers Arauca and Cuchivero, in the midst of the granitic soil of the Orinoco and the Sierra Parima. Here, as everywhere else on the globe, the focus of volcanoes is in the most ancient soils, and it appears that an intimate connection exists between the great phenomena that heave up and liquefy the crust of our planet, and those igneous meteors which are seen from time to time on its surface, and which from their littleness we are tempted to attribute solely to the influence of the atmosphere. Duida, though lower than the height assigned to it by popular belief, is however the most prominent point of the whole group of mountains that separate the basin of the lower Orinoco from that of the Amazon. These mountains lower still more rapidly on the northeast, toward the Puronama, than on the east, toward the Padamo and the Rio Ocamo. In the former direction, the most elevated summits next to Duida are Cuneva, at the sources of the Rio Paru, one of the tributary streams of the Ventuari, Sipapo, Calitamini, which forms one group with Cunavami, and the peak of Uimana. East of Duida, on the right bank of the Orinoco, Maravaca, or Sierra Maraguaca, is distinguished by its elevation between the Rio Carimoni and the Padamo, and on the left bank of the Orinoco rise the mountains of Guanaja and Yumariquin between the Rios Amagua and Gehete. It is almost superfluous to repeat that the line which passes through these lofty summits, like those of the Pyrenees, the Carpathian Mountains, and so many other chains of the old continent, is very distinct from the line that marks the partition of the waters. This latter line, which separates the tributary streams of the lower and upper Orinoco, intersects the meridian of 64 degrees in latitude 4 degrees. After having separated the sources of the Rio Branco and the Caroni, it runs northwest, sending off the waters of the Padamo, the Jao, and the Ventuari toward the south, and the waters of the Arui, the Caura, and the Cuchivero towards the north. End of chapter 2.24, part 3. Chapter 2.24, part 4, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America, during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, part 4. The Orinoco may be ascended without danger from Esmeralda as far as the cataracts occupied by the Guayca Indians, who prevent all farther progress of the Spaniards. This is a voyage of 6 days and a half. In the first 2 days, you arrive at the mouth of the Rio Padamo, or Patamo, having passed on the north the little rivers of Tamatama, Sodomoni, Guaupo, Caurimoni, and Simirimoni, and on the south the Cuca, situate between the rock of Guaraco, which is said to throw out flames, and the Cerro Canclia. Throughout this course, the Orinoco continues to be 300 or 400 toises broad. The tributary streams are most frequent on the right bank, because on that side the river is bounded by the lofty cloud-capped mountains of Duida and Maraguaca, while the left bank, on the contrary, is low and contiguous to a plain, the general slope of which inclines to the southwest. The northern Cordilleras are covered with fine timber. The growth of plants is so enormous in this hot and constantly humid climate that the trunks of the Bombax ceiba are 16 feet in diameter. From the mouth of the Rio Padamo, which is of considerable breadth, the Indians arrive in a day and a half at the Rio Mavaca. The latter takes its rise from the lofty mountains of Unturan, and communicates with a lake, on the banks of which the Portuguese of the Rio Negro gather the aromatic seeds of the Laurus puceri, known in trade by the names of pichurim bean and toda-specie. Note: the pichurim bean is the puchiri of La Condamine, which abounds at the Rio Xingu, a tributary stream of the Amazon, and on the banks of the Urubaji or Urubesh, which runs into the Rio Negro. The puchiri or pichurim, which is grated like nutmeg, differs from another aromatic fruit, a laurel, known in trade at Grand Para by the names of cucheri, cuchiri, or cravo, clavus, do maranhao, and which, on account of its odor, is compared with cloves. End of note. Between the confluence of the Padamo and that of the Mavaca, the Orinoco receives on the north the Ocamo, into which the Rio Matacona falls. At the sources of the latter live the Guaynares, who are much less copper-colored or tawny than the other inhabitants of those countries. This is one of the tribes called by the missionaries fair Indians, Indios Blancos. Near the mouth of the Ocamo, travelers are shown a rock, which is the wonder of the country. It is a granite passing into gneiss, and remarkable for the peculiar distribution of the black mica, which forms little ramified veins. The Spaniards call this rock Piedra Mapaya, the mapstone. The little fragment which I procured indicated a stratified rock, rich in white feldspar, and containing, together with spangles of mica grouped in streaks and variously twisted, some crystals of hornblende. It is not a syenite, but probably a granite of new formation, analogous to those which the steniferous granites, hyalomictolites, and the pegmatites or graphic granites belong. Beyond the confluence of the Macava, the Orinoco suddenly diminishes in breadth and depth, becoming extremely sinuous, like an alpine torrent. Its banks are surrounded by mountains, and the number of its tributary streams on the south augments considerably, yet the Cordillera on the north remains the most elevated. It requires 2 days to go from the mouth of the Macava to the Rio Gehette, the navigation being very difficult, and the boats, on account of the want of water, being often dragged along the shore. The tributary streams along this distance are, on the south, the Daracapo and the Amaguaca, which skirt on the west and east the mountains of Guanaya and Yumariquin, where the bertholetias are gathered. The Rio Manaviche flows down from the mountains on the north, the elevation of which diminishes progressively from the Cerro Maraguaca. As we advance further up the Orinoco, the whirlpools and little rapids, chorros y remolinos, become more and more frequent. On the north lies the Caño Chiquiri, inhabited by the Guaycas, another tribe of white Indians, and 2 leagues distant is the mouth of the Gehette, where there is a great cataract. A dike of granitic rocks crosses the Orinoco. These rocks are, as it were, the columns of Hercules, beyond which no white man has been able to penetrate. It appears that this point, known by the name of the Great Raudal de Guarahibos, is 3/4 of a degree west of Esmeralda, consequently in longitude 67 degrees 38 minutes. A military expedition, undertaken by the commander of the fort of San Carlos, Don Francisco Bovadilla, to discover the sources of the Orinoco, led to some information respecting the cataracts of the Guaharibos. Bovadilla had heard that some fugitive negroes from Dutch Guiana, proceeding toward the west, beyond the isthmus between the sources of the Rio Caroni and the Rio Branco, had joined the independent Indians. He attempted an entrada, hostile incursion, without having obtained the permission of the governor. The desire of procuring African slaves, better fitted for labour than the copper-coloured race, was a far more powerful motive than that of zeal for the progress of geography. Bovadilla arrived without difficulty as far as the little raudal opposite the Gehette. Note: it is called Raudal de Abajo, Low Cataract, in opposition to the great Raudal de Guaharibos, which is situated higher up, towards the east. End of note. But having advanced to the foot of the rocky dike that forms the great cataract, he was suddenly attacked, while he was breakfasting, by the Guaharibos and Guaycas, 2 warlike tribes, celebrated for the virulence of the curare with which their arrows are empoisoned. The Indians occupied the rocks that rise in the middle of the river, and seeing the Spaniards without bows, and having no knowledge of firearms, they provoked the whites, whom they believed to be without defence. Several of the latter were dangerously wounded, and Bovadilla found himself forced to give the signal for battle. A fearful carnage ensued among the natives, but none of the Dutch negroes who, as was believed, had taken refuge in those parts, were found. Notwithstanding a victory so easily won, the Spaniards did not dare to advance eastward in a mountainous country and along a river enclosed by very high banks. These white Guaharibos have constructed a bridge of lianas above the cataract, supported on rocks that rise, as generally happens in the pongos of the upper Maranon, in the middle of the river. The existence of this bridge, which is known to all the inhabitants of Esmeralda, seems to indicate that the Orinoco must be very narrow at this point. Note: the Amazon also is crossed twice on bridges of wood near its source in the lake La Ricocha, first north of Chavin, and then below the confluence of the Rio Aguamiras. These, the only 2 bridges that have been thrown over the largest river we yet know, are called Puente de Cuevilla and Puente de Guanquebamba. End of note. It is generally estimated by the Indians to be only 200 or 300 feet broad. They say that the Orinoco, above the Raudal of Guaharibos, is no longer a river but a brook, riachuelo, while the informed ecclesiastic Fray Juan Gonzalez, who had visited these countries, assured me that the Orinoco, in the part where its farther course is no longer known, is 2/3 of the breadth of the Rio Negro near San Carlos. This opinion appears to me hardly probable, but I relate what I have collected, and affirm nothing positively. In the rocky dike that crosses the Orinoco, forming the raudal of the Guaharibos, Spanish soldiers pretend to have found the fine kind of saussurite, Amazon stone, of which we have spoken. This tradition, however, is very uncertain, and the Indians, whom I interrogated on the subject, assured me that the green stones called piedras de Macagua at Esmeralda were purchased from the Guaicas and Guaharibos, who traffic with hordes much farther to the east. Note. The etymology of this name, which is unknown to me, might lead to the knowledge of the spot where these stones are found. I have sought in vain the name of Macagua among the numerous tributary streams of the Tacutu, the Mahu, the Rupunuri, and the Rio Trombetas. End of note. The same uncertainty prevails respecting these stones as that which attaches to many other valuable productions of the Indies. On the coast, at the distance of some 100 leagues, the country where they are found is positively named. But when the traveller with difficulty penetrates into that country, he discovers that the natives are ignorant even of the name of the object of his research. It might be supposed that the amulets of saussurite found in the possession of the Indians of Rio Negro come from the lower Maranon, while those that are received by the missions of the upper Orinoco and the Rio Caroni come from a country situated between the sources of the Essequibo and the Rio Branco. The opinion that this stone is taken in a soft state, like paste, from the little lake Amacu, though very prevalent at Angostura, is wholly without foundation. A curious geognostic discovery remains to be made in the eastern part of America, that of finding in a primitive soil a rock of euphotide containing the piedra de Macagua. I shall here proceed to give some information respecting the tribes of dwarf and fair Indians, which ancient traditions have placed near the sources of the Orinoco. I had an opportunity of seeing some of these Indians at Esmeralda, and can affirm that the short stature of the Guaicas and the fair complexion of the Guaharibos, whom Father Cowlin calls Guaribos Blancos, have been alike exaggerated. The Guaicas, whom I measured, were in general from 4 feet 7 inches to 4 feet 8 inches high, old measure of France. Note. About 5 feet 3 inches, English measure. End of note. We were assured that the whole tribe were of this diminutive size, but we must not forget that what is called a tribe constitutes, properly speaking, but one family, owing to the exclusion of all foreign connections. The Indians of the lowest stature next to the Guaicas are the Guaynares and the Poignaves. It is singular that all these nations are found in near proximity to the Caribs, who are remarkably tall. They all inhabit the same climate, and subsist on the same aliments. They are varieties in the race, which no doubt existed previously to the settlement of these tribes, tall and short, fair and dark brown, in the same country. The 4 nations of the upper Orinoco, which appeared to me to be the fairest, are the Guaharibos of the Rio Gehette, the Guaynares of the Ocamo, the Guaicas of Cano Chigueri, and the Maquiritares of the source of the Padamo, the Jao, and the Ventuari. It being very extraordinary to see natives with a fair skin beneath a burning sky, and amid nations of a very dark hue, the Spaniards have attempted to explain this phenomenon by the following hypotheses. Some assert that the Dutch of Suriname and the Rio Essequibo may have intermingled with the Guaharibos and the Guaynares. Others insist, from hatred to the Capuchins of the Caroni and the Observantins of the Orinoco, that the fair Indians are what are called in Dalmatia muso di frate, children whose legitimacy is somewhat doubtful. In either case, the Indios Blancos would be mestizos, that is to say, children of an Indian woman and a white man. Now, having seen thousands of mestizos, I can assert that this supposition is altogether inaccurate. The individuals of the fair tribes whom we examined have the features, the stature, and the smooth, straight black hair which characterizes other Indians. It would be impossible to take them for a mixed race, like the descendants of natives and Europeans. Some of these people are very little, others are of the ordinary stature of the copper-colored Indians. They are neither feeble nor sickly, nor are they albinos, and they differ from the copper-colored races only by a much less tawny skin. It would be useless, after these considerations, to insist on the distance of the mountains of the upper Orinoco from the shores inhabited by the Dutch. I will not deny that descendants of fugitive negroes may have been seen among the Caribs at the sources of the Essequibo, but no white man ever went from the eastern coast to the Rio Gehette and the Ocamo in the interior of Guiana. It must also be observed, although we may be struck with the singularity of several fair tribes being found at one point to the east of Esmeralda, it is no less certain that tribes have been found in other parts of America, distinguished from the neighbouring tribes by the less tawny colour of their skin. Such are the Arivirianos and Maquaritaris of the Rio Ventuari and the Padamo, the Paudacotos and the Paravinis of the Erevato, the Viras and Araguas of the Caura, the Mologagos of Brazil, and the Guayanas of the Uruguay. Note. The Cumanagotos, the Maypures, the Mapojos, and some hordes of the Tamanacs are also fair, but in a less degree than the tribes I have just named. We may add to this list, which the researches of Sommering, Blumenbach, and Pritchard on the varieties of the human species have rendered so interesting, the Ojes of Cuchivero, the Boanes, now almost destroyed, of the interior of Brazil, and in the north of America, far from the northwest coast, the Mandans and the Acanas. Note. Walkener, Geogra, page 645. Gilly, volume 2, page 34. Vater, American, Sprachen, page 81. Southey, volume 1, page 603. End of note. The most tawny, we might almost say the blackest, of the American race are the Otomacs and the Guamos. These have perhaps given rise to the confused notions of American Negroes, spread through Europe in the early times of the conquest. Note. Herrera, Dec 1, lib 3, cap 9, volume 1, page 79. Garcia, Origen de los Americanos, page 529. End of note. Who are those Negros de Quereca, placed by Gomara, page 277, in that very isthmus of Panama, whence we received the first absurd tales of an albino American people? In reading with attention the authors of the beginning of the 16th century, we see that the discovery of America and of a new race of men had singularly awakened the interest of travellers respecting the varieties of our species. Now, if a black race had been mingled with copper-coloured men, as in the South Sea Islands, the conquistadors would not have failed to speak of it in a precise manner. Besides, the religious traditions of the Americans relate the appearance, in the heroic times, of white and bearded men as priests and legislators, but none of these traditions make mention of a black race. End of note. These phenomena are so much the more worthy of attention, as they are observed in that great branch of the American nations generally ranked in a class totally opposite to that circumpolar branch, namely the Tsugaz Eskimo, whose children are fair, and who acquire the Mongol or yellowish tint only from the influence of the air and the humidity. Note. The Chevalier Giesecke has recently confirmed all that Krantz related of the colour of the skin of the Eskimo. That race, even in the latitude of 75 or 76 degrees, where the climate is so rigorous, is not in general so diminutive as it was long believed to be. Ross's Voyage to the North. End of note. In Guyana, the hordes who live in the midst of the thickest forests are generally less tawny than those who inhabit the shores of the Orinoco, and are employed in fishing. But this slight difference, which is alike found in Europe between the artisans of towns and the cultivators of the fields, or the fishermen on the coasts, in no way explains the problem of the Indios Blancos. They are surrounded by other Indians of the woods, Indios del Monte, who are of a reddish brown, although now exposed to the same physical influences. The causes of these phenomena are very ancient, and we may repeat with Tacitus, quote, Est durans originis vis. End quote. The fair-complexioned tribes, which we had an opportunity of seeing at the mission of Esmeralda, inhabit part of a mountainous country lying between the sources of 6 tributaries of the Orinoco, that is to say, between the Padamo, the Jao, the Ventuari, the Erevato, the Arui, and the Paraguay. Note. They are 6 tributary streams on the right bank of the Orinoco. The first 3 run toward the south, or the upper Orinoco, the 3 others toward the north, or the lower Orinoco. End of note. The Spanish and Portuguese missionaries are accustomed to designate this country more particularly by the name of Parima. The name Parima, which signifies water, great water, is applied sometimes and more especially to the land washed by the Rio Parima or Rio Branco, Rio de Aguas Blancas, a stream running into the Rio Negro, sometimes to the mountains, Sierra Parima, which divide the upper and lower Orinoco. End of note. Here, as in several other countries of Spanish America, the savages have reconquered what had been wrested from them by civilization, or rather by its precursors, the missionaries. The expedition of the boundaries under Solano, and the extravagant zeal displayed by a governor of Guyana for the discovery of El Dorado, partially revived in the latter half of the 18th century that spirit of enterprise which characterized the Spaniards at the period of the discovery of America. In going along the Rio Padamo, a road was observed across the forests and savannas, the length of 10 days' journey, from Esmeralda to the sources of the Ventuari, and in 2 days more, from those sources, by the Erevato, the missions on the Rio Caura were reached. 2 intelligent and enterprising men, Don Antonio Santos and Captain Barreto, had established, with the aid of the Miquiritares, a chain of military posts on this line from Esmeralda to the Rio Erevato. These posts consisted of blockhouses, casas fuertes, mounted with swivels, such as I have already mentioned. The soldiers, left to themselves, exercised all kinds of vexations on the natives, Indians of peace, who had cultivated pieces of ground around the casas fuertes, and the consequence was that, in 1776, several tribes formed a league against the Spaniards. All the military posts were attacked on the same night, on a line of nearly 50 leagues in length. The houses were burnt, and many soldiers massacred, a very small number only owing their preservation to the pity of the Indian women. This nocturnal expedition is still mentioned with horror. It was concerted in the most profound secrecy, and executed with that spirit of unity which the natives of America, skilled in concealing their hostile passions, well know how to practice in whatever concerns their common interests. Since 1776, no attempt has been made to re-establish the road, which leads by land from the upper to the lower Orinoco, and no white man has been able to pass from Esmeralda to the Erevato. It is certain, however, that in the mountainous lands between the sources of the Padamo and the Ventuari, near the sites called by the Indians the Aurichapa, Iquiana, and Irique, there are many spots where the climate is temperate and where there are pasturages capable of feeding numerous herds of cattle. The military posts were very useful in preventing the incursions of the Caribs, who, from time to time, carried off slaves, though in very small numbers, between the Erevato and the Padamo. They would have resisted the attacks of the natives if, instead of leaving them isolated and solely to the control of the soldiery, they had been formed into communities and governed like the villages of neophyte Indians. End of chapter 2.24, part 4. Chapter 2.24, part 5, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, part 5. We left the mission of Esmeralda on the 23rd of May. Without being positively ill, we felt ourselves in a state of languor and weakness, caused by the torment of insects, bad food, and a long voyage in narrow and damp boats. We did not go up the Orinoco beyond the mouth of the Rio Guapo, which we should have done if we should have attempted to reach the sources of the river. There remains a distance of 15 leagues from the Guapo to the raudal of the Guaharibos. At this cataract, which is passed on a bridge of lianas, Indians are posted armed with bows and arrows to prevent the whites, or those who come from their territory, from advancing westward. How could we hope to pass a point where the commander of the Rio Negro, Don Francisco Bovadilla, was stopped when, accompanied by his soldiers, he tried to penetrate beyond the Cajete? Note, see above. End of note. The carnage then made among the natives has rendered them more distrustful and more averse to the inhabitants of the missions. It must be remembered that the Orinoco had hitherto offered to geographers 2 distinct problems, alike important: the situation of its sources and the mode of its communication with the Amazon. The latter problem formed the object of the journey which I have described. With respect to the discovery of its sources, that remains to be done by the Spanish and Portuguese governments. Our canoe was not ready to receive us, till near 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It had been filled with innumerable swarms of ants during the navigation of the Cassiquiare, and the toldo or roof of palm leaves, beneath which we were again doomed to remain stretched out during 22 days, was with difficulty cleared of these insects. We employed part of the morning in repeating to the inhabitants of Esmeralda the questions we had already put to them respecting the existence of a lake towards the east. We showed copies of the maps of Surville and La Cruz to old soldiers who had been posted in the mission ever since its first establishment. They laughed at the supposed communication of the Orinoco with the Rio Idapa and at the White Sea, which the former river was represented to cross. What we politely call geographical fictions, they termed lies of the old world, mentiras de pur Allah. These good people could not comprehend how men, in making the map of a country which they had never visited, could pretend to know things in minute detail, of which persons who lived on the spot were ignorant. The Lake Parima, the Sierra May, and the springs which separate at the point where they issue from the earth were entirely unknown at Esmeralda. We were repeatedly assured that no one had ever been to the east of the raudal of the Guaharibos, and that beyond that point, according to the opinion of some of the natives, the Orinoco descends, like a small torrent, from a group of mountains inhabited by the Coroto Indians. Father Gili, who was living on the banks of the Orinoco when the expedition of the boundaries arrived, says expressly that Don Apolinaro Diaz was sent in 1765 to attempt the discovery of the source of the Orinoco, that he found the river east of Esmeralda full of shoals, that he returned for want of provision, and that he learned nothing, absolutely nothing, of the existence of a lake. This statement perfectly accords with what I heard myself 35 years later at Esmeralda. The probability of a fact is powerfully shaken when it can be proved to be totally unknown on the very spot where it ought to be known best, and when those by whom the existence of the lake is affirmed contradict each other, not in the least essential circumstances, but in all that are the most important. When travellers judge only by their own sensations, they differ from each other respecting the abundance of the mosquitoes as they do respecting the progressive increase or diminution of the temperature. The state of our organs, the motion of the air, its degree of humidity or dryness, its electric intensity, 1,000 circumstances contribute at once to make us suffer more or less from the heat and the insects. My fellow travellers were unanimously of opinion that Esmeralda was more tormented by mosquitoes than the banks of the Cassiquiare, and even more than the 2 missions of the Great Cataracts, whilst I, less sensible than they of the high temperature of the air, thought that the irritation produced by the insects was somewhat less at Esmeralda than at the entrance of the upper Orinoco. On hearing the complaints that are made of these tormenting insects in hot countries, it is difficult to believe that their absence, or rather their sudden disappearance, could become a subject of inquietude, yet such is the fact. The inhabitants of Esmeralda related to us that in the year 1795, an hour before sunset, when the mosquitoes usually form a very thick cloud, the air was observed to be suddenly free from them. During the space of 20 minutes, not one insect was perceived, although the sky was cloudless and no wind announced rain. It is necessary to have lived in those countries to comprehend the degree of surprise which the sudden disappearance of the insects must have produced. The inhabitants congratulated each other, and inquired whether this state of happiness, this relief from pain, felicidad y alivio, could be of any duration. But soon, instead of enjoying the present, they yielded to chimerical fears, and imagined that the order of nature was perverted. Some old Indians, the sages of the place, asserted that the disappearance of the mosquitoes must be the precursor of a great earthquake. Warm discussions arose. The least noise amid the foliage of the trees was listened to with an attentive ear, and when the air was again filled with mosquitoes, they were almost hailed with pleasure. We could not guess what modification of the atmosphere had caused this phenomenon, which must not be confounded with the periodical replacing of one species of insect by another. After 4 hours' navigation down the Orinoco, we arrived at the point of the bifurcation. Our resting place was on the same beach of the Cassiquiare, where a few days previously our great dog had, as we believe, been carried off by the jaguars. All the endeavours of the Indians to discover any trace of the animal were fruitless. The cries of the jaguars were heard during the whole night. Note: this frequency of large jaguars is somewhat remarkable in a country destitute of cattle. The tigers of the upper Orinoco are far less bountifully supplied with prey than those of the Pampas of Buenos Aires and the Llanos of Caracas, which are more covered with herds of cattle. More than 4,000 jaguars are killed annually in the Spanish colonies, several of them equaling the mean size of the royal tiger of Asia. 2,000 skins of jaguars were formerly exported annually from Buenos Aires alone. End of note. These animals are very frequent in the tracts situated between the Cerro Maraguaca, the Untaran, and the banks of the Pomoni. There also is found that black species of tiger of which I saw some fine skins at Esmeralda. Note: Gmelin, in his Synonyma, seems to confound this animal under the name of Felis discolor with the great American lion, Felis concolor, which is very different from the puma of the Andes of Quito. End of note. This animal is celebrated for its strength and ferocity. It appears to be still larger than the common jaguar. The black spots are scarcely visible on the dark brown ground of its skin. The Indians assert that these tigers are very rare, that they never mingle with the common jaguars, and that they form another race. I believe that Prince Maximilian of Neuwied, who has enriched American zoology by so many important observations, acquired the same information farther to the south, in the hot part of Brazil. Albino varieties of the jaguar have been seen in Paraguay, for the spots of these animals, which may be called the beautiful panthers of America, are sometimes so pale as to be scarcely distinguishable on a very white ground. In the black jaguars, on the contrary, it is the colour of the ground which renders the spots indistinct. It requires to reside long in those countries, and to accompany the Indians of Esmeralda in the perilous chase of the tiger, to decide with certainty upon the varieties and the species. In all the mammiferae, and particularly in the numerous family of the apes, we ought, I believe, to fix our attention less on the transition from one colour to another in individuals, than on their habit of separating themselves and forming distinct bands. We left our resting place before sunrise on the 24th of May. In a rocky cove, which had been the dwelling of some Durimundi Indians, the aromatic odour of the plants was so powerful that, although sleeping in the open air, and the irritability of our nervous system being allayed by the habits of a life of fatigue, we were nevertheless incommoded by it. We could not ascertain the flowers which diffused this perfume. The forest was impenetrable, but M. Bonpland believed that large clumps of pancratium and other liliaceous plants were concealed in the neighbouring marshes. Descending the Orinoco by favour of the current, we passed first the mouth of the Rio Cunucunumo, and then the Guanami and the Puriname. The two banks of the principal river are entirely desert. Lofty mountains rise on the north, and on the south a vast plain extends far as the eye can reach beyond the sources of the Atacavi, which lower down takes the name of the Atabapo. There is something gloomy and desolate in this aspect of a river, on which not even a fisherman's canoe is seen. Some independent tribes, the Abirianos and the Maquiritares, dwell in this mountainous country, but in the neighbouring savannas, bounded by the Cassiquiare, the Atabapo, the Orinoco, and the Rio Negro, there is now scarcely any trace of human habitation. Note: they form a quadrilateral plot of 1,000 square leagues, the opposite sides of which have contrary slopes, the Cassiquiare flowing towards the south, the Atabapo towards the north, the Orinoco towards the northwest, and the Rio Negro towards the southeast. End of note. I say now, for here, as in other parts of Guyana, rude figures representing the sun, the moon, and different animals, traced on the hardest rocks of granite, attest the anterior existence of a people very different from those who became known to us on the banks of the Orinoco. According to the accounts of the natives and of the most intelligent missionaries, these symbolic signs resemble perfectly the characters we saw 100 leagues more to the north, near Quecara, opposite the mouth of the Rio Apure. See chapter 2.18 above. In advancing from the plains of the Cassiquiare and the Conorichite, 140 leagues further eastward, between the sources of the Rio Blanco and the Rio Essequibo, we also met with rocks and symbolic figures. I have lately verified this curious fact, which is recorded in the journal of the traveller Hortsman, who went up the Rupunuvini, one of the tributary streams of the Essequibo. Where this river, full of small cascades, winds between the mountains of Macarana, he found, before he reached the lake Amacu, rocks covered with figures, or, as he says in Portuguese, with varias letras. We must not take this word letters in its real signification. We were also shown, near the rock Culimacari, on the banks of the Cassiquiare, and at the port of Caycara, in the lower Orinoco, traces which were believed to be regular characters. They were, however, only misshapen figures, representing the heavenly bodies, together with tigers, crocodiles, boas, and instruments used for making the flour of cassava. It is impossible to recognize in these painted rocks the name by which the natives denote those masses loaded with figures, any symmetrical arrangement or characters with regular spaces. Note. In Tamanac, tepu murime. Tepu, a stone, rock, as in Mexican tetl, a stone, and tepetl, a mountain, in Turco-Tartarian, tepe. The Spanish Americans also call the rock covered with sculptured figures piedras pintadas, those, for instance, which are found on the summit of the Paramo of Guanacas in New Granada, and which recall to mind the tepu murime of the Orinoco, the Cassiquiare, and the Rupunuvini. End of note. The traces discovered in the mountains of Uruana by the missionary Fray Ramon Bueno approach nearer to alphabetical writing, but are nevertheless very doubtful. Whatever may be the meaning of these figures, and with whatever view they were traced upon granite, they merit the examination of those who direct their attention to the philosophical history of our species. In travelling from the coast of Caracas toward the equator, we are at first led to believe that monuments of this kind are peculiar to the mountain chain of Encaramada. They are found at the port of Sedeno, near Caycara. Note. In the mountains of the Tyrant, Cerros del Tirano. End of note. At San Rafael del Capuchino, opposite Cabruto, and in almost every place where the granitic rock pierces the soil, in the savannah which extends from the Cerro Curiquima towards the banks of the Caura. The nations of the Tamanac race, the ancient inhabitants of those countries, have a local mythology and traditions connected with these sculptured rocks. Amalivaca, the father of the Tamanacs, that is, the creator of the human race, for every nation regards itself as the root of all other nations, arrived in a bark at the time of the great inundation, which is called the Age of Water, when the billows of the ocean broke against the mountains of Encaramada in the interior of the land. Note. The Atonatui of the Mexicans, the fourth age, the fourth regeneration of the world. End of note. All mankind, or, to speak more correctly, all the Tamanacs, were drowned, with the exception of one man and one woman, who saved themselves on a mountain near the banks of the Asivero, called Cuchivero by the Spaniards. This mountain is the Ararat of the Aramean or Semitic nations, and the Tlaloc of Colhuan of the Mexicans. Amalivaca, sailing in his bark, engraved the figures of the moon and the sun on the painted rock, tepu murime, of Encaramada. Some blocks of granite piled upon one another, and forming a kind of cavern, are still called the house or dwelling of the great forefather of the Tamanacs. The natives show also a large stone near this cavern, in the plains of Meta, which they say was an instrument of music, the drum of Amalivaca. We must here observe that this heroic personage had a brother, Voci, who helped him to give the surface of the earth its present form. The Tamanacs relate that the two brothers, in their system of perfectibility, sought at first to arrange the Orinoco in such a manner that the current of the water could always be followed, either going up or going down the river. They hoped by this means to spare men trouble in navigating rivers. But however great the power of these regenerators of the world, they could never contrive to give a double slope to the Orinoco, and were compelled to relinquish this singular plan. Amalivaca had daughters, who had a decided taste for travelling. The tradition states, doubtless with a figurative meaning, that he broke their legs to render them sedentary and force them to people the land of the Tamanacs. After having regulated everything in America, on that side of the great water, Amalivaca again embarked and returned to the other shore, to the same place from whence he came. Since the natives have seen the missionaries arrive, they imagine that Europe is the other shore, and one of them inquired with great simplicity of Father Gili whether he had there seen the great Amalivaca, the father of the Tamanacs, who had covered the rocks with symbolic figures. These notions of a great convulsion of nature, of two human beings saved on the summit of a mountain, and casting behind them the fruits of the Mauritia palm tree to repeople the earth, of that national divinity, Amalivaca, who arrived by water from a distant land, who prescribed laws to nature, and forced the nations to renounce their migrations. These various features of a very ancient system of belief are well worthy of attention. What the Tamanacs and the tribes whose languages are analogous to the Tamanac tongue now relate to us, they have no doubt learned from other people who inhabited before them the same regions. The name of Amalivaca is spread over a region of more than 5,000 square leagues. He is found designated as the father of mankind, or our great-grandfather, as far as to the Caribbean nations, whose idiom approaches the Tamanac only in the same degree as the German approaches the Greek, the Persian, and the Sanskrit. Amalivaca is not originally the Great Spirit, the agent of heaven, the invisible being, whose worship springs from that of the powers of nature, when nations rise insensibly to the consciousness of the unity of these powers. He is rather a personage of the heroic times, a man who, coming from afar, lived in the land of the Tamanacs and the Caribs, sculpted symbolic figures upon the rocks, and disappeared by going back to the country he had previously inhabited, beyond the ocean. The anthropomorphism of the divinity has two sources diametrically opposite, and this opposition seems to arise less from the various degrees of intellectual culture than from the different dispositions of nations, some of which are more inclined to mysticism, and others more governed by the senses and by external impressions. Sometimes man makes the divinities descend upon earth, charging them with the care of ruling nations, and giving them laws, as in the fables of the East. Sometimes, as among the Greeks and other nations of the West, they are the first monarchs, priests, kings, who are stripped of what is human in their nature, to be raised to the rank of national divinities. Amalivaca was a stranger, like Manco Capac, Bochica, and Quetzalcoatl, those extraordinary men who, in the alpine or civilized part of America, on the tablelands of Peru, New Granada, and Anahuac, organized civil society, regulated the order of sacrifices, and founded religious congregations. The Mexican Quetzalcoatl, whose descendants Montezuma, note, the second king of this name of the race of Acamapitzin, properly called Montezuma Ilhuicamina, end of note, thought he recognized in the companions of Cortes displays of an additional resemblance to Amalivaca, the mythological personage of savage America or the plains of the torrid zone. When advanced in age, the high priest of Tula left the country of Anahuac, which he had filled with his miracles, to return to an unknown region called Tlalaplan. When the monk Bernard de Sahagun arrived in Mexico, the same questions were put to him as those which were addressed to Father Gili 200 years later in the forests of the Orinoco. He was asked whether he came from the other shore, del otro lado, from the countries to which Quetzalcoatl had retired. The region of sculptured rocks, or of painted stones, extends far beyond the lower Orinoco, beyond the country, latitude 7 degrees 5 minutes to 7 degrees 40 minutes, longitude 68 degrees 50 minutes to 69 degrees 45 minutes, to which belongs what may be called the local fables of the Tamanacs. We again find these same sculptured rocks between the Cassiquiare and the Atabapo, latitude 2 degrees 5 minutes to 3 degrees 20 minutes, longitude 69 to 70 degrees, and between the sources of the Essequibo and the Rio Branco, latitude 3 degrees 50 minutes, longitude 62 degrees 32 minutes. I do not assert that these figures prove the knowledge of the use of iron, or that they denote a very advanced degree of culture. But even on the supposition that, instead of being symbolical, they are the fruits of the idleness of hunting nations, we must still admit an anterior race of men, very different from those who now inhabit the banks of the Orinoco and the Rupunuri. The more a country is destitute of remembrance of generations that are extinct, the more important it becomes to follow the least traces of what appears to be monumental. The eastern plains of North America display only those extraordinary circumvallations that remind us of the fortified camps, the pretended cities of vast extent, of the ancient and modern nomad tribes of Asia. In the oriental plains of South America, the force of vegetation, the heat of the climate, and the too lavish gifts of nature have opposed obstacles still more powerful to the progress of human civilization. Between the Orinoco and the Amazon, I heard no mention of any wall of earth, vestige of a dike, or sepulchral tumulus. The rocks alone show us, and this through a great extent of country, rude sketches which the hand of man has traced in times unknown, and which are connected with religious traditions. Before I quitted the wildest part of the upper Orinoco, I thought it desirable to mention facts which are important only when they are considered in their connection with each other. All I could relate of our navigation from Esmeralda to the mouth of the Atabapo would be merely an enumeration of rivers in uninhabited places. From the 24th to the 27th of May, we slept but twice on land. Our first resting place was at the confluence of the Rio Jao, and our second below the mission of Santa Barbara, in the island of Manisi. The Orinoco being free from shoals, the Indian pilot pursued his course all night, abandoning the boat to the current of the river. Setting apart the time which we spent on shore in preparing the rice and plantains that served us for food, we took but 35 hours in going from Esmeralda to Santa Barbara. The chronometer gave me for the longitude of the latter mission 70 degrees 3 minutes. We had therefore made near 4 miles an hour, a velocity which was partly owing to the current and partly to the action of the oars. The Indians assert that the crocodiles do not go up the Orinoco above the mouth of the Rio Jao, and that the manatees are not even found above the cataract of Maypures. End of chapter 2.24, part 5. Chapter 2.24, part 6, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, part 6. The mission of Santa Barbara is situated a little to the west of the mouth of the Rio Ventuari, or Venituari, examined in 1800 by Father Francisco Valor. We found in this small village of 120 inhabitants some traces of industry, but the produce of this industry is of little profit to the natives. It is reserved for the monks, or, as they say in these countries, for the church and the convent. We were assured that a great lamp of massive silver purchased at the expense of the neophytes is expected from Madrid. Let us hope that, after the arrival of this treasure, they will think also of clothing the Indians, of procuring for them some instruments of agriculture, and assembling their children in a school. Although there are a few oxen in the savannas round the mission, they are rarely employed in turning the mill, trapiche, to express the juice of the sugar cane. This is the occupation of the Indians, who work without pay here, as they do everywhere, when they are understood to work for the church. The pasturages at the foot of the mountains round Santa Barbara are not so rich as at Esmeralda, but are superior to those at San Fernando de Atabapo. The grass is short and thick, yet the upper stratum of earth furnishes only a dry and parched granitic sand. The savannas, far from fertile, of the banks of the Guaviare, the Meta, and the upper Orinoco are equally destitute of the mold which abounds in the surrounding forests, and of the thick stratum of clay which covers the sandstone of the Llanos or the steppes of Venezuela. The small herbaceous mimosas contribute in this zone to fatten the cattle, but are very rare between the Rio Jao and the mouth of the Guaviare. During the few hours of our stay at the mission of Santa Barbara, we obtained pretty accurate ideas respecting the Rio Ventuari, which, next to the Guaviare, appeared to me to be the most considerable tributary of the Orinoco. Its banks, heretofore occupied by the Maypures, are still peopled by a great number of independent nations. On going up by the mouth of the Ventuari, which forms a delta covered with palm trees, you find in the east, after 3 days' journey, the Cumaruita and the Paru, 2 streams that rise at the foot of the lofty mountains of Cuneva. Higher up, on the west, lie the Mariata and the Manipiare, inhabited by the Macos and the Curisicanas. The latter nation is remarkable for their active cultivation of cotton. In a hostile incursion, entrada, a large house was found containing more than 30 or 40 hammocks of a very fine texture of spun cotton, cordage, and fishing implements. The natives had fled, and Father Valor informed us that the Indians of the mission who accompanied him had set fire to the house before he could save these productions of the industry of the Curisicanas. The neophytes of Santa Barbara, who think themselves very superior to these supposed savages, appeared to me far less industrious. The Rio Manipiare, one of the principal branches of the Ventuare, approaches near its source those lofty mountains, the northern ridge of which gives birth to the Cuchivero. It is a prolongation of the chain of Baraguan, and there Father Gili places the tableland of Siamacu, of which he vaunts the temperate climate. The upper course of the Rio Ventuare, beyond the confluence of the Asisi and the Great Raudales, is almost unknown. I was informed only that the upper Ventuari bends so much toward the east, that the ancient road from Esmeralda to the Rio Caura crosses the bed of the river. The proximity of the tributary streams of the Caroni, the Caura, and the Ventuari has facilitated for ages the access of the Caribs to the banks of the upper Orinoco. Bands of this warlike and trading people went up from the Rio Caroni by the Paragua to the sources of the Pruspa. A portage conducted them to the Chavaro, an eastern tributary of the Rio Caura. They descended with their canoes first this stream, and then the Caura itself, as far as the mouth of the Arivato. After having gone up this last river southwest, and traversed vast savannas for 3 days, they entered by the Manipiare into the great Rio Ventuare. I trace this road with precision, not only because it was that by which the traffic of native slaves was carried on, but also to call the attention of those who at some future day may rule the destiny of Guyana to the high importance of this labyrinth of rivers. It is by the 4 largest tributary streams, which the majestic river of the Orinoco receives on the right, the Caroni, the Caura, the Padamo, and the Ventuari, that European civilization will one day penetrate into this region of forests and mountains, which has a surface of 10,600 square leagues, and which is bounded by the Orinoco on the north, the west, and the south. The Capuchins of Catalonia and the Observantins of Andalusia and Valencia have already made settlements in the valleys of the Caroni and the Caura. The tributary streams of the lower Orinoco, being the nearest to the coast and to the cultivated region of Venezuela, were naturally the first to receive missionaries, and with them some germs of social life. Corresponding to the Caroni and the Caura, which flow towards the north, are 2 great tributary streams of the upper Orinoco that send their waters toward the south. These are the Padamo and the Ventuari. No village has hitherto risen on their banks, though they offer advantages for agriculture and pasturage, which would be sought in vain in the valley of the immense river to which they are tributary. In the centre of these wild countries, where there will long be no other road than the rivers, every project of civilization should be founded on an intimate knowledge of the hydraulic features of the country and the relative importance of the tributary streams. In the morning of the 26th of May, we left the small village of Santa Barbara, where we found several Indians of Esmeralda, who had come reluctantly, by order of the missionary, to construct for him a house of 2 stories. During the whole day we enjoyed the view of the fine mountains of Sipapo, which rise at a distance of more than 18 leagues in the direction of north-northwest. The vegetation of the banks of the Orinoco is singularly varied in this part of the country. The arborescent ferns descend from the mountains and mingle with the palm trees of the plain. Note: the geographical distribution of these plants is extremely singular. Scarcely any are found on the eastern coast of Brazil. See the interesting work of Prince Maximilian of Neuwied, Reise nach Brasilien, Volume 1, page 274. End of note. We rested that night on the island of Minisi, and, after having passed the mouths of the little rivers Quejanuma, Ubwa, and Massau, we arrived on the 27th of May at San Fernando de Atabapo. We lodged in the same house which we had occupied a month previously when going up the Rio Negro. We then directed our course toward the south, by the Atabapo and the Temi. We were now returning from the west, having made a long circuit by the Cassiquiare and the upper Orinoco. We remained only one day at San Fernando de Atabapo. Although that village, adorned as it was by the pirijao palm tree, with fruit-like peaches, appeared to us a delicious abode. Tomipoxus, note, not the oryx of Cuvier, Crax poxy lin, but the Crax elector, end of note, surrounded the Indian huts. In one of these we saw a very rare monkey, which inhabits the banks of the Guaviare. This monkey is the caparo, which I have made known in my observations on zoology and comparative anatomy. It forms, as Geoffrey believes, a new genus, Lagothrix, between the Ateles and the Alouates. The hair of this monkey is grey, like that of the marten, and extremely soft to the touch. The caparo is distinguished by a round head and a mild and agreeable expression of countenance. I believe the missionary Gilly is the only author who has made mention before me of this curious animal, around which zoologists begin to group the other monkeys of Brazil. Having quitted San Fernando on the 27th of May, we arrived, by the help of the rapid current of the Orinoco, in 7 hours, at the mouth of the Rio Mataveni. We passed the night in the open air, under the granitic rock El Castillito, which rises in the middle of the river, and the form of which reminded us of the ruin called Mouse Tower, Mauseturm, on the Rhine, opposite Bingen. Here, as on the banks of the Atabapo, we were struck by the sight of a small species of Drosera, having exactly the appearance of the Drosera of Europe. The Orinoco had sensibly swelled during the night, and the current, strongly accelerated, bore us in 10 hours, from the mouth of the Mataveni to the upper great cataract, that of Maypures or Quituna. The distance which we passed over was 13 leagues. We recalled to mind with much satisfaction the scenes where we had reposed in going up the river. We again found the Indians who had accompanied us in our herborizations, and we visited anew the fine spring that issues from a rock of stratified granite behind the house of the missionary. Its temperature was not changed more than 0.3 degrees. From the mouth of the Atabapo, as far as that of the Apure, we seemed to be travelling as though through a country which we had long inhabited. We were reduced to the same abstinence. We were stung by the same mosquitoes, but the certainty of reaching in a few weeks the term of our physical sufferings kept up our spirits. The passage of the canoe through the great cataract obliged us to stop 2 days at Maypures. Father Bernardo Zia, the missionary of the Raudales, who had accompanied us to the Rio Negro, though ill, insisted on conducting us with his Indians as far as Atures. One of these Indians, Zerepe, the interpreter, who had been so unmercifully punished at the beach of Pararuma, riveted our attention by his appearance of deep sorrow. We learned that this grief was caused by the loss of a young girl to whom he was engaged, and that he had lost her in consequence of false intelligence which had been spread respecting the direction of our journey. Zerepe, who was a native of Maypures, had been brought up in the woods by his parents, who were of the tribe of the Macos. He had brought with him to the mission a girl of 12 years of age, whom he intended to marry at our return from the cataracts. The Indian girl was little pleased with the life of the missions, and she was told that the whites would go to the country of the Portuguese, Brazil, and would take Zerepe with them. Disappointed in her hopes, she seized a boat, and with another girl of her own age, crossed the great cataract and fled to Almonte. The recital of this courageous adventure was the great news of the place. The affliction of Zerepe, however, was not of long duration. Born among the Christians, having travelled as far as the foot of the Rio Negro, understanding Spanish and the language of the Macos, he thought himself superior to the people of his tribe, and he no doubt soon forgot his forest love. On the 31st of May, we passed the rapids of Guajibos and Garcita. The islands which rise in the middle of the waters of the river were overspread with the purest verdure. The rains of winter had unfolded the spathes of the vadgiai palm tree, the leaves of which rise straight toward the sky. The eye is never wearied of the view of those scenes, where the trees and rocks give the landscape that grand and severe character which we admire in the background of the pictures of Salvator Rosa. We landed before sunset on the eastern bank of the Orinoco, at the Puerto de la Expedición, in order to visit the cavern of Autobiography, which is the place of sepulchre of a whole nation destroyed. I shall attempt to describe this cavern, so celebrated among the natives. We climbed with difficulty, and not without some danger, a steep rock of granite entirely bare. It would have been almost impossible to fix the foot on its smooth and sloping surface, if large crystals of feldspar, resisting decomposition, did not stand out from the rock and furnish points of support. Scarcely had we attained the summit of the mountain, when we beheld with astonishment the singular aspect of the surrounding country. The foamy bed of the waters is filled with an archipelago of islands covered with palm trees. Westward, on the left bank of the Orinoco, the wide-stretching savannas of the Meta and the Casanare resembled a sea of verdure. The setting sun seemed like a globe of fire suspended over the plain, and the solitary peak of Uniana, which appeared more lofty from being wrapped in vapours which softened its outline, all contributed to augment the majesty of the scene. Immediately below us lay a deep valley, enclosed on every side. Birds of prey and goat-suckers winged their lonely flight in this inaccessible circus. We found a pleasure in following with the eye their fleeting shadows as they glided slowly over the flanks of the rock. A narrow ledge led us to the neighbouring mountain, the rounded summit of which supported immense blocks of granite. These masses are more than 40 or 50 feet in diameter, and their form is so perfectly spherical that, as they appear to touch the soil only by a small number of points, it might be supposed, at the least shock of an earthquake, they would roll into the abyss. I do not remember to have seen anywhere else a similar phenomenon amid the decompositions of granitic soils. If the bowls rested on a rock of a different nature, as in the blocks of Jura, we might suppose that they had been rounded by the action of water, or thrown out by the force of an elastic fluid. But their position on the summit of a hill alike granite makes it more probable that they owe their origin to the progressive decomposition of the rock. The most remote part of the valley is covered by a thick forest. In this shady and solitary spot, on the declivity of a steep mountain, the cavern of Autobiography opens to the view. It is less a cavern than a jutting rock in which the waters have scooped out a vast hollow when, in the ancient revolutions of our planet, they attained that height. Note: I saw no vein, no hole filled with crystals. The decomposition of granitic rocks, and their separation into large masses, dispersed in the plains and valleys in the form of blocks and bowls with concentric layers, appear to favour the enlarging of these natural excavations, which resemble real caverns. End of note. In this tomb of a whole extinct tribe, we soon counted nearly 600 skeletons well preserved and regularly placed. Every skeleton reposes in a sort of basket made of the petioles of the palm tree. These baskets, which the natives call mapires, have the form of a square bag. Their size is proportioned to the age of the dead. There are some for infants cut off at the moment of their birth. We saw them from 10 inches to 3 feet 4 inches long, the skeletons in them being bent together. They are all arranged near each other, and are so entire that not a rib or a phalanx is wanting. The bones have been prepared in 3 different manners, either whitened in the air and the sun, dyed red with anato, or like mummies, varnished with odoriferous resins, and enveloped in leaves of the heliconia or of the plantain tree. The Indians informed us that the fresh corpse is placed in damp ground, that the flesh may be consumed by degrees. Some months afterward it is taken out, and the flesh remaining on the bones is scraped off with sharp stones. Several hordes in Guyana still observe this custom. Earthen vases, half-baked, are found near the mapires or baskets. They appear to contain the bones of the same family. The largest of these vases or funeral urns are 5 feet high and 3 feet 3 inches long. Their colour is greenish-grey, and their oval form is pleasing to the eye. The handles are made in the shape of crocodiles or serpents. The edges are bordered with painted meanders, labyrinths, and grecques, in rows variously combined. Such designs are found in every zone among nations the farthest removed from each other, either with respect to their respective positions on the globe, or to the degree of civilization which they have attained. They still adorn the common pottery made by the inhabitants of the little mission of Maypures. They ornament the bucklers of the Otaheitans, the fishing implements of the Eskimo, the walls of the Mexican palace of Mitla, and the vases of ancient Greece. We could not acquire any precise idea of the period to which the origin of the mapires and the painted vases, contained in the bone cavern of Ataruipe, can be traced. The greater part seemed not to be more than a century old, but it may be supposed that shelter from all humidity under the influence of a uniform temperature, the preservation of these articles would be no less perfect if their origin dated from a period far more remote. A tradition circulates among the Guahibos that the warlike Atures, pursued by the Caribs, escaped to the rocks that rise in the middle of the great cataracts, and there that nation, heretofore so numerous, became gradually extinct, as well as its language. The last families of the Atures still existed in 1767, in the time of the missionary Gail. At the period of our voyage, an old parrot was shown at Maypures, of which the inhabitants said, and the fact is worthy of observation, that they did not understand what it said, because it spoke the language of the Atures. We opened, to the great concern of our guides, several mapires, for the purpose of examining attentively the form of the skulls. They were all marked by the characteristics of the American race, with the exception of 2 or 3, which approached indubitably to the Caucasian. In the middle of the cataracts, in the most inaccessible spots, cases are found strengthened with iron bands and filled with European tools, vestiges of clothes, and glass trinkets. These articles, which have given rise to the most absurd reports of treasures hidden by the Jesuits, probably belonged to Portuguese traders who had penetrated into these savage countries. May we suppose that the skulls of European race, which we saw mingled with the skeletons of the natives, and preserved with the same care, were the remains of some Portuguese travellers who had died of sickness or had been killed in battle? The aversion evinced by the natives for whatever is not of their own race renders this hypothesis little probable. Perhaps fugitive mestizos of the missions of the Meta and the Apure may have come and settled near the cataracts, marrying women of the tribe of the Atures. Such mixed marriages sometimes take place in this zone, though they are more rare than in Canada, and in the whole of North America, where hunters of European origin unite themselves with savages, assume their habits, and sometimes acquire great political influence. We took several skulls, the skeleton of a child of 6 or 7 years old, and 2 of full-grown men of the nation of the Atures, from the cavern of Ataruipe. All these bones, partly painted red, partly varnished with odoriferous resins, were placed in the baskets, mapires or canastos, which we have just described. They made almost the whole load of a mule, and as we knew the superstitious feelings of the Indians in reference to the remains of the dead after burial, we carefully enveloped the canastos in mats recently woven. Unfortunately for us, the penetration of the Indians and the extreme quickness of their sense of smelling rendered all our precautions useless. Wherever we stopped in the missions of the Caribbees, amid the llanos, between Angostura and Nueva Barcelona, the natives assembled round our mules to admire the monkeys which we had purchased at the Orinoco. These good people had scarcely touched our baggage when they announced the approaching death of the beast of burden that carried the dead. In vain we told them that they were deceived in their conjectures, and that the baskets contained the bones of crocodiles and manatees. They persisted in repeating that they smelt the resin that surrounded the skeletons, and that they were their old relations. We were obliged to request that the monks would interpose their authority to overcome the aversion of the natives, and procure for us a change of mules. One of the skulls which we took from the cavern of Ataruipe has appeared in the fine work published by my old master Blumenbach on the varieties of the human species. The skeletons of the Indians were lost on the coast of Africa, together with a considerable part of our collections, in a shipwreck, in which perished our friend and fellow traveller, Fray Juan Gonzalez, the young monk of the order of St. Francis. We withdrew in silence from the cavern of Ataruipe. It was one of those calm and serene nights which are so common in the torrid zone. The stars shone with a mild and planetary light. Their scintillation was scarcely sensible at the horizon, which seemed illumined by the great nebulae of the southern hemisphere. An innumerable multitude of insects spread a reddish light upon the ground, loaded with plants, and resplendent with these living and moving fires, as if the stars of the firmament had sunk down on the savannah. On quitting the cavern we stopped several times to admire the beauty of this singular scene. The odoriferous vanilla and festoons of bignonia decorated the entrance, and above, on the summit of the hill, the arrowy branches of the palm trees waved, murmuring in the air. We descended toward the river to take the road to the mission, where we arrived late in the night. Our imagination was struck by all we had just seen. Occupied continually by the present, in a country where the traveller is tempted to regard human society as a new institution, he is more powerfully interested by remembrances of times past. These remembrances were not indeed of a distant date, but in all that is monumental, antiquity is a relative idea, and we easily confound what is ancient with what is obscure and problematic. The Egyptians considered the historical remembrances of the Greeks as very recent. If the Chinese, or as they prefer calling themselves, the inhabitants of the Celestial Empire, could have communicated with the priests of Heliopolis, they would have smiled at those pretensions of the Egyptians to antiquity. Contrasts not less striking are found in the north of Europe and of Asia, in the New World, and in every region where the human race has not preserved a long consciousness of itself. The migration of the Toltecs, the most ancient historical event on the tableland of Mexico, dates only in the 6th century of our era. The introduction of a good system of intercalation, and the reform of the calendars, the indispensable basis of an accurate chronology, took place in the year 1091. These epochs, which appear to us so modern, fall on fabulous times, when we reflect on the history of our species between the banks of the Orinoco and the Amazon. We there see symbolic figures sculptured on the rocks, but no tradition throws light upon their origin. In the hot part of Guyana, we can go back only to the period when the Castilian and Portuguese conquerors, and more recently peaceful monks, penetrated amid so many barbarous nations. It appears that to the north of the cataracts, in the Strait of Baraguan, there are caverns filled with bones, similar to those I have just described. But I was informed of this fact only after my return. Our Indian pilots did not mention it when we landed at the strait. These tombs, no doubt, have given rise to a fable of the Ottomacs, according to which the granitic and solitary rocks of Baraguan, the forms of which are very singular, are regarded as the grandfathers, the ancient chiefs of the tribe. The custom of separating the flesh from the bones, very anciently practised by the Massagetes, is still known among several hordes of the Orinoco. It is even asserted, and with some probability, that the Guaraons plunge their dead bodies under the water enveloped in nets, and that the small caribe fishes, of which we saw everywhere an innumerable quantity, devour in a few days the muscular flesh, and thus prepare the skeleton. It may be supposed that this operation can be practised only in places where crocodiles are not common. Some tribes, for instance the Tamanacs, are accustomed to lay waste the fields of a deceased relative, and cut down the trees which he has planted. They say that the sight of objects which belong to their relation makes them melancholy. They like better to efface than to preserve remembrances. These effects of Indian sensibility are very detrimental to agriculture, and the monks oppose with energy these superstitious practices, to which the natives converted to Christianity still adhere in the missions. The tombs of the Indians of the Orinoco have not been very closely examined, because they do not contain valuable articles like those of Peru, and even on the spot no faith is now lent to the chimerical ideas which were heretofore formed of the wealth of the ancient inhabitants of El Dorado. The thirst of gold everywhere precedes the desire of instruction, and a taste for researches into antiquity. In all the mountainous part of South America, from Merida and Santa Marta to the tablelands of Quito and Upper Peru, the labours of absolute mining have been undertaken to discover tombs, or, as the Creoles say, employing a word altered from the Inca language, guacas. When in Peru at Mansichi, I went into the guaca from which, in the 16th century, masses of gold of great value were extracted. No trace of the precious metals has been found in the caverns which have served the natives of Guyana for ages as sepulchres. This circumstance proves that even at the period when the Caribs and other travelling nations made incursions to the southwest, gold had flowed in very small quantities from the mountains of Peru towards the eastern plains. Wherever the granitic rocks do not present any of those large cavities caused by their deposition or by an accumulation of their blocks, the Indians deposit their dead in the earth. The hammock, chinchorro, a kind of net in which the deceased has reposed during his life, serves for a coffin. This net is fastened tight round the body, a hole is dug in the hut, and there the body is laid. This is the most usual method, according to the account of the missionary Gail, and it accords with what I myself learned from Father Zia. I do not believe that there exists one tumulus in Guyana, not even in the plains of the Cassiquiare and the Essequibo. Some, however, are to be met with in the savannas of Varinas, as in Canada, to the west of the Alleghenies. Note: mummies and skeletons contained in baskets were recently discovered in a cavern in the United States. It is believed that they belong to a race of men analogous to that of the Sandwich Islands. The description of these tombs has some similitude with that of the tombs of Ataruipe. End of note. It seems remarkable enough that, notwithstanding the extreme abundance of wood in those countries, the natives of the Orinoco were as little accustomed as the ancient Scythians to burn the dead. Sometimes they formed funeral piles for that purpose, but only after a battle when the number of the dead was considerable. In 1748, the Parecas burnt not only the bodies of their enemies, the Tamanacs, but also those of their own people who fell on the field of battle. The Indians of South America, like all nations in a state of nature, are strongly attached to the spots where the bones of their fathers repose. This feeling, which a great writer has beautifully painted in the episode of Atala, is cherished in all its primitive ardour by the Chinese. These people, among whom everything is the produce of art, or rather of the most ancient civilization, do not change their dwelling without carrying along with them the bones of their ancestors. Coffins are seen deposited on the banks of great rivers, to be transported, with the furniture of the family, to a remote province. These removals of bones, heretofore more common among the savages of North America, are not practised among the tribes of Guyana. But these are not nomad-like nations who live exclusively by hunting. End of chapter 2.24, part 6. Chapter 2.24, part 7, of personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804. Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, Part 7. We stayed at the mission of Atures only during the time necessary for passing the canoe through the Great Cataract. The bottom of our frail bark had become so thin that it required great care to prevent it from splitting. We took leave of the missionary Bernardo Zia, who remained at Atures after having accompanied us during 2 months and shared all our sufferings. This poor monk still continued to have fits of tertian ague. They had become to him an habitual evil, to which he paid little attention. Other fevers of a more fatal kind prevailed at Atures on our second visit. The greater part of the Indians could not leave their hammocks, and we were obliged to send in search of cassava bread, the most indispensable food of the country, to the independent but neighbouring tribe of the Piraeus. We had hitherto escaped these malignant fevers, which I believed to be always contagious. We ventured to pass in our canoe through the latter half of the Raudal of Atures. We landed here and there to climb upon the rocks, which like narrow dikes joined the islands to one another. Sometimes the waters force their way over the dikes, sometimes they fall within them with a hollow noise. A considerable portion of the Orinoco was dry because the river had found an issue by subterraneous caverns. In these solitary haunts, the rock manakin with gilded plumage, Pipra rupicola, one of the most beautiful birds of the tropics, builds its nest. The raudalito of Carocari is caused by an accumulation of enormous blocks of granite, several of which are spheroids of 5 or 6 feet in diameter, and they are piled together in such a manner as to form spacious caverns. We entered one of these caverns to gather the confervas that were spread over the clefts and humid sides of the rock. This spot displayed one of the most extraordinary scenes of nature that we had contemplated on the banks of the Orinoco. The river rolled its waters turbulently over our heads. It seemed like the sea dashing against reefs of rocks. But at the entrance of the cavern we could remain dry beneath a large sheet of water that precipitated itself in an arch from above the barrier. In other cavities, deeper but less spacious, the rock was pierced by the effect of successive filtrations. We saw columns of water, 8 or 9 inches broad, descending from the top of the vault and finding an issue by clefts that seemed to communicate at great distances with each other. The Cascades of Europe, forming only one fall or several falls close to each other, can never produce such variety in the shifting landscape. This variety is peculiar to rapids, to a succession of small cataracts several miles in length, to rivers that force their way across rocky dikes and accumulated blocks of granite. We had the opportunity of viewing this extraordinary sight longer than we wished. Our boat was to coast the eastern bank of a narrow island, and to take us in again after a long circuit. We passed an hour and a half in vain expectation of it. Night approached, and with it a tremendous storm. It rained with violence. We began to fear that our frail bark had been wrecked against the rocks, and that the Indians, conformably to their habitual indifference for the evils of others, had returned tranquilly to the mission. There were only 3 of us. We were completely wet and uneasy respecting the fate of our boat. It appeared far from agreeable to pass, without sleep, a long night of the torrid zone amid the noise of the raudales. Monsieur Bonpland proposed to leave me in the island with Don Nicolas Soto, and to swim across the branches of the river that are separated by the granitic dikes. He hoped to reach the forest, and seek assistance at Atures from Father Zia. We dissuaded him with difficulty from undertaking this hazardous enterprise. He knew little of the labyrinth of small channels into which the Orinoco is divided. Most of them have strong whirlpools, and what passed before our eyes while we were deliberating on our situation proved sufficiently that the natives had deceived us respecting the absence of crocodiles in the cataracts. The little monkeys, which we had carried along with us for months, were deposited on the point of our island. Wet by the rains and sensible of the least lowering of the temperature, these delicate animals sent forth plaintive cries, and attracted to the spot 2 crocodiles, the size and leaden colour of which denoted their great age. Their unexpected appearance made us reflect on the danger we had incurred by bathing, at our first passing by the mission of Atures, in the middle of the raudal. After long waiting, the Indians at length arrived at the close of the day. The natural cofferdam, by which they had endeavoured to descend in order to make the circuit of the island, had become impassable owing to the shallowness of the water. The pilot sought long for a more acceptable passage in this labyrinth of rocks and islands. Happily, our canoe was not damaged, and in less than half an hour our instruments, provision, and animals were embarked. We pursued our course during a part of the night, to pitch our tent again in the island of Panumana. We recognized with pleasure the spots where we had botanized when going up the Orinoco. We examined once more on the beach of Huachaco that small formation of sandstone which reposes directly on granite. Its position is the same as that of the sandstone which Burckhardt observed at the entrance of Nubia, superimposed on the granite of Syene. We passed, without visiting it, the new mission of San Borja, where, as we learned with regret a few days after, the little colony of Guahibos had fled El Monte from the chimerical fear that we should carry them off to sell them as poitos, or slaves. After having passed the rapids of Tabaje and the raudal of Cariven, near the mouth of the great Rio Meta, we arrived without accident at Carichana. The missionary received us with that kind hospitality which he extended to us in our first passage. The sky was unfavourable for astronomical observations. We had obtained some new ones in the 2 great cataracts, but thence, as far as the mouth of the Apure, we were obliged to renounce the attempt. Monsieur Bonpland had the satisfaction at Carichana of dissecting a manatee, more than 9 feet long. It was a female, and the flesh appeared to us not unsavoury. I have spoken in another place of the manner of catching this herbivorous cetacea. The Piraeus Some families of whom inhabit the mission of Carichana detest this animal to such a degree that they hid themselves to avoid being obliged to touch it whilst it was being conveyed to our hut. They said that the people of their tribe die infallibly when they eat it. This prejudice is the more singular, as the neighbours of the Piraeus, the Guamos, and the Otomacs, are very fond of the flesh of the manatee. The flesh of the crocodile is also an object of horror to some tribes, and of predilection to others. The island of Cuba furnishes a fact little known in the history of the manatee. South of the port of Jagua, several miles from the coast, there are springs of fresh water in the middle of the sea. They are supposed to be owing to a hydrostatic pressure existing in subterraneous channels communicating with the lofty mountains of Trinidad. Small vessels sometimes take in water there, and, what is worthy of observation, large manatees remain habitually in those spots. I have already called the attention of naturalists to the crocodiles which advance from the mouth of rivers far into the sea. Analogous circumstances may have caused, in the ancient catastrophes of our planet, that singular mixture of pelagian and fluviatile bones and petrifactions, which is observed in some rocks of recent formation. Our stay at Carichana was very useful in recruiting our strength after our fatigues. M. Bonpland bore with him the germs of a cruel malady. He needed repose, but as the delta of the tributary streams, included between the Joreda and the Paruase, is covered with a rich vegetation, he made long herbalizations, and was wet through several times in a day. We found fortunately in the house of the missionary the most attentive care. We were supplied with bread made of maize flour, and even with milk. The cows yield milk plentifully enough in the lower regions of the torrid zone, wherever good pasturage is found. I call attention to this fact because local circumstances have spread through the Indian archipelago the prejudice of considering hot climates as repugnant to the secretion of milk. We may conceive the indifference of the inhabitants of the New World for a milk diet, the country having been originally destitute of animals capable of furnishing it. Note: the reindeer are not domesticated in Greenland as they are in Lapland, and the Eskimo care little for their milk. The bisons, taken very young, accustom themselves on the west of the Alleghanies to graze with herds of European cows. The females in some districts of India yield a little milk, but the natives have never thought of milking them. What is the origin of that fabulous story related by Gomara, chapter 43, page 36, according to which the first Spanish navigators saw, on the coast of South Carolina, stags led to the savannahs by herdsmen? The female bisons, according to Mr. Buchanan and the philosophical historian of the Indian archipelago, Mr. Crawford, yield more milk than common cows. End of note. But how can we avoid being astonished at this indifference in the immense Chinese population, living in great part beyond the tropics, and in the same latitude with the nomad and pastoral tribes of Central Asia? If the Chinese have ever been a pastoral people, how have they lost the tastes and habits so intimately connected with that state, which precedes agricultural institutions? These questions are interesting with respect both to the history of the nations of Oriental Asia and to the ancient communications that are supposed to have existed between that part of the world and the north of Mexico. We went down the Orinoco in 2 days, from Carichana to the mission of Uruana, after having again passed the celebrated strait of Baraguan. We stopped several times to determine the velocity of the river and its temperature at the surface, which was 27.4 degrees. The velocity was found to be 2 feet in a second, 62 toises in 3 minutes 6 seconds, in places where the bed of the Orinoco was more than 12,000 feet broad, and from 10 to 12 fathoms deep. The slope of the river is in fact extremely gentle, from the Great Cataracts to Angostura, and, if a barometric measurement were wanting, the difference of height might be determined by approximation, by measuring from time to time the velocity of the stream and the extent of the section in breadth and depth. We had some observation of the stars at Uruana. I found the latitude of the mission to be 7 degrees 8 minutes, but the results from different stars left a doubt of more than 1 minute. The stratum of mosquitoes which hovered over the ground was so thick that I could not succeed in rectifying properly the artificial horizon. I tormented myself in vain, and regretted that I was not provided with a mercurial horizon. On the 7th of June, good absolute altitudes of the sun gave me 69 degrees 40 minutes for the longitude. We had advanced from Esmeralda 1 degree 17 minutes toward the west, and this chronometric determination merits either confidence on account of the double observations made in going and returning at the Great Cataracts and at the confluence of the Atabapo and of the Apure. The situation of the mission of Uruana is extremely picturesque. The little Indian village stands at the foot of a lofty granitic mountain. Rocks everywhere appear in the form of pillars above the forest, rising higher than the tops of the tallest trees. The aspect of the Orinoco is nowhere more majestic than when viewed from the hut of the missionary Fray Ramon Bueno. It is more than 2,600 toises broad, and it runs without any winding, like a vast canal, straight toward the east. Two long and narrow islands, Isla de Uruana and Isla Vieja de la Mantica, contribute to give extent to the bed of the river. The two banks are parallel, and we cannot call it divided into different branches. The mission is inhabited by the Ottomacs, a tribe in the rudest state, and presenting one of the most extraordinary physiological phenomena. They eat earth, that is, they swallow every day, during several months, very considerable quantities, to appease hunger, and this practice does not appear to have any injurious effect on their health. Though we could stay only 1 day at Uruana, this short space of time sufficed to make us acquainted with the preparation of the poya, or balls of earth. I also found some traces of this vitiated appetite among the Guamos, and between the confluence of the Meta and the Apure, where everybody speaks of dirt-eating as a thing anciently known. I shall here confine myself to an account of what we ourselves saw or heard from the missionary, who had been doomed to live for 12 years among the savage and turbulent tribe of the Ottomacs. The inhabitants of Uruana belonged to those nations of the savannas called wandering Indians, Indios Andantes, who, more difficult to civilize than the nations of the forest, Indios del Monte, have a decided aversion to cultivate the land, and live almost exclusively by hunting and fishing. They are men of very robust constitution, but ill-looking, savage, vindictive, and passionately fond of fermented liquors. They are omnivorous animals in the highest degree, and therefore the other Indians, who consider them as barbarians, have a common saying: nothing is so loathsome but that an Ottomac will eat it. While the waters of the Orinoco and its tributary streams are low, the Ottomacs subsist on fish and turtles. The former they kill with surprising dexterity, by shooting them with an arrow when they appear at the surface of the water. When the rivers swell, fishing almost entirely ceases. Note: in South America, as in Egypt and Nubia, the swelling of the rivers, which occurs periodically in every part of the torrid zone, is erroneously attributed to the melting of the snows. End of note. It is then very difficult to procure fish, which often fails the poor missionaries on fast days as well as flesh days, though all the young Indians are under the obligation of fishing for the convent. During the period of these inundations, which last 2 or 3 months, the Ottomacs swallow a prodigious quantity of earth. We found heaps of earth balls in their huts, piled up in pyramids 3 or 4 feet high. These balls were 5 or 6 inches in diameter. The earth which the Ottomacs eat is a very fine and unctuous clay of a grayish yellow color, and, when being slightly baked at the fire, the hardened crust has a tint inclining to red, owing to the oxide of iron which is mingled with it. We brought away some of this earth, which we took from the winter provision of the Indians, and it is a mistake to suppose that it is steatitic, and that it contains magnesia. Vauquelin did not discover any traces of that substance in it, but he found that it contained more silex than alumina, and 3 or 4% of lime. The Ottomacs do not eat every kind of clay indifferently. They choose the alluvial beds or strata, which contain the most unctuous earth, and the smoothest to the touch. I inquired of the missionary whether the moistened clay were made to undergo that peculiar decomposition which is indicated by a disengagement of carbonic acid and sulphuretted hydrogen, and which is designated in every language by the term of putrefaction. But he assured us that the natives neither cause the clay to rot, nor do they mingle it with flour of maize, oil of turtles' eggs, or fat of the crocodile. We ourselves examined, both at the Orinoco and after our return to Paris, the balls of earth which we brought away with us, and found no trace of the mixture of any organic substance, whether oily or farinaceous. The savage regards everything as nourishing that appeases hunger. When, therefore, you inquire of an Ottomac on what he subsists during the 2 months when the river is at its highest flood, he shows you his balls of clayey earth. This he calls his principal food at the period when he can seldom procure a lizard, a root of fern, or a dead fish swimming at the surface of the water. If necessity force the Indians to eat earth during 2 months, and from 3/4 to 5/4 of a pound in 24 hours, he eats it from choice during the rest of the year. Every day in the season of drought, when fishing is most abundant, he scrapes his balls of poya and mingles a little clay with his other aliment. It is most surprising that the Ottomacs do not become lean by swallowing such quantities of earth. They are, on the contrary, extremely robust. The missionary, Fray Ramon Bueno, asserts that he never remarked any alteration in the health of the natives at the period of the great risings of the Orinoco. No physiological phenomenon being entirely insulated, it may be interesting to examine several analogous phenomena which I have been able to collect. I observed everywhere within the torrid zone, in a great number of individuals, children, women, and sometimes even full-grown men, an inordinate and almost irresistible desire of swallowing earth, not an alkaline or calcareous earth to neutralize, as it is said, acid juices, but a fat clay, unctuous, and exhaling a strong smell. It is often found necessary to tie the children's hands, or to confine them, to prevent them eating earth when the rain ceases to fall. At the village of Banco, on the bank of the river Magdalena, I saw the Indian women who make pottery continually swallowing great pieces of clay. These women were not in a state of pregnancy, and they affirmed that earth is an aliment which they do not find hurtful. In other American tribes, people soon fall sick and waste away when they yield too much to this mania of eating earth. We found at the mission of San Borja an Indian child of the Guahiba nation, who was as thin as a skeleton. The mother informed us that the little girl was reduced to this lamentable state of atrophy in consequence of a disordered appetite, she having refused during 4 months to take almost any other food than clay. Yet San Borja is only 25 leagues distant from the mission of Uruana, inhabited by that tribe of the Ottomacs, who, from the effect no doubt of a habit progressively acquired, swallow the poya without experiencing any pernicious effects. Father Gumilla asserts that the Ottomacs take as an aperient oil, or rather the melted fat of the crocodile, when they feel any gastric obstructions. But the missionary whom we found among them was little disposed to confirm this assertion. It may be asked why the mania of eating earth is much more rare in the frigid and temperate than in the torrid zones, and why in Europe it is found only among women in a state of pregnancy and sickly children. This difference between hot and temperate climates arises perhaps only from the inert state of the functions of the stomach caused by strong cutaneous perspiration. It has been supposed to be observed that the inordinate taste for eating earth augments among the African slaves, and becomes more pernicious when they are restricted to a regimen purely vegetable and deprived of spirituous liquors. The negroes on the coast of Guinea delight in eating a yellowish earth, which they call coac. The slaves who are taken to America endeavour to indulge in this habit, but it proves detrimental to their health. They say that the earth of the West Indies is not so easy of digestion as that of their country. Thibaut de Champvallon, in his Voyage to Martinico, expresses himself very judiciously on this pathological phenomenon. Quote, another cause, end quote, he says, quote, of this pain in the stomach is that several of the negroes who come from the coast of Guinea eat earth, not from a depraved taste, or in consequence of disease, but from a habit contracted at home in Africa, where they eat, they say, a particular earth, the taste of which they find agreeable, without suffering any inconvenience. They seek in our islands for the earth most similar to this, and prefer a yellowish-red volcanic tufa. It is sold secretly in our public markets, but this is an abuse which the police ought to correct. The negroes who have this habit are so fond of coac that no chastisement will prevent their eating it. End quote. In the Indian archipelago, at the island of Java, La Billardière saw, between Surabaya and Samarang, little square and reddish cakes exposed for sale. These cakes, called tana ampo, were cakes of clay, slightly baked, which the natives eat with relish. The attention of physiologists, since my return from the Orinoco, having been powerfully directed to these phenomena of geophagy, M. Leschenault, one of the naturalists of the expedition to the Antarctic regions, under the command of Captain Baudin, has published some curious details on the tana ampo, or ampo, of the Javanese. Quote, "The reddish and somewhat ferruginous clay," end quote, he says, quote, "which the inhabitants of Java are fond of eating occasionally, is spread on a plate of iron and baked, after having been rolled into little cylinders in the form of the bark of cinnamon. In this state it takes the name of ampo, and is sold in the public markets. This clay has a peculiar taste, which is owing to the baking. It is very absorbent, and adheres to the tongue, which it dries. In general, it is only the Javanese women who eat the ampo, either in the time of pregnancy or in order to grow thin, the absence of plumpness being there regarded as a kind of beauty. The use of this earth is fatal to health. The women lose their appetite imperceptibly, and take only with relish a very small quantity of food. But the desire of becoming thin, and of preserving a slender shape, induces them to brave these dangers, and maintains the credit of the ampo." End quote. The savage inhabitants of New Caledonia also, to appease their hunger in times of scarcity, eat great pieces of a friable lapis olaris. Vauquelin analyzed this stone, and found in it, besides magnesia and silex, in equal proportions, a small quantity of oxide of copper. M. Goldberry had seen the negroes in Africa, in the islands of Bunk and Los Idolos, eat an earth of which he himself had eaten, without being incommoded by it, and which was also a white and friable steatite. These examples of earth-eating in the torrid zone appear very strange. We are struck by the anomaly of finding a taste, which might seem to belong only to the inhabitants of the most sterile regions, prevailing among races of rude and indolent men, who live in the finest and most fertile countries on the globe. We saw at Popayan, and in several mountainous parts of Peru, lime reduced to a very fine powder, sold in the public markets to the natives among other articles of food. This powder, when eaten, is mingled with coca, that is, with the leaves of the Erythroxylon peruvianum. It is well known that Indian messengers take no other aliment for whole days than lime and coca. Both excite the secretion of saliva and of the gastric juice. They take away the appetite, without affording any nourishment to the body. In other parts of South America, on the coast of the Rio de la Hacha, the Guajiros swallow lime alone, without adding any vegetable matter to it. They carry with them a little box filled with lime, as we do snuff boxes, and as in Asia people carry a betel box. This American custom excited the curiosity of the first Spanish navigators. Lime blackens the teeth, and in the Indian archipelago, as among several American hordes, to blacken the teeth is to beautify them. In the cold regions of the kingdom of Quito, the natives of Tigua eat habitually from choice, and without any injurious consequences, a very fine clay mixed with quartzose sand. This clay, suspended in water, renders it milky. We find in their huts large vessels filled with this water, which serves as a beverage, and which the Indians call agua or leche de llanca. Note: water or milk of clay. Llanca is a word of the general language of the Incas, signifying fine clay. End of note. When we reflect on these facts, we perceive that the appetite for clayey, magnesian, and calcareous earth is most common among the people of the torrid zone, that it is not always a cause of disease, and that some tribes eat earth from choice, whilst other, as the Ottomacs in America, and the inhabitants of New Caledonia in the Pacific, eat it from want and to appease hunger. A great number of physiological phenomena prove that a temporary cessation of hunger may be produced, though the substances that are submitted to the organs of digestion may not be, properly speaking, nutritive. The earth of the Ottomacs, composed of alumine and silex, furnishes probably nothing, or almost nothing, to the composition of the organs of man. These organs contain lime and magnesia in the bones, in the lymph of the thoracic duct, in the colouring matter of the blood, and in white hairs. They afford very small quantities of silex in black hair, and, according to Vauquelin, but a few atoms of alumine in the bones, though this is contained abundantly in the greater part of those vegetable substances which form part of our nourishment. It is not the same with man as with animated beings placed lower in the scale of organization. In the former, assimilation is exerted only on those substances that enter essentially into the composition of the bones, the muscles, and the medullary matter of the nerves and the brain. Plants, on the contrary, draw from the soil the salts that are found accidentally mixed in it, and their fibrous texture varies according to the nature of the earths that predominate in the spots which they inhabit. An object well worthy of research, and which has long fixed my attention, is the small number of simple substances, earthy and metallic, that enter into the composition of animate beings, and which alone appear fitted to maintain what we may call the chemical movement of vitality. We must not confound the sensations of hunger with that vague feeling of debility which is produced by want of nutrition and by other pathological causes. The sensation of hunger ceases long before digestion takes place, or the chyme is converted into chyle. It ceases either by a nervous and tonic impression exerted by the elements on the coats of the stomach, or because the digestive apparatus is filled with substances that excite the mucous membranes to an abundant secretion of the gastric juice. To this tonic impression on the nerves of the stomach, the prompt and salutary effects of what are called nutritive medicaments may be attributed, such as chocolate, and every substance that gently stimulates and nourishes at the same time. It is the absence of a nervous stimulant that renders the solitary use of a nutritive substance, as starch, gum, or sugar, less favorable to assimilation, and to the reparation of the losses which the human body undergoes. Opium, which is not nutritive, is employed with success in Asia in times of great scarcity. It acts as a tonic. But when the matter which fills the stomach can be regarded neither as an aliment, that is, as proper to be assimilated, nor as a tonic stimulating the nerves, the cessation of hunger is probably owing only to the secretion of the gastric juice. We here touch upon a problem of physiology which has not been sufficiently investigated. Hunger is appeased, the painful feeling of inanition ceases when the stomach is filled. It is said that this viscus stands in need of ballast, and every language furnishes figurative expressions which convey the idea that a mechanical distension of the stomach causes an agreeable sensation. Recent works of physiology still speak of the painful contraction which the stomach experiences during hunger, the friction of its sides against one another, and the action of the gastric juice on the texture of the digestive apparatus. The observations of Bichat, and more particularly the fine experiments of Magendie, are in contradiction to these superannuated hypotheses. After 24, 48, or even 60 hours of abstinence, no contraction of the stomach is observed. It is only on the 4th or 5th day that this organ appears to change in a small degree its dimensions. The quantity of the gastric juice diminishes with the duration of abstinence. It is probable that this juice, far from accumulating, is digested as an alimentary substance. If a cat or dog be made to swallow a substance which is not susceptible of being digested, a pebble for instance, a mucus and acid liquid is formed abundantly in the cavity of the stomach, somewhat resembling in its composition the gastric juice of the human body. It appears to me very probable that when the want of aliments compels the Ottomacs and the inhabitants of New Caledonia to swallow clay and steatite during a part of the year, these earths occasion a powerful secretion of the gastric and pancreatic juices in the digestive apparatus of these people. The observations which I made on the banks of the Orinoco have been recently confirmed by the direct experiments of two distinguished young physiologists, Messieurs Cloquet and Brochet. After long fasting, they ate as much as 5 ounces of a silvery green and very flexible laminar talc. Their hunger was completely satisfied, and they felt no inconvenience from a kind of food to which their organs were unaccustomed. It is known that great use is still made in the East of the bolar and sigillated earths of Lemnos, which are clay mingled with oxide of iron. In Germany, the workmen employed in the quarries of sandstone worked at the mountain of Kiffhäuser spread a very fine clay upon their bread, instead of butter, which they call steinbutter, stone butter. Note. This Stein butter must not be confounded with the mountain butter, berg butter, which is a saline substance produced by a decomposition of aluminous schists. End of note. The state of perfect health enjoyed by the Ottomacs during the time when they use little muscular exercise and are subjected to so extraordinary a regimen is a phenomenon difficult to be explained. It can be attributed only to a habit prolonged from generation to generation. The structure of the digestive apparatus differs much in animals that feed exclusively on flesh or on seeds. It is even probable that the gastric juice changes its nature according as it is employed in effecting the digestion of animal or vegetable substances. Yet, we are able gradually to change the regimen of herbivorous and carnivorous animals, to feed the former with flesh and the latter with vegetables. Man can accustom himself to an extraordinary abstinence and find it but little painful if he employ tonic or stimulating substances, various drugs, small quantities of opium, betel, tobacco, or leaves of coca, or if he supply his stomach from time to time with earthy, insipid substances that are not in themselves fit for nutrition. Like man in a savage state, some animals, when pressed by hunger in winter, swallow clay or friable steatites. Such are the wolves in the northeast of Europe, the reindeer, and according to the testimony of M. Petrin, the kids in Siberia. The Russian hunters, on the banks of the Yenisei and the Amur, use a clayey matter, which they call rock butter, as a bait. The animals scent this clay from afar and are fond of the smell, as the clays of Bucaro, known in Portugal and Spain by the name of odoriferous earths, tierras olorosas, have an odor agreeable to women. Note: Bucaro, vas fictile odoriferum. People are fond of drinking out of these vessels on account of the smell of the clay. The women of the province of Alentejo acquire a habit of masticating the Bucaro earth, and feel a great privation when they cannot indulge this vitiated taste. End of note. Brown relates in his History of Jamaica that the crocodiles of South America swallow small stones and pieces of very hard wood when the lakes which they inhabit are dry, or when they are in want of food. M. Bonpland and I observed in a crocodile 11 feet long, which we dissected at Bataillez on the banks of the Rio Magdalena, that the stomach of this reptile contained half digested fish, and rounded fragments of granite 3 or 4 inches in diameter. It is difficult to admit that the crocodiles swallow these stony masses accidentally, for they do not catch fish with their lower jaw resting on the ground at the bottom of the river. The Indians have framed the absurd hypothesis that these indolent animals like to augment their weight, that they may be less troubled in diving. I rather think that they load their stomach with large pebbles to excite an abundant secretion of the gastric juice. The experiments of Magindi render this explanation extremely probable. With respect to the habit of the granivorous birds, particularly the gallinaceae and ostriches, of swallowing sand and small pebbles, it has been hitherto attributed to an instinctive desire of accelerating the trituration of the aliments in a muscular and thick stomach. We have mentioned that tribes of Negroes on the Gambia mingle clay with their rice. Some families of Ottomacs were perhaps formerly accustomed to cause the maize and other farinaceous seeds to rot in their poya, in order to eat earth and amylaceous matter together. Possibly it was a preparation of this kind that Father Gumilla described indistinctly in the first volume of his work, when he affirms that the Guamos and the Ottomacs feed upon earth only because it is impregnated with the substancia del maiz, substance of maize, and the fat of the cayman. I have already observed that neither the present missionary of Uruana nor Fray Juan Gonzalez, who lived long in those countries, knew anything of this mixture of animal and vegetable substances with the poya. Perhaps Father Gumilla has confounded the preparation of the earth, which the natives swallow, with the custom they still retain, of which M. Bonpland acquired the certainty on the spot, of burying in the ground the beans of a species of Mimosaceae, note, of the genus Ingus, end of note, to cause them to enter into decomposition, so as to reduce them into a white bread, savoury, but difficult of digestion. I repeat that the balls of poya, which we took from the winter stores of the Indians, contained no trace of animal fat or of amylaceous matter. Gumilla, being one of the most credulous travellers we know, it almost perplexes us to credit facts which even he has thought fit to reject. In the second volume of his work, he however gainsays a great part of what he advanced in the first. He no longer doubts that half at least, a los menos, of the bread of the Ottomacs and the Guamos is clay. He asserts that children and full-grown persons not only eat this bread without suffering in their health, but also great pieces of pure clay, muchos terrones de pura greda. He adds that those who feel a weight on the stomach physic themselves with the fat of the crocodile, which restores their appetite and enables them to continue to eat pure earth. Note: Gumilla, Volume 2, page 260, end of note. It is certain that the Guamos are very fond, if not of fat, at least of the flesh of the crocodile, which appeared to us white and without any smell of musk. In Sennaar, according to Burckhardt, it is equally esteemed, and sold in the markets. End of chapter 2.24, part 7. Chapter 2.24, Part 8, of Personal Narrative of Travels to the Equinoctial Regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, Volume 2, by Alexander von Humboldt, translated by Thomasina Ross. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2.24, Part 8. The little village of Uruana is more difficult to govern than most of the other missions. The Ottomacs are a restless, turbulent people with unbridled passions. They are not only fond to excess of the fermented liquors prepared from cassava and maize, and of palm wine, but they throw themselves into a peculiar state of intoxication, we might say of madness, by the use of the powder of niopo. They gather the long pods of a mimosaceae, which we have made known by the name of acacia niopo, cut them into pieces, moisten them, and cause them to ferment. Note: it is an acacia with very delicate leaves, and not an inga. We brought home another species of mimosaceae, the chiga of the Ottomacs and the sipa of the Maypures, that yields seeds, the flour of which is eaten at Uruana like cassava. From this flour the chiga bread is prepared, which is so common at Conariche and on the banks of the lower Orinoco. The chiga is a species of inga, and I know of no other mimosaceae that can supply the place of the cerealia. End of note. When the softened seeds begin to grow black, they are kneaded like a paste, mixed with some flour of cassava and lime procured from the shell of a helix, and the whole mass is exposed to a very brisk fire on a gridiron made of hard wood. The hardened paste takes the form of small cakes. When it is to be used, it is reduced to a fine powder and placed on a dish 5 or 6 inches wide. The Ottomac holds this dish, which has a handle, in his right hand, while he inhales the niopo by the nose, through the forked bone of a bird, the 2 extremities of which are applied to the nostrils. This bone, without which the Ottomacs believe that he could not take this kind of snuff, is 7 inches long. It appeared to me to be the leg bone of a large sort of plover. The niopo is so stimulating that the smallest portions of it produce violent sneezing in those who are not accustomed to its use. Father Gumilla says this diabolical powder of the Ottomacs, furnished by an arborescent tobacco plant, intoxicates them through the nostrils, emborracha por las narices, deprives them of reason for some hours, and renders them furious in battle. However varied may be the family of the leguminous plants in the chemical and medical properties of their seeds, juices, and roots, we cannot believe, from what we know hitherto of the group of mimosaceae, that it is principally the pod of the acacia niopo which imparts the stimulant power to the snuff of the Ottomacs. This power is owing, no doubt, to the freshly calcined lime. We have shown above that the mountaineers of the Andes of Popayan and the Guajiros, who wander between the lake of Maracaibo and the Rio La Hacha, are also fond of swallowing lime as a stimulant, to augment the secretion of the saliva and the gastric juice. A custom analogous to the use of the niopo, just described, was observed by La Condamine among the natives of the upper Maranon. The Omaguas, whose name is rendered celebrated by the expeditions attempted in search of El Dorado, have, like the Ottomacs, a dish, and the hollow bone of a bird by which they convey to their nostrils their powder of curupa. The seed that yields this powder is no doubt also a mimosaceae, for the Ottomacs, according to Father Gilly, designate even now at the distance of 160 leagues from the Amazon, the acacia niopo by the name of curupa. Since the geographical researches which I have recently made on the scene of the exploits of Philip von Hutten, and the real situation of the province of Papamene, or of the Omaguas, the probability of an ancient communication between the Ottomacs of the Orinoco and the Omaguas of the Maranon has become more interesting and more probable. The former came from the Meta, perhaps from the country between the Meta and the Guaviare. The latter assert that they descended in great numbers to the Maranon by the Rio Jupura, coming from the eastern declivity of the Andes of New Granada. Now, it is precisely between the Guayavero, which joins the Guaviare, and the Caqueta, which takes lower down the name of Jupura, that the country of the Omagua appears to be situate, and of which the adventurers of Coro and Tocuyo in vain attempted the conquest. There is no doubt a striking contrast between the present barbarism of the Ottomacs and the ancient civilization of the Omaguas, but all parts of the latter nation were not perhaps alike advanced in civilization, and the example of tribes fallen into complete barbarism are unhappily but too common in the history of our species. Another point of resemblance may be remarked between the Ottomacs and the Omaguas. Both of these nations are celebrated among all the tribes of the Orinoco and the Amazon for their employment of caoutchouc in the manufacture of various articles of utility. The real herbaceous tobacco, for the missionaries have the habit of calling the niopo or curupa tree tobacco, has been cultivated from time immemorial by all the native people of the Orinoco, and at the period of the conquest the habit of smoking was found to be alike spread over both North and South America. Note the word tobacco, tabaco, like the words savannah, maize, cacique, maguey, agave, and manati, belongs to the ancient language of Haiti or Saint Domingo. It did not properly denote the herb, but the tube through which the smoke was inhaled. It seems surprising that a vegetable production so universally spread should have different names among neighbouring people. The petema of the Omaguas is, no doubt, the peti of the Guaranos, but the analogy between the cabra and Algonquin or Lenni Lenape words, which denote tobacco, may be merely accidental. The following are the synonyms in 13 languages. North America: Aztec or Mexican, yetl; Algonquin, sima; Huron, oingoa. South America: Peruvian or Quichua, seri; Chiquito, pais; Guarani, peti; Vilela, tusup; Baja, west of the Paraguay, nalogadagi; Moja, between the Rio Ucayali and the Rio Madeira, sabare; Omagua, peteme; Tamanac, cavas; Maypure, hema; Cabre, schema. End of note. The Tamanacs and the Maypures of Guyana wrap maize leaves round their cigars, as the Mexicans did at the time of the arrival of Cortez. The Spaniards have substituted paper for the leaves of maize in imitation of them. The poor Indians of the forests of the Orinoco know as well as did the great nobles at the court of Montezuma that the smoke of tobacco is an excellent narcotic, and they use it not only to procure their afternoon nap, but also to put themselves into that state of quiescence which they call dreaming with the eyes open, or daydreaming. The use of tobacco appears to me to be now very rare in the missions, and in New Spain, to the great regret of the revenue officers, the natives, who are almost all descended from the lowest classes of the Aztec people, do not smoke at all. Father Gili affirms that the practice of chewing tobacco is unknown to the Indians of the lower Orinoco. I rather doubt the truth of this assertion, having been told that the Circuncumas of the Erevato and the Caura, neighbours of the whitish taparitos, swallow tobacco chopped small and impregnated with some other very stimulant juices, to prepare themselves for battle. Of the 4 species of Nicotiana cultivated in Europe, note Nicotiana tabacum and rustica, N. paniculata, and N. glutinosa, end of note, we found only 2 growing wild, but the Nicotiana loxensis and the Nicotiana endicola, which I found on the back of the Andes at the height of 1,850 toises, almost the height of the peak of Teneriffe, are very similar to the N. tabacum and N. rustica. The whole genus, however, is almost exclusively American, and the greater number of the species appeared to me to belong to the mountainous and temperate region of the tropics. It was neither from Virginia nor from South America, but from the Mexican province of Yucatan, that Europe received the first tobacco seeds about the year 1559. Note: the Spaniards became acquainted with tobacco in the West India Islands at the end of the 15th century. I have already mentioned that the cultivation of this narcotic plant preceded the cultivation of the potato in Europe more than 120 or 140 years. When Raleigh brought tobacco from Virginia to England in 1586, whole fields of it were already cultivated in Portugal. It was also previously known in France, where it was brought into fashion by Catherine de' Medici, from whom it received the name of herbe de la reine, the queen's herb. End of note. The celebrated Raleigh contributed most to introduce the custom of smoking among the nations of the north. As early as the end of the 16th century, bitter complaints were made in England of this imitation of the manners of a savage people. It was feared that, by the practice of smoking tobacco, Englishmen would degrade into a barbarous state. Note: this remarkable passage of Camden is as follows. Annal Elizabeth, page 143, 1585. Quote, Ex illo sani tempore, tabacum, usu cepit esse creberrimo in Anglia, et magno pretio dum quam plurimum graviolentum ilius fumum pertubulum testaceum horiantum et mox ineribus efflant. Adio ut anglorum corporum in barbarorum naturum degenerasa vidianter quum idem ac barbari delectentur. End of quote. We may see from this passage that they emitted the smoke through the nose, but at the court of Montezuma the pipe was held in one hand, while the nostrils were stopped with the other, in order that the smoke might be more easily swallowed. Life of Raleigh, Volume 1, page 82. End of note. When the Ottomacs of Uruana, by the use of niopo, their arborescent tobacco, and of fermented liquors, have thrown themselves into a state of intoxication, which lasts several days, they kill one another without ostensibly fighting. The most vindictive among them poison the nail of their thumb with curare, and according to the testimony of the missionary, the mere impression of this poisoned nail may become a mortal wound if the curare be very active and immediately mingle with the mass of the blood. When the Indians, after a quarrel at night, commit a murder, they throw the dead body into the river, fearing that some indications of the violence committed on the deceased may be observed. Quote, Every time, said Father Bueno, that I see the women fetch water from a part of the shore to which they are not accustomed to go, I suspect that a murder has been committed in my mission. We found in the Indian huts at Uruana the vegetable substance called touchwood of ants, Yesca de hormigas, with which we had become acquainted at the Great Cataracts, and which is employed to stop bleeding. This substance, which might less improperly be called ants' nests, is in much request in a region whose inhabitants are of so turbulent a character. A new species of ant, of a fine emerald green, Formica spinicollis, collects for its habitation a cotton down of a yellowish-brown color, and very soft to the touch, from the leaves of a melastomaceae. I have no doubt that the yesca or touchwood of the ants of the upper Orinoco, the animal is found, we are assured, only south of Atures, will one day become an article of trade. This substance is very superior to the ants' nests of Cayenne, which are employed in the hospitals of Europe, but can rarely be procured. On the 7th of June, we took leave, with regret, of Father Ramon Bueno. Of the 10 missionaries whom we had found in different parts of the vast extent of Guyana, he alone appeared to me to be earnestly attentive to all that regarded the natives. He hoped to return in a short time to Madrid, where he intended to publish the result of his researches on the figures and characters that cover the rocks of Uruana. In the countries we had just passed through, between the Meta, the Arauca, and the Apure, there were found, at the time of the first expeditions to the Orinoco, in 1535, those mute dogs called by the natives mayos and oris. This fact is curious in many points of view. We cannot doubt that the dog, whatever Father Gili may assert, is indigenous in South America. The different Indian languages furnish words to designate this animal which are scarcely derived from any European tongue. To this day, the word ori, mentioned 300 years ago by Alonso de Herrera, is found in the Maypure. The dogs we saw in the Orinoco may perhaps have descended from those that the Spaniards carried to the coast of Caracas, but it is not less certain that there existed a race of dogs before the conquest in Peru, in New Granada, and in Guyana, resembling our shepherd's dogs. The alco of the natives of Peru, and in general all the dogs that we found in the wildest countries of South America, bark frequently. The first historians, however, all speak of mute dogs, perros mudos. They still exist in Canada, and what appears to me worthy of attention, it was this dumb variety that was eaten in preference in Mexico and at the Orinoco. Note. See on the Mexican Tichichi, and on the numerous difficulties that occur in the history of mute dogs and dogs destitute of hair. The Views of Nature, Vaughan's edition, page 85, end of note. A very well-informed traveller, Mr. Giesecke, who resided 6 years in Greenland, assured me that the dogs of the Eskimo, which pass their lives in the open air and bury themselves in winter beneath the snow, do not bark, but howl like wolves. Note. They sit down in a circle. One of them begins to howl alone, and the others follow, in the same tone. The groups of alouate monkeys howl in the same manner, and among them the Indians distinguish the leader of the band. It was the practice at Mexico to castrate the mute dogs in order to fatten them. This operation must have contributed to alter the organ of the voice. End of note. The practice of eating the flesh of dogs is now entirely unknown on the banks of the Orinoco, but as it is a Tartar custom spread through all the eastern part of Asia, it appears to me highly interesting for the history of nations to have ascertained that it existed heretofore in the hot regions of Guyana and on the tablelands of Mexico. I must observe also that on the confines of the province of Durango, at the northern extremity of New Spain, the Comanches have preserved the habit of loading the backs of the great dogs that accompany them in their migrations with their tents of buffalo leather. It is well known that employing dogs as beasts of burden and of draught is equally common near the Slave Lake and in Siberia. I dwell on these features of conformity in the manners of nations, which become of some weight when they are not solitary, and are connected with the analogies furnished by the structure of languages, the division of time, and religious creeds and institutions. We passed the night at the island of Cucurupara, also called Playa de la Tortuga, because the Indians of Uruana go thither to collect the turtle's eggs. It is one of the best determined points of latitude along the banks of the Orinoco. I was there fortunate enough to observe the passage of 3 stars over the meridian. To the east of the island is the mouth of the Caño de la Tortuga, which descends from the mountains of Carpatana, continually wrapped in electric clouds. On the southern bank of the Caño, between the tributary streams Parapara and Oche, lies the almost ruined mission of San Miguel de la Tortuga. The Indians assured us that the environs of this little mission abound in otters with a very fine fur, called by the Portuguese water dogs, perritos de agua, and what is still more remarkable, in lizards, lagartos, with only 2 feet. The whole of this country, which is very accessible between the Rio Cuchivero and the Strait of Baraguan, is worthy of being visited by a well-informed zoologist. The lagarto, destitute of hinder extremities, is perhaps a species of siren, different from the siren lacertina of Carolina. If it were a saurian, a real bimanis, Chirotis cuvier, the natives would not have compared it to the lizard. Besides the arrau turtles, of which I have in a former place given a detailed account, an innumerable quantity of land tortoises, also called morocoi, are found on the banks of the Orinoco, between Uruana and Encaramada. During the great heats of summer, in the time of drought, these animals remain without taking food, hidden beneath stones, or in the holes they have dug. They issue from their shelter and begin to eat only when the humidity of the first rains penetrates the earth. The terekay, or Tahelo turtle, which lives in fresh water, has the same habits. I have already spoken of the summer sleep of some animals of the tropics. As the natives know the holes in which the tortoises sleep amidst the dry lands, they get out a great number at once by digging 15 or 18 inches deep. Father Gilly says that this operation, which he has seen, is not without danger, because serpents often bury themselves in summer with the terraces. From the island of Cucurupara to the capital of Guyana, commonly called Angostura, we were but 9 days on the water. The distance is somewhat less than 95 leagues. We seldom slept on shore, but the torment of the mosquitoes diminished in proportion as we advanced. We landed on the 8th of June at a farm, Hato de San Rafael de Cappuccino, opposite the mouth of the Rio Apure. I obtained some good observations of latitude and longitude. Note: I had found on the 4th of April, for the Boca del Rio Apure, on the western bank of the Orinoco, the latitude 7 degrees 36 minutes 30 seconds, the longitude 59 degrees 7 minutes 30 seconds. On the 8th of June I found, for the Hato del Cappuccino on the eastern bank of the Orinoco, the latitude 7 degrees 37 minutes 45 seconds, the longitude 69 degrees 5 minutes 30 seconds. End of note. Having 2 months before taken horary angles on the bank opposite Cappuccino, these observations were important for determining the rate of my chronometer, and connecting the situations on the Orinoco with those on the shore of Venezuela. The situation of this farm, being at the point where the Orinoco changes its course, which had previously been from south to north, and runs from west to east, is extremely picturesque. Granite rocks rise like islets amidst vast meadows. From their tops we discern toward the north the llanos of Calabozo bounding the horizon. We had been so long accustomed to the aspect of forests that this view made a powerful impression on us. The steppes, after sunset, assumed a tint of greenish gray. The visual ray being intercepted only by the rotundity of the earth, the stars seemed to rise as from the bosom of the ocean, and the most experienced mariner would have fancied himself placed on a projecting cape of a rocky coast. Our host was a Frenchman who lived amidst his numerous herds. Though he had forgotten his native language, he seemed pleased to learn that we came from his country, which he had left 40 years before, and he wished to retain us for some days at his farm. The small towns of Quecara and Cabruta were only a few miles distant from the farm, but during part of the year our host was in complete solitude. The Cappuccino becomes an island by the inundations of the Apure and the Orinoco, and the communication with the neighboring farms can be kept up only by means of a boat. The horned cattle then seek the higher grounds which extend on the south toward the chain of the mountains of Encaramada. This granitic chain is intersected by valleys which contain magnetic sands, granulary oxidated iron, owing no doubt to the decomposition of some amphibolic or chloritic strata. On the morning of the 9th of June we met a great number of boats laden with merchandise sailing up the Orinoco in order to enter the Apure. This is a commercial road much frequented between Angostura and the port of Torunos in the province of Varinas. Our fellow traveller, Don Nicolas Soto, brother-in-law of the governor of Varinas, took the same course to return to his family. At the period of the high waters, several months are lost in contending with the currents of the Orinoco, the Apure, and the Rio de Santo Domingo. The boatmen are forced to carry out ropes to the trunks of trees, and thus warp their canoes up. In the great sinuosities of the river, whole days are sometimes passed without advancing more than 200 or 300 toises. Since my return to Europe, the communications between the mouth of the Orinoco and the provinces situated on the eastern slopes of the mountains of Merida, Pamplona, and Santa Fe de Bogota have become more active, and it may be hoped that steamboats will facilitate these long voyages on the lower Orinoco, the Portuguesa, the Rio Santo Domingo, the Orovante, the Meta, and the Guaviare. Magazines of cleft wood might be formed, as on the banks of the great rivers of the United States, sheltering them under sheds. This precaution would be indispensable, as in the country through which we passed, it is not easy to procure dry fuel fit to keep up a fire beneath the boiler of a steam engine. We disembarked below San Rafael de Cappuccino, on the right, at the Villa de Quecara, near a cove called Puerto Sedino. The villa is merely a few houses grouped together. Altagracia, La Ciudad de la Piedra, Real Corona, Borbon. In short, all the towns or villas lying between the mouth of the Apure and Angostura are equally miserable. The presidents of the missions and the governors of the provinces, were formerly accustomed to demand the privileges of villas and ciudades at Madrid, the moment the first foundations of a church were laid. This was a means of persuading the ministry that the colonies were augmenting rapidly in population and prosperity. Sculptured figures of the sun and moon, such as I have already mentioned, are found near Quecara at the Cerro del Tirano. Note: the tyrant after whom these mountains are named is not Lope de Aguirre, but probably, as the name of the neighbouring cove seems to prove, the celebrated conquistador Antonio Sedino, who, after the expedition of Herrera, sought to penetrate by the Orinoco to the Rio Meta. He was in a state of rebellion against the Audiencia of Santo Domingo. I know not how Sedino came to Quecara, for historians relate that he was poisoned on the banks of the Rio Tisnado, one of the tributary streams of the Portuguesa. End of note. It is the work of the old people, that is, our fathers, say the natives. On a rock more distant from the shore, and called Tacoma, the symbolic figures are found, it is said, at a height of 100 feet. The Indians knew heretofore a road that led by land from Quecara to Demerara and Essequibo. End of chapter 2.24, part 8.